Her famous cowboy. Unforgettable Cowboys, Book 5. Written by Danae Little. Copyright by Danae Little and Little Publishing. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Everett McClaren stood tall on the pile of hay. He thrust out his chest, readying himself for the starring moment in what had become his favorite role of all time. Adjusting his cowboy hat and adjusting his buckle, he waited for the producer to call action. This movie would be a hit, he could feel it. He had played many roles before, and even though this wasn't his first romantic suspense, it spoke to him in a way none of the others had. The writers did an incredible job creating such relatable characters. He lost himself in mentally rehearsing the scene. His co-actress would ride in, and he would rescue her, and finally would get the chance to kiss those full lips. Not that he had a thing for his co-actress, but the character she played was as sweet as they come. "Watch out," a stagehand called out. Everett had been so lost in the scene that it took him too long to see the heavy steel pulley swinging toward him. He ducked at the last second, and it swung past, barely swiping his hair. He smiled and stood to wipe his brow. "That was close." His words were cut short by the pulley coming back and smacking him on the side of the head. The power of it knocked him off his feet. The last thing he was conscious of was tumbling down the haystack. A strange rhythmic beating sound drove into his brain over and over, and he forced his eyes to open. The bright lights shot searing pain into his head. He reached up to shield his eyes, groaning with the soreness of his muscles. Man, his head hurt. "What's going on?" he moaned, doing his best to scan the area for people, but the hospital room was empty. By the time he heard the squeaky shoes of someone coming into his room, his eyes had adjusted, and he scoped out his surroundings. The nurse stopped short when she met his eyes. "You're awake," she said, a hand over her heart. "That I am, ma'am," he said, liking how his voice sounded low and gravely. "You sure gave us quite a scare, Everett. I mean, Mr. McClaren." "That bad, huh?" He reached up and touched his bandaged head. "Did they catch who did this?" The nurse's eyebrows scrunched together. They must not have told her that someone was after him. He couldn't remember who or even why, but he knew he was in danger. Maybe they didn't tell the nurse for her own safety. He would wait to talk to Marie. She knew everything. "Your agent should be here for her regular afternoon visit in about 20 minutes. Maybe she'll know." The nurse checked the IV that dripped into his arm and the blood pressure readout, and entered a few things on the computer. Everett had to think hard, but finally he asked, "My agent?" "Yes, Marie? She'll be here soon." He laid his hands in his lap. Understanding felt like a soothing bond on his confused mind. He was an actor, and his agent was Marie. If she was coming, he would be safe. She always made the best arrangements for him. "Thank you," he said, and decided to rest until Marie showed up. Quick, clackety footsteps woke Everett. When he opened his eyes, he saw a slender woman in a business dress suit digging in her purse and holding a phone up to her ear. "Marie?" "Yes, I know, Henry. We're working on the new contract. Surely they will delay production for a while longer. Starting over with a new actor would be ridiculous at this point." She looked up and met Everett's gaze. "He's awake, Henry. I'll be in contact." She ended the call and stared at him. "Hey Marie," he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Am I glad to see you conscious, Everett? The whole production is up in arms and needs you back." "Do they know who did it?" he asked, hoping she could provide some answers. "Who did what?" she asked, slowly putting her phone into her purse and looking at him in a way that unnerved him. "This," he said, pointing to his head. "They tried to do me in." "Do you in?" "Yeah, granted it's less obvious than a pistol, but it almost did the job. We need to get back. They might be going after Madeline too." The thought of something happening to sweet Madeline about did him in. Marie's mouth dropped open. She reached forward and felt his forehead with the back of her hand. "Are you feeling all right, Everett?" she asked, concern in her voice. "My head hurts something awful, but I can ride it out. Where is Madeline now?" I'm sure she's fine. Marie patted his hand, worry filling her eyes. I'm going to talk to the doctor, and I'll be back. We'll see when we can get you out of here. I knew you'd have my back, Marie. You always have, he said, resting back into his pillows. Of course. I'll be back in a few. She returned with the doctor, who examined him, asked him a bunch of mundane questions, and then took Marie out into the hallway. Everett wasn't worried. He was used to Marie taking care of everything for him. When she came back into the room, her eyes glistened as if she had been crying. He carefully pushed himself up in bed. Marie didn't show emotion. Whatever the doctor said was not good. What's going on? Is everything okay? He asked. She nodded and sat at the edge of his bed. It will be. For now, we are going to take you someplace out of the way, someplace safe. Oh, did they find me here? It's a good idea to go to a secret location. Maybe we should have Madeline meet us there too. I'm not sure if we can arrange that, but I promise she'll be safe. The way she said it made Everett hesitate a moment, but it was Marie. Everything would be fine. I knew I could count on you, Marie. Yeah, she said, but looked down at her hands. I will make the arrangements, and we'll get you out of here as quickly as possible. Sounds good, he said as Marie rose. Oh, could you find a place I could bring my horses? I'm itching to ride once the doc clears me. Of course, Everett. I'll make sure to have the horses there. She lifted a hand in farewell. Thanks, he said, and eased back into the pillows. He knew Marie was a busy lady. She always had plans to make and people to see. He closed his eyes again. He couldn't believe how bad his head hurt. The throbbing became so intense, it seemed to muddle all his thoughts. He tried to ease the pain by thinking of Madeline. Sweet Madeline. That woman had grown right into his heart. He hoped she was safe and could meet him at the hideout until the one behind this incident was caught. Clara Walker bit her trembling lips. She would not cry. All she had done for the last 2 weeks was cry. Now was a time for action. She sat cross-legged on the floor of her parents' empty house. Every sound she made echoed as if she, too, were in a tomb. Around her lay newspapers littering the floor. She couldn't believe how difficult it was to find a job as a paramedic. She didn't remember it being this hard the first time. In a week, her parents' rent would be up, and she would be out on the streets. When her mom had been given less than a month to live, Clara had left school at once, even though she knew it would mean losing her scholarship. Full of the new innovations in her RN nursing program, she thought for sure she could turn the cancer around. A fresh tear trailed down her cheek. She swiped at it. Nothing had stopped that cancer. At least she had that time with her mom. She would never change that for the world. Her dad had been beside himself. After being married since they graduated high school, he had no idea what to do without his wife. Slowly, he retreated further and further into himself. Until she found him one morning in bed. The doctor said it had been a massive aneurysm, but Clara knew what it was. Her dad had died of a broken heart. Losing both her parents in the same month about did her in, but she had promised her mom before she had passed. She had promised to complete her degree, get married, and have some kids. Clara wiped at more tears, kids without grandparents. Her phone rang. She sniffed, wiped at her face again, and cleared her throat before answering the unknown number. Is this Clara Walker? A female voice asked. Yes, may I ask who's calling? My name is Marie Whitmore. I am looking for someone to caretake my client, and you come highly recommended by Professor Murata. Clara smiled when she thought of the kind Professor Murata. The maternal lady had encouraged her every step of the way and had been such an inspiration, but this must be some mistake. I'm sorry, Ms. Whitmore. I never completed my degree. I understand you are a paramedic. We do not need an RN. So a degree is not necessary for this job. Just skills and a willingness for extra tasks and, most importantly, discretion. Professor Murata, who happens to be my aunt, said you were the most trustworthy person she had met in a long time. What kind of extra tasks? What exactly is this job? As intrigued as Clara was, it sounded ominous and sketchy, but Professor Murata wouldn't recommend her for something that didn't meet her approval. Cooking, a bit of cleaning, round-the-clock care for a matter of months. No days off? We could try to arrange it, but I need someone with him consistently, and it's difficult to find people that can be trusted. Ms. Whitmore paused. You come highly recommended, and you will be compensated well, very well. What exactly does very well mean? Let's just say you'll have enough to finish your degree at any college of your choosing, with enough for living expenses, and even extra to take some dream vacations. The phone slipped out of Clara's hand. Fumbling, she quickly brought the device back up to her ear. Clara, are you still there? Yes. Sorry. Yes, I'm here. Clara tried to keep her voice under control. What do you say? Are you interested? I'm interested enough to learn more. Great. You'll have one patient. His name is Everett. He has suffered a head injury, some sprains, and a couple of minor wounds. He will need nursing for those issues, someone to cook for him, clean up after him, and patience. Patience? Clara asked. He has some amnesia. Sometimes his memory seems fine, and at other times his memory is muddled, confused, or just lost. Plus, he has trouble forming new memories. Every morning starts as if he just had his accident. A few events may filter through, but nothing is consistent. Oh, okay. Clara ran through what she had learned about head injuries and amnesia. The subject had always intrigued her, and she saw some research in her future. Is this an arrangement you can do? Marie asked. Clara bit her lip. Parts of the proposal seemed questionable, but it offered an immediate solution to her present problem and a distraction from her grief. Plus the chance to finish her degree and money to live on while she did. She couldn't pass it up. Yes, I can do it. Can we count on your discretion? Your patient is a well-known actor, and we can't have his condition or whereabouts leaked out while he is recovering. We would need you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Of course. That won't be a problem. Thank you, Clara, Ms. Whitmore said, relief filling her voice. When can you start? When do you need me? Tomorrow. Ms. Whitmore sounded more hopeful than firm. Done. You are a blessing, dear Clara. I will get your address and send a driver to pick you up in the morning and take you to the airport. He will have all the paperwork for you to fill out, and I will need you to fax it to me once you arrive at the house. Everett's driver, George, will pick you up after your flight and take you to the house. Where exactly is this house? Wyoming? Clara sucked in a breath. She had never left California, but Wyoming had always been a dream location she wanted to visit. The wide-open skies and beautiful mountains from pictures had called to her. Those cowboys didn't sound bad either. She wondered what this famous actor, Everett, would be like. Maybe Wyoming might be a solution to all of her problems. Chapter 2. The late fall air blew gently across Everett's smiling face. He closed his eyes, enjoying the fresh scent of the mountain breeze. A horse whinnying in the distance completed the picture for him. This is where I belong, he said. No one responded. He thought he might actually like it that way. Plates clattered in the kitchen and he jumped, forgetting he wasn't completely alone. He pulled out the slip of paper in his pocket. In his hastily scrawled handwriting were 2 words, Henrietta and Cook. He flipped the paper over to see a printout about amnesia and how the memory of the brain works. If he focused intently, he could conjure a memory of the doctor handing him the paper. His mind warred with itself. Images flashed and he did his best to filter through the false ones and the real ones. How would he know? He held his head as it pounded. For a few minutes, he allowed the pain and confusion to overwhelm him. Soon the melodious songs of the birds broke through his self-pity. His normal optimism filled him again. Who could feel bad for themselves when there was so much beauty to appreciate? "Sir," Henrietta said as she came out onto the wide wraparound porch. "Please call me Everett." At least he had no problem remembering who he was, at least he thought so. "Yes, sir, Everett?" "Marie is on the phone." She handed him the cordless phone. He patted his pockets looking for his phone and wondering why Marie hadn't called him on his cell. He was pretty sure the memories of being on the phone and conference calls and responding to texts all the time was a real one. "There's no cell reception out here," Henrietta said, pushing the phone toward him. "Thank you," he said as he took the phone. Henrietta nodded, her gray bun shifting with the movement, and waddled back into the house. "Good morning, Marie. You sure have found me the perfect place. I can see myself healing quickly here." "I am glad you like it, Everett. I wanted to let you know that I hired someone to look over your care while you were there. Her name is Clara, and she has schooling as a nurse. She should be arriving shortly." "You think of everything." Everett searched his pocket and the area around him for a pen to write down the woman's name. He couldn't find one, so he rose to get one from the house. "I am glad today is a good day. We need you back to normal. I've stalled productions until after the holidays, but after that..." Everett heard the worry in her voice. He didn't like to be a burden. "I've got this. I'll pull out of it." His eyes fell on the paper again. "It says right here that most patients recover in a few weeks." "I hope so, Everett. This is going to be a big film, and I'd hate to see that ship set sail without you on it." Everett swallowed. He didn't want to let Marie down. "Why don't you send the script over so I can keep the lines fresh?" "We've been over this." Marie sighed with frustration. "The doctors want you to concentrate on your memories, not on a character you are playing. Remember? That is why you thought you were in danger, because of your character's story." "Oh yeah. That's right," he said, feeling dumb, especially since he didn't remember hearing that before. "Next week is Thanksgiving," Marie started. "Oh yes. Please invite my parents to join me here. We can fly them in, right?" Everett warmed with memories of his parents. Now those he knew were real. How could you fake emotion that strong? "I'm not sure that's a good idea. They could accidentally leak information. As big as this movie will be, we can't afford another incident like last time. We will create a fake girlfriend for you, and say you're spending time with her family this holiday." Everett's heart ached. He knew his memories were confused, but holidays were meant to be spent with a person's family. Not alone, even in paradise. "I don't like that idea," he said, not proud of the pout he heard in his voice, but it felt wrong to lie to his parents. "It's for the best. I'll take care of it for you." "Oh, the producer is calling on the other line. Rest up, Everett. Back on the set in a month." "Wait, what about Madeline?" The line went dead in his hand. He stared at it until it made that annoying sound that landlines did when left off the hook. He clicked the red button and sat back in the rocker, letting the sway soothe the confusion in his mind. Marie always knew what was right. She had never led him astray. Yet no parents on Thanksgiving? No word on Madeline? Was she safe? A car door shut, the sound bolting Everett awake. Then the door to the house opened next to him, and an older woman popped out. She smiled at him, before heading towards the steps leading down to the black sedan where his driver George held open the door. Everett blinked, willing his mind to wake up. As he moved, his hand crinkled a paper in his hand. Amnesia. Henrietta. Who was this new arrival, though? He leaned his head in his hands, massaging around his healing wound. At the sound of a soft, feminine voice, he looked up. Now standing next to the car, talking with Henrietta and the driver, stood a woman with long, dark flowing hair and the sweetest, most brilliant smile he had ever seen. Madeline. He pushed up off the rocker, feeling a bit unstable, and realizing how foolish it would be to rush toward her, gushing. Quelling the desire, he leaned against the railing, gaining strength from its solid structure, and watched. He had to act cool, calm, collected. When her eyes met his, he gripped the railing tighter as a jolt of electricity shot through him. Her beautiful eyes widened briefly before she dipped her head. She always seemed so shy. "Come on, supper is almost ready, and you need to meet Mr. McClaren before you go and clean up." Henrietta rushed the woman up the stairs and stopped before him. "Here we go. Sir, this is the woman Marie told you about. Madeline." Everett took a step to close the distance and take her hand. "I am glad to see you here safe. I have been concerned." Madeline didn't react the way he had expected. Instead, her lips parted and her brows scrunched together. She didn't take her hand from his. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. McClaren. I must look like your friend Madeline. My name is Clara. Ms. Whitmore hired me?" She tugged on her blouse, but did her best to keep eye contact. Confusion swirled in Everett's mind. Was Madeline playing a part, or was he really confused? Either way, he thought it best to follow her lead. "Oh yes, of course. Clara. You look like Madeline," he said with a wink. "Do come in. Or would you like to tour the property first? We have horses." He always remembered the horses. "Pardon me, sir, but don't you think that would make a lovely morning stroll? As it is, Miss Walker will barely have enough time to become acquainted with her quarters before dinner." "Don't let the sir fool you," Everett pretended to whisper to Clara. "She's the boss around here." "Oh posh." Henrietta smacked his hand playfully. "It's the truth," Everett said adamantly. "Well, someone has to keep an eye on you. Otherwise, you would sit outside and nap the day away." "Can you blame me? I mean, look at this place." He breathed in and then held out his arm for Clara. "Lead on, boss." Everett didn't know for sure if this lady was Madeline or if she was Clara, the woman Marie told him about. Though for the life of him, he couldn't remember why she was there. Either way, she felt good on his arm. Clara sunk into the plush bed, doing her best to ease her racing heart. Why she hadn't put the name together, she didn't know, but she really was going to be working for Everett McClaren. She fell back against the sweet-smelling covers. He was just as handsome as he was in the movies, even with the bandage on his head. Sitting straight up, her face turned red. She hadn't even asked to see his wounds. That's why she was here, to nurse him back to health. Her breath caught as she thought about that. What she wouldn't give to call her mom right now and tell her. A single tear traveled down her cheek. "Guess you already know, huh, Mom?" She looked up toward a heaven she wished she could see. She wasn't one to just sit around, so she hefted her bag to her bed and began unpacking. It had been a long journey here. She had gotten up before dawn to catch the flight. Luckily, all of her things were already in storage, and her parents' house cleaned out. It was just her and a couple of suitcases. In between two pairs of pants, she pulled out a framed picture of her and her parents the day of her high school graduation. Her thumb glided over their happy faces. How could life change so quickly in only a few years? The light in the room faded. She couldn't believe it was getting dark already. She pulled back the curtains to face one of the most beautiful sunsets she had ever seen, and that was saying a lot, for California beach sunsets had always been her favorite. There was something about the snow-capped peaks turning pink in a sky, slowly growing more purple by the second. Below, on the grassy stretch between the house and the stables, Everett stood, face tilted toward the sunset, shoulders relaxed, stance confident as if he stood poised for a movie clip. He wasn't what she expected. She thought at least he would be haughty, full of himself, and well pampered in bed, expecting her to wait on him hand and foot. He didn't even seem in need of nursing. Yet, he looked at her as if confused she wasn't the Madeline woman he had mistaken her for. That one thing left her unsettled, and knowing that there was more going on than just the outward appearances he put on. She couldn't blame him. If she had amnesia, she wouldn't want to advertise it either. She hadn't had time for much research before coming out here. She had spent that time preparing, making calls to tie up loose ends, and fitfully trying to sleep. Pulling out her phone, she realized she had no reception. Hopefully they at least had Wi-Fi here so she could research. With her clothes neatly placed in the large dresser or hung in the expansive closet, she made her way to the bathroom, fully equipped with a tub and shower. She felt like she was at a mountain resort. In a way, she really was. Once again, she caught herself thinking the whole situation a dream. Living with and working for Everett McClaren. Who would have ever thought? Now Clara knew why she had to practically sign her life away with all the privacy disclosures and legalities, including her agreement for no contact after the contract ended. If allowed, the media would have a heyday with this story. The secret was safe with her. Besides, no one would believe her anyway. Most of her friends were neck-deep in finals right now. Her gut twisted. She should be too. Soon. She would be completing her degree soon, upholding that promise to her mom. After this next month or so watching out after Everett, a job that seemed like it would be a vacation, she would have everything she needed. When she found her way to the dining room for dinner, she was impressed by the elegant simplicity of the house. Though it had a lived-in comfortableness, as well as a ritzy appeal, she noticed the lack of personalization. She wondered if the house was just a vacation property that he rented rather than one he owned. Or maybe he just didn't have attachments. She knew enough about amnesia to know that attachments and support of loved ones could dramatically help the prognosis. She would ask some questions tonight to try to dig up some information. Those thoughts flew out the window when she came around the corner to see Everett, dressed in a black silk shirt and jeans that hugged him, standing with a smile that could melt hearts. "Good evening," she said, doing her best to push out the shy drool over a movie star voice that wanted to choke her. "You look lovely, Madeline." He glanced down at his hand, "Clara." "Thank you," she said, unable to stop the heat filling her cheeks. He came to one side of the table and pulled out her chair, gesturing to her. "You are supposed to be in need of medical care, Mr. McClaren, not treating me like an esteemed guest." "Oh, but you are." He smiled and sat opposite her. Henrietta huffed into the room, carrying a tray of pot roast with carrots and potatoes on the side. "May I help?" Clara asked, feeling like she wasn't earning the money Marie promised her. "This is your one night off, Miss Walker. Enjoy it. I'll be leaving after dinner, but I'll be back tomorrow to do a little cleaning and have dinner ready." "Of course," Clara said and fiddled with her fork. She hadn't thought about being alone with Everett. It hadn't seemed like a big deal before, but now, knowing that Everett was not only the Everett McClaren, but kind and courteous as well. "Oh goodness. Did Marie not tell you that you had to take care of breakfast and lunch?" "She told me I would have extra duties like cooking and cleaning." "It's no bother, Henrietta. I appreciate that you will be coming to help every day." "Well, your main priority is Mr. McClaren. Don't let this easygoing demeanor fool you. He can be a handful and would forget his head if it wasn't attached." "Why is it I feel like you have forgotten I am here during this conversation?" Everett sat back in his chair, a peculiar expression filling his eyes. "Of course you are, and you're right. Miss Walker and I can attend to business after dinner." "My apologies, sir." "Have I not asked you to call me Everett before?" he asked, his head cocked like he really didn't know if he had or not. "Sure you have, Mr. McClaren." She smiled as she served him a plate and then sat. Clara liked watching the banter between the two. "How long have you worked for Mr. McClaren?" Clara asked, looking from one to the other. She noticed that he looked toward the older lady to answer for him. "Just these last few days, but some people just grow on you quick like, you know?" "Yes," Clara said, her cheeks heating again. "I understand that." "Miss Walker," started Everett. "Please call me Clara." She looked from Henrietta to Everett. "Every time someone calls me Miss Walker, it makes me think of my mom." She swallowed, feeling the large lump in her throat. Would she ever be able to think of her parents without getting choked up? "Is that a bad thing?" Everett asked. When I think of my mom, I can almost taste warm apple cinnamon bread. That sounds delightful, Mr. McClaren. Everett, please, Everett said. It's only fair, after all. Okay, Everett, she said, hoping to keep him off the subject of her parents. She didn't want to cry in front of them. So, Miss Clara, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? Everett asked. Since it seems we will be here together for a while. Clara swallowed the delicious bit of pot roast she had just chewed and took a drink of water to wash it down. This water is so refreshing. Are you on a well here? Everett shrugged, and they both looked to Henrietta. Yes, most ranches this far out especially use wells. City water doesn't come out here. Wyoming has the best natural springs, and this property is known for them. In fact, just down the road, bottled water companies drive up here to pump the water from a natural geyser that they found. You must feel very lucky to live out here, Clara said. I do, Henrietta said, sitting taller. I think I'm going to buy this place and make it my go-to vacation home, Everett said. Oh, you don't own the ranch? Clara asked. I don't think so. He glanced at Henrietta. That's a question for Marie. Clara successfully avoided questions about her parents while they ate. A fit of emotions wasn't the first impression she wanted to make, and their loss was too recent not to start the waterworks. Afterward, she helped Henrietta clean up while she shared the ins and outs of the house and the past few days she had spent here with Everett. She could tell that her main priority would be helping Everett with his memory issues. When Henrietta took her leave, Clara excused herself to take the time to fax the paperwork to Marie. It felt like a book. Clara hadn't had a chance to go through all of Everett's medical files on the way here. The amount of paperwork floored her, but she felt the need to read every word. She didn't want to have her payment taken away for some slight she wasn't aware of. With the legalities finished, she needed to know the details of Everett's amnesia and other injuries. It now made sense that he had called her by a different name. She wondered who this Madeline was. It obviously was someone he cared greatly for. Or could it be that one of his characters did? She pushed the papers away and rubbed her temples. She would complete a whole exam and evaluation tomorrow. Physically, though, he seemed fine, and again she wondered why Marie had picked her. Clara turned off the desk lamp, stood and stretched. A quick glance at the digital clock next to the bed said she had stayed up past midnight. Remembering the time difference, she realized it was more like only 11 for her. On her way to the bathroom, she heard the TV. Opening her door, she tiptoed out to the living room. On the couch, Everett lay sprawled, arm over the back and other arm hanging toward the floor. A soft snore came from his lips. Clara found herself standing mid-step just watching him. There was a sweet innocence about the man, so vulnerable in sleep. A chill traveled across her, and she wrapped her arms around herself. She would have to get used to the intense cold of the mountain country up here. Glancing out the large mirror-like window into the dark night, she shivered, knowing that they could easily be seen and yet nothing could be seen outside. She looked for shades and pulled them closed. Before she went back to her room, she pulled the thick blanket off the back of the love seat and walked toward the sleeping Everett. Should she wake him and send him to bed? It seemed maternal and micromanaging. She watched him a second more before laying the blanket over him. His hands twitched and he moaned a bit. What was he dreaming about? Were his dreams just as confused as his waking memory? Chapter 3. Everett woke to the sounds of birds, beautiful songbirds. It took him a few moments to realize he wasn't in his LA condo. His hands went to his head, as if they could reach inside and sort out his fuddled memories manually. He rolled over, realizing he was on the couch in his clothes. The dawn light filtered in through the windows. Slowly he pulled forth vaporous memories, including the most important, his paper. His pocket crinkled with it as he tugged the paper out. Amnesia. A few muddled memories had him sitting up and holding his head. He started to flip the paper over, but a crash from the kitchen sent him to his feet. Too fast. His world turned dark, and he tumbled to the floor. When he opened his eyes, a woman with long dark hair and eyes that made him want to stare at them for hours hovered over him. "Everett, are you okay? What happened?" Her cool fingers gingerly touched his head before sweeping across his brow. "Madeline." He pulled her into him. She resisted at first, but the sight of her caused deep emotion to rush through him. She was safe. Safe from what he couldn't quite remember, but he knew their lives were in danger. Eventually, she pulled away from him. "Let's get you back on the couch." She watched him with wide amber eyes that seemed to look directly into his soul. How did she do that? He pushed back up to the couch, allowing her gentle hands to guide him. Then she sat next to him, her fingertips resting on his wrist. When she dropped her hand back to her lap and leveled her intense gaze on him, he couldn't help but smile. "You're here," he said, reaching out to touch her smooth cheek. "I am, but I'm not Madeline." She leaned in when she said this, like they shared a big secret. It jolted him. Why was she pretending to not be herself? Was it part of the ploy to keep safe? He knew he had been attacked and Marie had hid them here, but he couldn't remember where he was. He scanned the room he was in, the lived-in country feel to it, the fireplace, and the windows opening to a beautiful mountain range. "Where are we?" he asked. "Wyoming?" She stood, an expression of empathy softening her features even more. "Do you remember how you fell?" Heat rushed from his belly, crept up his neck, and made him tug at the collar of his shirt. "Pretty sure I stood up too fast. With your injury, you really need to take it slow. For a while at least." She checked his eyes. "You pretending to be a doctor now?" he asked. "Just an almost nurse," she said with a hint of a smile, and then started toward the kitchen before turning toward him once more. "Breakfast is almost ready. Would you like to eat in here, in the dining room, the kitchen, or outside?" So many choices. He cocked his head to look at her better. This had to be Madeline pretending not to be, but he would find out. "You choose." She nodded and disappeared into the kitchen where pots and pans clattered again. He eased back into the couch, closing his eyes. Injury. Wyoming. He pulled at the memories, seeing bits and pieces. He had been in the hospital. Marie had gotten him out. He had come here. His eyes shot open, and he searched for the paper he had dropped when he blacked out. On the back he had written, "Henrietta Cook." He glanced toward the kitchen. That wasn't Henrietta. He scanned the paper, and further down he saw Madeline Clara. So Madeline was going by Clara now, but why would she keep up the ploy when it was only them at the ranch? Was it only them? Madeline, or Clara rather, entered the room with his jacket on her arm. "I thought outside would be nice. Henrietta said it might snow in the next few days. We should enjoy it before we can't." Everett smiled. Madeline always loved being outside. "I'm not afraid of snow. Are you?" She shrugged as she helped him into his jacket. "I'm a California coast girl. I haven't had much experience, besides an occasional sledding trip as a child." Everett watched her. Did he know where Madeline had grown up? He pulled at his own memories. "I'm a skier," he said. Memories of ripping down the slopes filled his mind. "I've always wondered about skiing," she said with an airy smile. "Come on, let's stand you up slowly." She wrapped her thin arm around him, and he could smell something sweet under the scent of bacon on her. He closed his eyes, savoring the scent, allowing her to keep holding on to him. This was something he could get used to. "You okay?" she asked, her perfect dark eyebrows scrunched. "You kidding? You here with me?" "Oh yeah, I'm good." He enjoyed how her cheeks pinked before she took a step back, looking at the wood floor. "I think you'll like it outside. Did you know that there are birds that seem to live here all winter? They sing the most lovely songs." "I agree," he said, following her out to the terrace porch. "One day we'll have to sing with them." "Me sing?" She laughed, a sound that he likened to the birds. "Well, of course. You have a beautiful voice." Flashes of Madeline singing a song of longing and heartache sent him into the past. Chills ran across his spine, leaving goosebumps behind. Yeah, she could sing. Thank you, Everett. You are very kind, but as much as I would love to sing like the birds, I have never been able to carry a tune. He watched her, puzzled. Had she always been this humble? Maybe we'll just have to get our voice coach to come out for a visit. She smiled briefly, and then uncovered the platter of food in front of him. I saw bacon and eggs in there, so I thought that's what you liked. Sounds good to me. Oh, and toast. Wonderful. Do we have any jam? I'll go see if I can find some. She rose, and he watched her gracefully sway back into the house. If she wasn't Madeline, then she sure studied the part well. He spent the time she was gone scanning the house's eaves and all around the little porch. Found it, she said as she placed the little jar in front of him. What are you looking for? He leaned forward and waited until she did the same. Did you bring us out here because the house is bugged? Her eyes widened and she gasped, but she didn't sit back. Instead, she lowered her voice and said, Why would the house be bugged? He touched the bandage on his head. You know that we're in danger. That's why we're here. This time she did sit back. Her gaze roamed all around them. Her chest seemed to heave and her lips parted. Maybe she hadn't known they were in trouble. Clara felt like the world crashed all around her. In danger? Marie hadn't mentioned anything about danger. The house bugged? Really? It sounded like one of the movies Everett starred in. She almost laughed aloud as her pulse slowed. He had her for a moment. She really thought they were in danger. Watching him now, his wide, frantically searching eyes, the tenseness of his body, and his fists clenched, Everett really did think they were in danger. She reached a hand across and laid it on his. We're safe here, Everett. The house isn't bugged. No one knows we're here. She squeezed his hand. You're safe. And you're safe. Yes, she said with a nod. I am. She blew out a breath, letting the adrenaline she allowed to fill her dissipate. Goodness, that was scary for a moment. She would have to remember to ask Marie about his latest movie to see if there was any tie-in, maybe even with the Madeline gal he kept mistaking her for. Today she was determined to do more research on his condition. She needed to find a way to help him straighten out these memories. Suspense made good movies, but it made for a stressful life. So, what do you do here all day? She asked him while she sipped her orange juice. A shiver traveled through her, and she pulled the collar of her coat more closely around her neck. He cocked his head, I really don't know. She watched him, mentally reviewing the paperwork she had on him. Storing new memories was an issue she knew, but how big of one? Can you tell me what you do remember since your accident? It wasn't an accident. His intense gaze left her unsettled. With a deep breath, she reminded herself it was his amnesia that caused these feelings of danger, but she needed to know where he stood in order to help him recover. Tell me what happened. I don't know who is behind it, but I do know our lives are in danger. They didn't succeed when they tried to kill me with that pulley, but they won't stop. His fists clenched the cloth napkins she had brought out. He followed her gaze to his hands and released the cloth he had held hostage and wiped it flat as if trying to repair it. The smile that came to his face then was sheepish but genuine. As you said, we are safe here. Now that you are with me, Madeline, he looked down into his lap. Clara, life is grand. I'm sure they will catch the culprit soon. Then we can return and finish the production. He let his gaze travel across the land before them. The ranch spread out as far as she could see. A large modern barn looked clean and well taken care of. Beyond that were pastures that led into rolling hills, to a forest with snow-capped mountains beyond. She had never been in a place surrounded by such empty space. Yet a sense of freedom deepened her breath and gave her space to just be. I think after the movie I want to return here, he said in a dreamy voice. It is beautiful and so peaceful. She sighed. Peaceful. That's the word I was looking for. A perfect description. He eased back into his chair. Have you ever been to Wyoming before? She knew she had told them last night she was from California, but she knew he wouldn't be able to remember. In an odd way, it gave her the freedom to share more. No. This is my first time out of California, actually. He turned to watch her almost with distrusting eyes. What about when you filmed Runaway Stars? I thought the set for that movie was in Montana? Clara had to think about how to easily remind him that she wasn't Madeline. It wouldn't do him any good to keep remembering things that weren't true. Everett, my name is Clara. I'm not Madeline. Oh yeah, that's right. His voice remained neutral, but his lips thinned. You're done with breakfast? She asked with extra sweetness. She could only imagine how confusing this was for him. He nodded. She picked up the dishes and stood, watching him. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. Thank you, he said, his gaze focusing on the distant mountains. Clara's heart ached while she washed the breakfast dishes. The way he looked at her when he called her Madeline made it too easy to play along. This wasn't a movie, though, and his memories weren't something to take advantage of. Besides, when she found the man that would look at her with love in his eyes, she wanted to ensure it would be real, not a case of a confused identity. After the kitchen had been cleaned, she checked on Everett. He wasn't on the porch where she left him. A momentary panic filled her as she searched, but only a moment later she found him on the front swing where he had been when she arrived yesterday. His head leaned back, his eyes shut, and his heavy breathing told her that he slept. The phone ringing from inside interrupted her observation of him. With another glance, she turned and headed back into the house to reach the phone, but she couldn't find the receiver. The machine picked up as she continued her search. Everett, it's Marie. I hope you are holding up well, and your nurse has settled in. Your parents are taken care of for Thanksgiving, so you no longer have to worry about that. They were very understanding. I'm still working on holding the movie back until after the holidays. The producers are not happy with the idea, but I see progress. Okay then. Please have your nurse call me. Hello? Clara said breathlessly, finally finding the phone under the newspaper on the table. Clara? Yes. Ms. Whitmore? It's me. How are things? Clara heard the hesitancy in Marie's voice. All right. I wish I would have had more details before I arrived. Are you having second thoughts? Marie said, sounding as if she held her breath. No. I would have just been more prepared. Marie blew out a breath, sending static over the line. Good. He has been respectful and kind, Clara said. That's Everett for you. The perfect gentleman. He's just confused. I would like to know what film he was working on when this accident happened. It would help me determine which memories are real and which are not. Has he told you that he's in danger? Yes, Clara said, now holding her breath. Marie sighed. I should have warned you about that one. You are not in danger. Neither is he. As for sharing the film he was working on, I will have to have our lawyer go over the contract to see if we are able to. I understand. Hollywood is full of red tape. Yes, it is. How is he holding up? Marie asked. Besides thinking we're in danger, being confused with his memories, and the inability to store new memories, he seems to be positive and optimistic. I will be checking his injuries after his nap. Sounds good. Hopefully all that will heal within the next month. We need him back on the set. Is there anything else I can help you with, Clara? Yes. She licked her lips. Who is Madeline? Chapter 4. Everett yawned and stretched, feeling the chill of the winter air. Even though he couldn't really remember how he had gotten to the porch swing, he remembered that he was in Wyoming at a ranch in order to stay safe. That was enough for him now. His belly grumbled as he stood, so he made his way toward the kitchen. He didn't know what he had expected to see, but Madeline wasn't it. She quietly hummed, her long dark hair swaying as she worked on what smelled like grilled cheese sandwiches. Something jolted in his heart, seeing her domestic like this, in his house, cooking his lunch, and with him. Before his mind had a chance to fight him, he closed the gap between them and wrapped his arms around her from behind. She startled and froze, but he held fast, not constricting. He breathed in the scent of her hair, so fresh and sweet. A sigh of contentment escaped him. She pulled away and turned to look at him, though not quite meeting his eyes. Her cheeks flamed, and her hands nervously tugged on the apron she wore. "Did you have a nice nap?" she asked before tearing herself away from him and taking the sandwich off the grill. "Yes," he said hesitantly. He should probably have expected her to pull away. After all, they weren't a couple, not yet, but they had been through so much together. "Lunch is almost ready. I was thinking after lunch I should check your injuries," she said as she put together their plates with grilled cheese sandwiches and coleslaw. "Oh, you want to check my injuries?" He smiled and raised his eyebrows. He wouldn't mind her checking anything on him. "Well, that is my job. I'm your nurse after all." "You're a nurse?" He sat at the kitchen table and folded his arms. How far would she take this charade? "Well, almost." She set the plates down on the table and sat across from him. "I didn't have a chance to finish my degree, but I will." "I'm sure you will," he said, and he believed it. Madeline could be a force to be reckoned with. Once she set her mind on something, she wouldn't stop until she had it in her hands. At least that was the Madeline he remembered. He knew that he had a problem storing new memories, so he wondered if it was possible that something happened to create the distance he felt between them. Had she changed her mind about acting, gone back to school to pursue a childhood dream? If so, he could support that. He thought back to the other women he had dated in Hollywood. He had soon decided he hadn't wanted an actress as a wife. It was hard enough to deal with his crazy schedule, and besides, most women he met were shallow. Not that all actresses were, but he had been jaded by the ones he had worked with. That was until he started working with Madeline, sweet, honest, real Madeline. She had a strict rule about dating actors she worked with. He respected that, but their interactions gave him hope that after this movie had been filmed, there would be a chance for them. "Where will you finish your nursing degree?" he asked. She had a fork full of slaw that froze in front of her mouth as she stared at him like a fresh actor on her first gig. "I was in the accelerated program at CSULB, and I worked as paramedic while not in class." "Long Beach? That makes sense." He nodded. She cocked her head, but she focused on finishing her food. She certainly wasn't forthcoming with personal information. "You'll go back there?" he asked. "Probably. Maybe." She shrugged. "As long as I finish, it doesn't really matter where I go." "What stopped you from finishing?" He couldn't be sure because she quickly got up, but it looked like her eyes filled with tears. He watched her while she washed her plate and started cleaning up from lunch. He got the point. She didn't want to talk about why she had stopped school. Maybe it was a guy. He didn't like talking about broken hearts either. "What would you like to do this afternoon?" he asked as a way to change the subject. "Remember? I need to check your injuries after you are finished eating." "Oh yeah, that's right," he said, though he didn't remember. "You done?" she asked, standing close enough he could smell her sweet scent. "Yes, thank you." He watched her as he felt a mischievous smile tug on his lips. "So, how do you want me?" When she turned toward him, he waggled his eyebrows. Her lips twitched and her eyes flashed, but otherwise she remained straight-faced. "Here's fine. I just need to run to my room to get my medical bag so we can change your bandages." She left quickly, her footsteps lightly tapping down the hall toward her room. For a second, he wondered if he was wrong. Could his memory be worse than he thought, and she really wasn't Madeline, but actually Clara, the almost nurse as she called herself? His heart lurched and he shook his head. No way. He couldn't feel this way about anyone so quickly. She had to be Madeline. Clara took her time, digging out her medical bag from the closet she stored it in yesterday. She would be lying to herself if she said the way he had looked at her while teasing didn't make her heart pitter-patter. It took a lot of diligence to keep reminding herself he thought she was someone else. Madeline. She pulled her bag out and sat on the bed. Marie had told her Madeline was his co-star's character's name. She wasn't even a real person. Everett was confusing his character and his feelings again, and for someone who didn't even exist. It saddened her to think of it that way. Sure, her girlfriends would talk about movie boyfriends, but they knew they were fiction and no one they would actually ever meet, much less fall in love with. It was the idea they enjoyed. Because of his amnesia, though, Everett didn't know the difference between reality and fiction. Clutching her medical case, she made her way back to the kitchen. She set her bag on the table, not even looking in Everett's direction. She needed to get into a professional mindset. When she finally did look at him, her jaw dropped and all professionalism flew out the window. Everett leaned up against the table, wearing nothing but a confident grin and his boxers. Heat crawled up her neck as her eyes traveled up his muscular legs to his rock-hard stomach and buff chest. She didn't know if it was her desire to keep ogling his twitching pectorals or if she feared to meet his eyes, but her gaze settled there, seemingly unable to move. Finally, she pulled her gaze away, clearing her throat as she dug through her bag for her stethoscope. "You didn't want me undressed?" he said in a deep, soft voice, as she walked toward him with her stethoscope out like it would ward off the reaction in her. "I didn't expect it," she said quietly. "I have some abrasions on my upper thigh and my ribs." He took a step closer, pushing his chest into the stethoscope. "If it makes you uncomfortable, I can put my clothes back on." "I'm a professional," she said, unsure if it was to herself or to him. She had seen many men in their skivvies as she performed some of her internships, even men on the college sports teams who had even better physiques than Everett. Was it because he was a famous actor? She had never been one to go gaga over celebrities, though. Pushing her crazy, rambling thoughts aside, she focused on listening to his heart, which seemed to be racing, and his breathing, which sounded rapid as well. Yet they matched her own reactions and could be seen as quite normal. Especially with him thinking she was Madeline. None of it mattered. She signed a contract saying no contact after the contract ended, and she wasn't one for short, meaningless relationships. She shifted herself into a professional mode to check on each abrasion, bruise, and sore spot. "Is there any other place that I haven't checked, besides your head, that is bothering you?" she asked, barely meeting his gaze, which hadn't seemed to leave her during the whole examination. "No, ma'am, except maybe my heart." Her eyes snapped back up to his. "You have a heart condition?" He laughed lightly as he picked up her hand and put it on his chest. "You tell me." The look in his eyes intensified as his heart raced under her hand. Though his smile showed confidence, his hand over hers shook slightly. Her own heart ached. She could play along with it and let him have that fantasy, within reason of course, but she knew what she had to do for his health if not hers. She took his hand in both of hers and looked right into the depths of his intense gaze. "Everett, I am not who you think I am." His eyes didn't change as he said, "We all play different roles in our lives. The journey is finding which one is the true you." Clara sucked in a breath and stepped back. Was Everett really that deep? Maybe that had just been a line from one of his movies. Either way, having a man looking like Everett, especially in only his drawers, say something so profound, she shook her head. She couldn't allow herself to go there. "That was really insightful," she said before digging through her bag to find the sterile bandages she needed to change the ones on his head. "Is that how you feel?" He shrugged. "Acting has a way of showing you parts of yourself that you didn't know were there. You learn which parts you like and which ones you would rather avoid. Have a seat in the chair so I can look at your head." She directed him to the chair and started gently peeling back the bandage. "So tell me more about these parts of yourself you see in your characters. It's not just me, and it's not just acting. When you watch a movie, it's the same, maybe not as in your face, but you see parts of yourself. Think about a movie that you really liked the main character, looked up to them, wanted to be like them. Clara thought of one of the most inspirational movies she had seen. The characters had made her want to be more than she was. She nodded as she inspected the wound on his head. It wasn't nearly as bad as she feared. Your wound is healing nicely. She applied some antibiotic cream, and then reapplied the bandage. And yes, I see what you mean about the characters in a movie. Her heart pounded as she decided to push the topic a little farther. Do you feel this helps you with your amnesia? He shrugged. They say I'm mixing up my characters with myself, but who am I besides a compilation of my characters? Clara bit her lip while she thought about this. Then she tentatively continued. I see your point of your personality traits, your inspirations, but what about keeping your memories of Everett McClaren separate from your memories of one of your characters? I mean, you could confuse your parents for someone else, or your nurse for that matter, she said quietly, raising her eyebrows. I think all the important memories are right where they need to be, he said with a wink. She packed away her medical supplies and sat down across from him. Since we are on the topic of memory, how are you feeling about your short-term memory and your ability to remember things that have happened since your incident? He watched her for several seconds, his hands squeezing each other on the table in front of him. He licked his lips and nodded his head. Okay. You want honesty? Always. She leaned forward, hoping that he would trust her. Remembering things since the incident has not been easy. He pulled out the paper he carried with him always. This is my cheat sheet. She took the paper he handed to her. One side was the handout about the type of amnesia that affected him. The other side had scrawlings including Henrietta, Cook, Madeline, Clara. She glanced at him as he watched her. Has this been helping? I believe so. I'm even remembering to locate it now. See, I'm already improving. Clara couldn't help but be moved by his optimistic attitude and his charming smile. If there was someone that could pull through this type of issue and still be successful, it would be someone like Everett. Would you be open to an experiment of sorts? Clara asked. She had been playing around with an idea on how to help him relearn to build memories again. It came from a mixture of cognitive child development classes she had taken, her nursing courses that touched on amnesia and brain injuries, and some of her research conducted last night. I'm always open to your suggestions. He reached to take her hands in his. The contact jolted through her, rip-roaring like an electrical surge, one that she would have to ignore. Your hands are freezing. I suggest you get dressed now. The heat that filled her cheeks would give her away, she knew, so she went to the sink to wash the last plate and let the water rinse off the current that was still causing her hands to pulse. A few seconds later, though, while the warm water soothed her burning hands, she felt hands on her shoulders. They gently squeezed her muscles there, inviting her to relax and give in to the touch. I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping me like this, Everett said. If it had been anyone else, she probably would have been intimidated by them thanking her like this, still clad in only their underwear. Something about Everett, though, made her feel safe. He was genuine in his own right. He may be confused about who she was, but she felt everything he said was the truth, as he knew it at least. It's my job, she said, not wanting him to think she wasn't gaining from this arrangement because she was, and very well, in fact. You and I both know that it goes beyond that, but I won't push. Jiminy Christmas! Henrietta exclaimed. Clara whipped her head around just in time to see her drop the bags she carried. What in tarnation are you doing in the kitchen with only your underwear on? Henrietta looked around the room, her eyes landing on his clothes dropped on the floor. Clara's cheeks burned at the thought of what the caretaker might be thinking at this moment. I just finished an examination of his wounds. Is that what they're calling it nowadays? Henrietta clucked her tongue. It was purely professional, Clara added. Sure it was, Henrietta said, eyeing Everett's hand still on Clara's shoulder. Clara stepped away. I assure you that it was and is, Henrietta. Everett chuckled as he strode to where his clothes were and pulled on his pants. You two are acting like this is such a big deal. Even if it had been more than an examination, Henrietta, would you really blame me? I mean, look at her. Clara's already hot cheeks lit on fire and her heart raced. She had never considered herself someone to be seen as a looker, and that was exactly what this famous cowboy just said. I wouldn't blame either of you. There are just more sanitary places to romp around than the kitchen. She huffed as she started to unload the bags of groceries. I assure you there is no romping happening, nor will there be. Clara started to fear Henrietta might say something to Marie, and her contract would be nullified. That one will wait to her wedding day, I bet, Everett said as he slipped his shirt over his practically perfect six-pack. The statement stopped her and she caught his eye. How had he known that about her? He winked and dipped his head. I'm going out to spend time with the horses, he said. You might want to blanket them up. The temps are dropping. In fact, I brought extra food just in case we all get snowed in. Snowed in? Clara asked, her face no longer feeling hot but cold. Oh, come on now, Clara. Everett saying her name grabbed her attention. It won't be that bad being snowed in with me. I promise. I play a mean game of Monopoly. He gave her a boyish grin before leaving the room. When the door closing echoed through the house, Clara became distinctly aware of Henrietta watching her. She began helping to put away the groceries, but the older woman's scrutiny never left. He's a charmer, that one, Henrietta said. He definitely has a way about him, Clara humphed. Well, I wouldn't judge you if you took him up on his offer. I came here with a job to do, Henrietta, nothing more. Sometimes those job descriptions change, Clara. Sometimes the things that need healing the most can't be seen, she said, patting Clara's hand as she slid in a carton of ice cream into the freezer. Chapter 5. Everett didn't know what to make of Madeline's, no, Clara's nursing. When she had shifted to her professional mode, it had been evident that she knew what she was doing. Her hands touched him with practiced medical care, not in the way he had envisioned her touching him. He shook his head. Thoughts like that shouldn't be allowed to settle in his mind. What he said was the truth. Something about the lady told him that she wouldn't be crossing her moral lines. They appeared hard-pressed. A breeze as cold as ice breathed down his neck and made his head ache. He pulled his cowboy hat down and tugged his collar up. Then he scanned the dark clouds billowing to the north. It did look like snow. The horses whinnied a welcome to him as he opened the barn door. Luckily, the place was heated and had every amenity he could think of. His own gelding, a black beauty with a blaze of white down between his eyes, pawed at the frozen earth. The poor guy was used to the mild winters of California, not these bitter winds of Wyoming. It'll be okay, boy. He rubbed the blaze, soothing his horse. I have a heated barn for you, and some nice mares to keep you company. With one more scratch, he left the gelding's side to get his feed. He used to have people to take care of his horses for him, but Marie had told him it would be good for his memory to have a chore to do every day. And today he had remembered before anyone had to remind him. Pride filled him. He would beat this amnesia yet. After giving the horses extra feed, just in case the storm was too bad to come out, he went back to watch Blaze eagerly munch his grain. The barn door squeaked open as a gust of icy wind blew to him. He knew who it would be, for her sweet scent carried on the wind, wrapping around his heart. There you are. Clara wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. I never knew it could get so cold. This is nothing from what I hear, but there is a beauty in it, isn't there? He asked, letting his eyes find hers hidden deep in the cover of the hood of her jacket. My mother used to say there is beauty in everything, you just may have to search for it. She sounds like a wise woman, he said. She was. Her voice trailed off, and she hugged her arms tighter around herself despite the warmth of the barn. The wind whipped across the building, finding any crack it could to whistle through. It gave an eerie yet melodious background music to the scene. He couldn't help but write it into words inside of his mind. Pulling out the pencil and paper he had been keeping with him, he wrote them down. Clara's head snapped up as she stepped closer to peer at the paper. Her distance would make it impossible for her to read them, but heat still traveled up his neck as he hastily scrawled out the words before tucking both paper and pencil into his pocket. "Did you get a memory?" she asked. He cocked his head and thought. "Not a memory per se, but I wanted to ensure I would remember something." She looked down at the straw-covered floor, stepping closer. One of her hands slid from the pocket of her jacket and out to touch Blaze's soft muzzle. A grin pulled up the corners of her mouth as she stroked the animal. "He's so soft. You act as if you have never felt a horse before." He watched her warily. "As a child I have, but not for some time." She stroked up to his ears and to his mane. "He's so majestic. A perfect description of Blaze, if I do say so." Something slammed into the side of the barn, the sound echoing around them. Everett covered Clara with his body, his heart hammering and eyes scanning the entrances. "What is it?" Clara whispered hoarsely. "I don't know," he said as he stepped back from her. "Are you hurt?" "No." She shook her head and watched him, not with fear like he expected, but with curiosity. He picked up the shovel that leaned against the post and walked toward the door of the barn. "You stay there. I'll check it out. You don't think it wasn't just a pine cone or a branch or something? That wind is really picking up." "Sure. It might be." He pushed a smile to his face. "I'm sure it was. I'll just check it out just in case." He hoped she was right. They should be safe there, right? That's why Marie picked such a secluded location so far from home. Still, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He wouldn't let anything happen to Madeline, even if she pretended to be someone else. One hand gripping the shovel, the other on the door handle, he nodded to her before pushing open the door. The wind almost ripped it out of his hand. Pine needles and leaves whipped by him and across the land that spread between him and the house. A figure stood at the window looking toward him. He startled and stepped back until he recognized the frantically waving person as Henrietta. His heart in his throat, he turned to look back in at Clara. "I think Henrietta has a need for us," he said, motioning for her to join him. "It's blustery out there, with all sorts of flying debris. Pull your hood tight. I'll protect you as much as I can." Once she reached him, he pushed the door shut and ensured it would stay that way. Then he wrapped an arm around Clara, and they ran toward the house. With the door now shut behind them, Clara tugged off her hood, and he set his cowboy hat which had threatened to fly away on the table. "I would guess the storm is here," he said with a delight for the experience. Yes. I need to be going." Henrietta pulled her purse strap over her shoulder. "Dinner is in the oven and will be ready in a half hour or so. If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here with the lot of you. And never mind to you, but my dear Randall wouldn't survive if I didn't make it home to feed him." "You go. You'll be okay getting back?" Clara asked. "Oh yes, dear. It's just a norther storm. I'll be fine as long as I get in before the snow gets deep." "Well, you better go then," Everett said, dusting off the flakes that had stuck to Clara's jacket. "You know my number if you need anything. I brought extra food and some pre-made dinners that just need to be warmed up in case I don't get back for a couple of days. If the power goes out, there are flashlights in the cupboards next to the fridge and candles in the drawer." Clara's eyes went wide. "We'll be fine, Henrietta," Everett said as he draped an arm around Clara. "Okay then. Keep that fire going," she nodded to the fire in the living room, "just in case. The ranch is already winterized, so everything else should be good." "Will do, ma'am." "Thank you." He lifted his hand in farewell as she pulled her hood up and escaped to her car. "Maybe she shouldn't be driving in this?" Clara said, her voice sounding terrified. "She's a Wyomingian. She'll be right as rain or snow rather." Clara nodded but still hadn't moved from under his arm. "Why don't you go take a hot shower while I find the games? If the power does go out, it might be the last hot shower you get for a couple of days." He steered them toward her room and stopped at her door. Maybe during dinner, you can tell me of this grand plan of yours. Grand plan? She asked, slipping out from his arm and standing in the doorway. You know, your idea to help me with my memory. He tapped his head. Oh yes. That sounds good. She looked back into her room before meeting his eyes. Thank you. You're welcome. I know how much hot showers mean to you, I mean to women. He winked and started back down the hall. If he was going to get anywhere with her, he would have to play the part she wished him to, and if he was good at one thing, it was acting out a role. Clara rushed through her shower, half afraid the power would go off while she was in there. That wasn't what she needed. Her heart rate eased as she toweled off with the plushiest towel she had ever touched. A robe hung from the back of the bathroom door, and it was even softer than the towel. It wrapped around her like a warm hug from a cloud. She almost wanted to stay in it for the rest of the day, almost. The thought of lounging in nothing but a robe with Everett made her ears burn. Especially with him thinking she was his other half from the latest action romance he was in the middle of shooting. Not a good combination, at least not for their hearts. Regretfully, she exchanged the plush robe for a comfy, soft sweater and leggings. Glancing at the clock, she realized the oven timer had probably already gone off. Thinking of the burnt casserole Henrietta had worked so hard to make, she rushed out with only socks and ended up sliding into the kitchen, waving her arms like a helicopter to keep her balance. Everett looked up from the casserole he held with mitten pot holders, a slow smile spreading his lips. Now that's what I call an entrance. Clara righted herself and hid her heated face. I didn't realize I had caught so much speed. I'm not used to hallways this long. No apologies necessary. It looked like fun. He put the casserole down with the oven mitts beside it, kicked off his rubber-soled slippers, and did a little slide himself. She laughed as he smacked into the counter, but quickly recovered. You shouldn't be pushing it, Everett. Your head is still healing. Just trying to live life to the fullest, Doc. I'm not a doctor. I'm not even a nurse. She looked down at her hands. Yet, he finished for her. And you're mine in the interim. Yours? She met his eyes, surprise filling hers. Yes. My nurse? She held his intense gaze for a second or two more, before she couldn't any longer. It would be too easy to step into the role he so freely offered. She had signed her freedom to do so away. Besides, what kind of detriment would that be to him once he finally remembered the truth that she really wasn't Madeline? And when she found that love, she wanted to be seen as herself, not someone else. Thank you for getting dinner out of the oven. I took too long in the shower, she said. You did nothing of the such. I am fully capable of taking something out of the oven. Just the same, it's my job and I appreciate it. She went to grab some plates out of the cupboard. Oh, I set the dining room table. You don't mind eating in there? She shook her head and carried the casserole into the dining room and set it at the table. 2 places were set, one across the other, leaving the heads of the table vacant. What made her footsteps stutter were the flickering candles on the table. Everett, she started, unsure of how she would finish, but needing to set the boundaries. It's in case the power goes out. He leaned against the door jamb. Why did you think I lit them? His cocky smile should have made her want to smack it off his face, but instead, she found herself looking down and wishing she would have worn something cooler, for her skin felt on fire. She sat down in her seat as he sat in his. Before she served them up, she bowed her head silently for a few moments, hearing Everett's fork clang gently onto his plate. When she looked up, she saw his head bowed as well, and for the first time she noticed that his hair was wet. He had showered too. That shaved a little of the guilt off her shoulders. She waited patiently until he raised his head. With a small smile, she handed him the serving spoons. Ladies first, he nodded, not reaching for the spoons. Without another choice but to start an argument, she served herself some food, and then he did as well. The meal began in silence, not uncomfortable silence, but there was an underlying expectation that hung in the air. "So, about your plan," he said. "You remembered," she said, meeting his eyes. "It's pretty important, wouldn't you say?" He took a sip of his water. "Besides, the sooner I can figure out my memory, the sooner I can finish this last film." "You sound excited about it," she said before taking another bite. "Marie says this one is going to be big." He relaxed back into his chair. "I wouldn't mind a bit of a break from Hollywood for a while." "Really?" She closed her mouth and chastised herself. "I mean, well, you always look so happy in roles, but then again, that's only in the movies." "Oh, I love acting, but with everything that's going on," he swallowed and looked out the window before he cemented his gaze back on her. "It would just be best to put some space around everything until it's all figured out." "I understand." She wasn't sure if he was uncomfortable talking about it, or if this was him fearful of an attack again, but either way, she had a desire to soothe him. "Even though I loved nursing school, it was nice to have a little break from the constant anxiety of it." "Exactly," Everett said, leaning forward. "Nice to know I'm not the only one." He captured her eyes in that intense gaze once again, until she pulled her eyes away and took a sip of water. "So the plan," she started. "Yes, let's hear it." He pushed his empty plate to the side and leaned back in his chair again. "Without getting all scientific on you, the part of your brain dealing with amnesia has trouble storing and retrieving new memories." He nodded. "The damage most likely isn't permanent, and our brains are so plastic." "Plastic?" "It means that it continues to grow and modify all the time." "Okay, I'm following you." When babies are young, they have to learn how to store information and retrieve it. It's something that they learn innately, but there are strategies that parents use to help this. "Like when parents talk about all that happened during the day," he asked. "My mom used to do that every night with me." "Just like that." "So, are you going to tuck me in and go over everything that happened during the day?" Clara could tell by the glint in his eyes that he teased her, but she just kept pushing onward. That look was enough to derail even the mightiest of resolve. "You will need more than just at night, but several times a day. Do you have your phone here?" "We don't get service." "I know, but there is a notes app that's on almost all phones. Even has alarms." "So, you're saying I should set an alarm for everything I should be doing?" His face twisted and his lips thinned. "I can tell you don't like that idea, and that's not exactly where I was going with this. Hear me out." "I'm listening." "We take pictures of different things you do, all day long. You write notes about them. I saw a printer in the office. Then every morning when you wake up, I can review the album and remember what happened the day before." He sat forward, his focus in the distance. Clara knew she had got him thinking. If nothing else, he was warming to the idea of some memory work that just might help him relearn how to do this. She still had to work on how to deal with his confused memories, but that could be an obstacle to conquer another day. Who knows, maybe one might just help the other. Chapter 6. Everett scratched the goatee he had decided to grow. He liked the way it looked on him. It made him seem less of a baby face, and more of the cowboy he had become. At least he liked to think so. Clara had some great ideas on how to help restore some of his memory-making capabilities. He liked them, and he liked that she wanted to help. She had a way about her. He never felt like she pitied or babied him, but more like empowered him. Madeline was like that. He couldn't help but wonder why she had to play the game so tightly, even when they were alone, and no one was anywhere near them. Lightning cracked and almost immediately thunder boomed, rattling the chandelier above their heads and making the lights flicker. Clara's eyes went wide as she clutched the tablecloth. "The power?" she whispered. "I've got us covered, don't worry." The look she shot his way seemed to say, "So you say." "I better get dinner put away." "You are finished, right?" she asked, her voice tight with nervous energy. He nodded and stacked the plates as she carried in the casserole dish. Lightning flashed again, and this time the thunder rolled through the house like an earthquake. The lights flickered, and this time they stayed off. Clara didn't scream, but she did squeal, a little high-pitched, mousy-like sound that made him want to bring her into his arms and tell her everything would be okay. The next flash of lightning showed her still frozen in the middle of the kitchen, clutching the casserole dish as if it were a buoy, and she was in the middle of the ocean. He set the plates down in the sink, feeling to make sure they actually made it there and not the floor. Then he stumbled gently into Clara, took the casserole dish and then her hand. He set the dish on the counter and began leading her toward the other room. "We need to put the leftovers in the fridge," she said, her whisper still full of command. "Well, a candle will help us with that, won't it?" He gently tugged on her hand, enjoying the ripples that the contact sent up his arm. With candles in hand, they put the casserole away, and he led her to the living room, which was lit in wavering light from the fire. He motioned to the carpet in front of the stone hearth. Clara sat, her eyes staring into the flames. "I take it you don't deal with power outages much," he said. "Not very often at all, and even then there is still so much more light than here, it seems." He walked toward the big sliding glass doors and stared out into the darkness. It really was vast. The lightning flickered, casting eerie shadows across the property. He sucked in a breath, as he swore he saw the shadow of a man standing near the barn. His heart raced, his hands moistened, and his mouth went dry. He stared hard into the darkness, trying to see anything on the now snow-covered ground. When the next flash streaked across the sky, the shadow in the shape of a man was gone. He questioned his sanity, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The house's alarm worked on electricity. He grabbed up the candle and raced into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Clara called from the other room in a voice that trembled. Instead of responding, he flicked on the flashlight he had found and walked back toward her. "I'm going to walk the house and be sure that all the windows and doors are locked." "You think someone would be out in this?" He shrugged and pushed a smile to his face. "You can take a city boy to the country, but you can't take the city out of him. I like to know that we are safe." She nodded and stood up. "You don't have to come," he said, thinking of all the dark corners they would have to walk through. "I'm surely not going to stay here without you. I've watched your movies." He laughed then, a genuine belly laugh. He drummed up his best country accent and swept an arm around her. "Come on then, darlin'. You'll be safe by my side." She lightly elbowed him in the side and he flinched. "Oh my goodness. Your ribs. I am so sorry." He smiled but grabbed his side all the same. "It's fine." This time, he reached for her hand rather than open himself up for another jab on his bruised side. Everett wasn't scared, at least he told himself that, but that figure he saw stayed etched in his mind. He kept telling himself that no one could know where they were. Marie made sure of it. It had to be a trick of the lightning, yet an uneasiness settled in his gut. Better be safe than sorry. He started with the doors and windows nearest the barn just in case. Each time they saw a flash outside, a swirling white world lit up. "It's like we're in a snow globe," Clara said as he checked the lock on the big window. He wished he could see it as something that peaceful, but he gave her a smile anyway. No use in terrifying her as well. His movies always held an element of suspense, one that he found engaging, but even acting them he knew that some parts he played were all too real. The thought made him tighten his hold on her hand. He probably didn't need to hold it, but the feeling of her soft warm skin against his own grounded him in this world, and not one of his roles. He needed that, because if someone or something did jump from the shadows at him, it wouldn't be a fellow actor playing a part, it would be a real threat. When they came to his room, he swept the light across the entirety of it, including his closet and his bathroom. "I had wondered what your room looked like." The comment stopped him, and he turned to look at her right as the sky lit again. "Not like that," she said. "My room is so grand. With yours being the master, I couldn't imagine how much better it could get. It's massive." "It is a lot of space," he said, pulling her a tad closer. Lots of space for someone to hide. His room was secure. As they entered hers, she gasped and ran toward the bed after the flashlight lit across it. I was in such a hurry, I didn't put these away. You don't have to clean up on my account, he said, smiling when he saw a lacy bra in the pile of clothes. I'll just put these in the hamper, if you would shine the light into the bathroom for me. He shone the light in that direction. As soon as she entered the room, she screamed, dropping her clothes, and ran back to him. He immediately put her behind him, and gripped the flashlight in a way he could use it as a club. I'm sorry, she said in a wavering voice. I think it was just my robe, but it scared me. Well, let's go check it out. They walked toward the darkroom, as he swept the flashlight into every dark corner. Sure enough, hanging on the towel hook near the sink was a white plush robe. Just a robe, he said, smiling at her. Phew? She let go of his back, and he instantly missed her touch. I'm sorry. I spook easily. It's okay. I'm used to it. Hey. She shoved her hands on her hips, and he decided he liked seeing her all riled up, even more so by flashlight. Oh, don't get me wrong. You are much more intelligent and daring than those characters, well, except in this last one. He checked the locks on the slider and windows in her room as well. In the movie you were shooting when your accident happened? Yeah, she is quite the woman. Don't get me wrong, I still rescue her in the end, but she doesn't just sit there whining. Well, it's nice to hear you are co-starring with more courageous women. Come on, he said, reaching for her hand. Let's go play some games in front of the fire. The wary look on Clara's face, combined with her not taking his outstretched hand, reminded him of how sensitive she was to perceived innuendos. What type of man did she think he was? What? You don't play Monopoly or cards? It's not like it's Twister, though that would be an excellent idea. Her eyes narrowed, but her lips tweaked up into a small smile as she took his hand. I'll just be happy to be in a semi-lit room again. Fair enough. He took one last sweeping glance into the room to ensure nothing seemed amiss, and then led her back through the dark hall and into the flickering light of the living room. As much as he had enjoyed her hand in his, and her presence so close, he shivered as he sat down in front of the fire. He may play all tough on the set, but searching an unfamiliar dark house for intruders did not make him feel macho. It would take the rest of the evening to calm his nerves from seeing that figure out in the snow. Clara had to admit the romantic feel, and the movie-like storm and danger that surrounded them brought a little excitement to her. If things were different, what was she thinking? If things were different, she wouldn't be sitting next to Everett McClaren, in front of a fire in the middle of a snowstorm in Wyoming. Still, it would be hard to focus on staying professional while playing board games with a celebrity, especially one as handsome, charming, and sweet as Everett. She wondered how long the role would last for him. Surely after some time, the true Everett would show forth. No man, or woman for that matter, could perform 24/7 and not let their natural character shine through eventually. Yet as he smiled at her after his turn, she pondered, could Everett just be as genuine as he seemed? They played a 2-hour-long Monopoly game, and then some cards until she could hardly keep her eyes open. I need to go to bed, she said as she stood and stretched. When her eyes scanned down the long dark hall, her body shivered, and her arms hugged around herself. Here. Everett handed her a flashlight, and then picked the other up for himself. I'll walk you. She took his offered hand. She probably shouldn't, but she had never been comfortable in the dark, nor in strange places. With the wind screaming through any and every crack it could, and the snow hitting the windows in a constant wail, his hand brought her comfort. It couldn't be too much, right? Just a little comfort. It's not like a kiss or even a hug. The further they walked down the hall, the colder the air became. By the time they made it to her room, she could see their breath frosting on the air. How would she not freeze without heat? The dark corners of the room loomed around her, as she swung the flashlight this way and that. How many hours until sunrise again? She said it with a laugh, but really fear coursed through her, making her feel like a small frightened child. Too many, he said. She stood there taking in deep breaths, trying to find the strength to let him know he could leave, but the thought of being alone in the dark, freezing room made her want to run back to the living room. "You know," he started. She turned her light so she could see his face better, but not blind him. "I'm not trying to be presumptuous, but it is freezing back here, which means my room will be the same. Without central heat, we only have the fireplace for warmth." He licked his lips and smiled almost shyly. "Care for a slumber party in the living room?" Clara's heart raced and she bit her lip. Her common sense said this was a bad idea. Her heart and emotions, though, jumped at the opportunity to not sleep alone in a freezing, dark, scary room. "No funny business?" she asked, feeling childish doing so. "Scout's honor." He held up his 3 fingers, and a boyish grin appeared. "I'll grab your blankets. You grab your pillow. We'll come back for mine afterward." She watched him for a moment, and then grabbed up her pillow and followed him out into the dark hallway. The warmth of the living room thawed her freezing nose and cheeks, as if telling her that all would be okay. Once they had his blankets, they situated their makeshift beds with a good 3 feet of space between them. She sat cross-legged on the blankets, watching him finish his preparations. All we're missing now are some campfire songs or maybe some ghost stories. He smiled as if this was the most enjoyment he had in some time. "No ghost stories," she said with a shiver. She looked up at the large glass sliders, which thankfully he had covered behind curtains. She had seen his reaction, and knew something he saw out there had worried him. Whether it was in his imagination or not, she didn't know, but she didn't want to find out either, nor be reminded about it. "Understood." He stood up and, with the flashlight glowing, walked toward the front of the house where he opened a closet door. He pulled out a guitar case and headed back her way. "Campfire songs it is. You can really play." "You know I can," he said. He met her eyes and his expression changed slightly. "I mean, you said you've seen my movies." "Well, you played in 1 or 2 of them, but all sorts of things can be done in the movies, you know. It's original, I swear." He smiled as he opened his case and brought out an older guitar. "My grandpa gave this to me when I was a young teenager. It changed my life." "That's sweet. Did he teach you how to play?" He nodded. "A few chords at least. He was a cowboy ranch singer, not much on modern songs or ever reached his potential, but taught me enough that I fell in love. After that, I taught myself from books and even paid for a few lessons. Then I was picked up by a local acting agency." "So you quit your dream of playing?" He shrugged. "I don't quit. I just put it on hold." "You played very well in that one film where you were on the road." "Oh yes, the Cowboy Trail. That was a fun one. They got me some more lessons for that one." "Have you ever thought of taking a break from acting to try music?" He laughed. "It takes a lot to make it as a musician, and I've made a name for myself in acting, especially if I can finish this last movie, as Marie said." "We'll get you there," she said. "Almost forgot." She reached for his phone, took a picture of him sitting in the middle of his blankets with his guitar in his lap and a grin on his handsome face. Then she typed in, "Slumber party with Clara." Clara crawled under the covers and lay on an elbow, watching expectantly. After all, it wasn't every day that a girl like her got a private concert from Everett McClaren. She felt even luckier as his deep baritone voice filled the room, warming it even more. How much more perfect could a scene get? She had never wanted to act. The idea of standing in front of large crowds terrified her, but that didn't mean she didn't fantasize about acting out certain scenes. Truth be told, she was more of a romantic comedy girl herself, but she would take the role in this romantic suspense and feel lucky for it. As she lay there with Everett's eyes gazing down upon her, and his rich voice covering her like a warm blanket, reality fuzzed, and she felt as if she dreamed. This couldn't be real. Just a few days ago she was crying in the middle of her deceased parents' empty house, wondering how she would live. Now here she was, being serenaded by Everett McClaren himself. Her eyelids slowly drooped until the fog of sleep rolled in, and she really was dreaming of Everett and his deep, soothing voice. Chapter 7. Everett woke to silence and cold. He pulled the covers around him, his shoulders and hips aching. As he opened his eyes to a soft glow coming through the curtains, he realized he lay on the floor of the living room. He blinked his eyes and did his best to drum up the memories, but he couldn't remember why he slept on the floor or why it was so cold. A soft moaning coming from behind him made him pause. There was a lady with him. He glanced down, making sure he was still dressed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to see a wave of dark hair flowing from out of the covers, and that was it. Whoever she was remained hidden underneath piles of blankets. He shivered again, glancing at the fire which looked like a pile of ashes. The rest of the house felt empty and freezing. He pushed himself up, knowing if he didn't get a fire started, it would be near impossible to heat up the place again. As he got up, he heard his phone drop to the ground. He picked it up and tapped it on. It opened directly to a picture of him sitting on the makeshift bed he currently was in, his guitar in his lap, and a smile that looked rather joyous if he said so himself. The caption on the photo said, "Slumber Party with Clara." There was no picture of Clara though. No inscription of why they were having a slumber party or who Clara was. He scrolled through his phone, but didn't see any other notes that could help. Setting the phone on the coffee table, he heard the crinkle of paper, and he had a fleeting memory. Pulling the paper out of his pocket, he read the notes, knowing he had read them many times. That's progress, right? He shoved his fingers through his lengthening hair. Part of him wanted to just give it up. Waking up every morning not knowing what happened the night before tore at his psyche. If he wanted that kind of life, he would have followed his fellow actors into the path of drugs and drinking. Everett sat there glumly, knowing he needed to start the fire, but not able to find the motivation to do so. Just as life had seemed to be coming together, it all fell apart. He should be finishing up the film of his lifetime. That was one thing he knew, and the one place he wasn't. He sighed, a sound full of the hopelessness that consumed him. "Morning!" A sweet voice called him from the pits of despair. He turned his eyes toward hers, dark and full of the haze of sleep. He had never before seen anything as beautiful. She had a crease along her cheek, and her hair fell in wild abandon all around her. Yes, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Clara?" he asked, presuming his notes were correct. A soft pink bloomed on her cheeks as she pushed up into a sitting position. His notes had said Madeline, Clara. He remembered feeling this hot and giddy once before, and that was working with Madeline. But was this Madeline or Clara? His head hurt. It felt as if a tornado spun around inside of it, mixing up any coherent thought. "Your head's hurting this morning?" she asked, taking 2 crawling steps to his side. "Yeah," he whispered, confused by her sudden closeness. She gingerly reached up to touch his bandage and feel his forehead. Her cool hands shocked him, and yet he wished to hold her smooth fingertips there and snuggle into them. He shivered, wondering what had gotten into him. "We need to get you warmed up," she said, and crawled to the fire. She dug around with the poker to find red coals, and then placed some kindling and small logs on them. With a few gentle blows, the fire picked up, its crackling soothing him even before the warmth got close to reaching his cold body. "I should have done that." "I'm sorry," he said, watching her and realizing what a doof he'd been acting like since he woke up this morning. "That's why I'm here," she said as she rose and looked down at him with a soft, gentle gaze. "To take care of you." He nodded, unable to form words. She looked heaven-sent, standing there in a soft pink sweater and leggings, her messy hair falling about her in long waves, her cheeks blushing and sleepy eyes full of empathy. "I'm not sure what I can find for breakfast without power, but I'll get something together. You stay warm by the fire." She smiled and glided out of the room. No power. The slumber party now started making sense. "Here to take care of me," she had said. He took out his phone and started typing the little clues out and everything he could piece together. Her footsteps stopping near him froze his fingers, and he looked up, instantly feeling comfortable with her presence. "Did you remember our conversation about using your phone?" Her plush lips parted, and he wished he could confirm her surprise. "We talked about doing this?" he asked. "The plan must have been so brilliant it stayed somewhere reachable in my brain." "I see that as good news." He took more notice of her then, and realized she held 2 bowls in her hands. "Breakfast ready?" "So everything in the freezer is melting, including the chocolate chip ice cream." She smiled. "We can't let that go to waste, can we?" "Ice cream for breakfast?" He scooted over to the coffee table. "What have I been missing?" Her laughter filled his heart with a lightness he hadn't felt since he woke up. "I wish every morning was like this, but we can enjoy it while it lasts, right?" "You bet," he said, feeling the darkness that had been clouding him fade away. "Is this your favorite kind?" he asked. "I assumed it was yours." "I'm a death by chocolate kind of girl." "Oh, one of those." He watched her, enjoying her graceful movements and playful banter. He hadn't changed. He was still himself, and now he had this other person to get to know, and this time he would be sure to include what he found out in his phone so he wouldn't forget again. She took a bite of ice cream, closing her eyes as if she savored the most delicious cuisine. "Though this is the way I love my ice cream, all melty and soft." When he didn't respond, she opened her eyes and met his. "Are you okay, Everett? You are awfully quiet and thoughtful this morning." "I'm a little out of sorts." He looked down at his ice cream soup, and then back up to her. "I don't want to offend you, but who are you?" The surprise on her face gave way to a genuine smile. "This morning is a good day." "It's a good day when I can't remember who you are?" "It's a good day when you don't think I'm someone I'm not." He nodded, thinking of his Madeline note. She did look a lot like Madeline, and that same sweetness was there, but Clara wasn't her, was she? His mind swirled again, and he wished he could keep it still until he figured this all out. "My name is Clara Walker. Marie hired me to nurse you back to health." He nodded and took a bite. "A nurse? That would make sense." He looked around at the blankets still lying on the ground in front of the now roaring fire. "We stayed out here last night because the storm cut off the power, and the other rooms were so cold and dark." "How long is this storm supposed to last?" She shrugged. "Henrietta," she watched him closely. "She takes care of the shopping and other household chores. She said the storm might last a few days. Though I surely do hope that the power comes back on before then." "So we're stranded out here with no power, no phones, and no way to keep our ice cream frozen?" "Oh well, I actually stuck the rest of the container outside." "Now that, my dear, is pure genius." She laughed again. "Well, that might be going a bit too far, but thank you." As he finished his ice cream soup, he watched his nurse, wondering what the last few days had been like with her. She seemed sweet and optimistic and strong. He felt a pull toward her, and wondered if it had been from the time they had spent together that he couldn't remember, or from his comparing her with Madeline. He shook his head, reminding himself Madeline was a fictional character. Though he enjoyed working alongside Brie Bennington, who played Madeline, she was taken, engaged to be married, in fact. There were so many things for him to figure out, if only his mind would stay still long enough for him to be able to do so. Clara couldn't help but notice Everett looking at her as he did, not as Madeline, but as Clara Walker, a woman he barely knew. As soon as she noticed, elation filled her. It gave her high hopes for his memory being fully restored. As the day continued, and his eyes, though still engaging, lacked the same depth of feeling he had every time he looked at her when he thought she was Madeline, affected her. A small sadness crept in. She shrugged it off. It would be easier this way anyway. Without having to wonder if he acted the way he did out of the fantasy she was someone she wasn't, would give her more freedom to be direct and completely herself. And make it easier for her to walk away once this was all over. Which she had to do anyway, bound by that no-contact clause in the contract she signed. She pushed the thought from her mind. It wasn't like Everett McClaren would want to stay in contact with a nobody almost nurse anyway. He had all the glitz and glamour and beautiful actresses to keep him company. That didn't mean she wouldn't do her job well, and enjoy the moments she could while it was happening. Throughout the day, she took pictures of what they did and had Everett notate on them. They didn't do much besides play games, transfer some food into the snow, and talk. They sure talked a lot. Learning about Everett's past let her see him as any other ordinary person, even if he had worked his career into the spotlight. He had been born with the same dreams and the same struggles as most. It's wonderful to hear your story. You really persevered to get your career where you wanted it. So many times I think people forget movie stars have the same daily struggles as the rest of us. Clara took a sip of her drink and eased back into the comfy couch, pulling the blanket over her legs. Even with the fire going all day, the air held a chill, as if the rest of the house was tentatively touching the warmth of the room. I think it's easy to forget that about anyone. Like nurses, for example. He smiled at her. We all come from somewhere, though, and we all have problems. He reached for his phone. You writing that line down? It would be great in a movie. No. He aimed the phone at her. Smile. I want to remember this day of talking on the couch. Oh, she said as heat filled her cheeks. She did her best to smile through the embarrassment, but she was sure her cheeks would be blooming pink in the photo. Thank you, he said as he quickly typed his notation. She wondered what he wrote. Her curiosity made her bite her lip until she pushed up off the couch. If she didn't do something, she would go mad with wondering what went on in his head. Well, thank you for the exclusive interview, Everett McClaren. I think I'll go see to dinner now. Was that what this was? He asked, looking up from his phone. She stopped short. No, not at all. That was my poor attempt at being funny. He chuckled. Sorry, I missed it. She threw the blanket she still held at him and playfully stomped off to the kitchen. It's not a good idea to mess with the cook right before a meal. Yet as she entered the dim kitchen, lit by only the small amount of light the storm allowed in, she freed her smile. It was nice to tease and be teased. She hadn't had that in quite a while. In fact, most of her time here, despite the power outage, had been nice, a vacation from reality at the least. She tried the stove again, thinking that the propane should still be working despite the electricity being out, but it wouldn't light. Something nagged her, and she knew she missed something so simple to get this working. If only the phones worked so she could get a hold of Henrietta. She would know what to do. After looking through the rest of their stores, she could come up with only one meal they could eat, well besides PBJ's again. She gathered the items and headed back out to the fire-lit room. Everett still typed on his phone. It made her happy to see him invested so much in learning how to deal with his new world as it was. He glanced up at her as she entered the room, letting a slow smile curve his lips into a shape so sensuous Clara had to look away, fearing that he would be able to read her mind. We having a campfire roast tonight? He set the phone down. I have to admit, I am at a loss of how to survive without power. She laid out the hot dogs, buns and condiments on the coffee table. Looks to me like you are doing pretty well. I'm just glad Henrietta bought all of this. I always thought hot dogs were more of a kid's meal. Oh, these aren't just any hot dogs, madam. They are gourmet, genuine organic beef. Clara put a hand over her mouth, but it didn't hold her laughter back. I guess there are affluent versions of just about everything. I believe they just fancy up the packaging. He winked. I guess we'll see. She handed him a kebab stick she had found, and then the package of dogs. With hot dogs roasting in the fireplace, they smiled at each other. What's going on in that pretty little head? He asked, his smile turning devilish. Nothing really. She shrugged. Just enjoying the moment of roasting gourmet hot dogs in a fireplace during a power outage from a Wyoming blizzard. Oh, and I can't forget the charming company. Something like that. She knocked her elbow into him. Hey, you pushed my hot dog right into the flames, he teased. Sorry. At least it's not a marshmallow. True. It's catastrophic when one of those go up in flames. You never threw one into the fire to see how much it would blow up before it turned into ash? She asked, pulling her dog out and inspecting it. No. I can't believe I never thought about doing that. Oh, you poor rich boy. You never got to live, she teased gently while preparing her bun. I wasn't a rich boy. I grew up in the hard-working middle class, thank you. So that's why you have so much character and humility. It all makes sense now. He cocked his head, watching her like he wasn't sure if she was teasing or not. That was a compliment, she said, and then focused on getting her dinner ready. We have your choice of mustard, ketchup, relish, and even mayo. I'll take a bit of them all. He sidled up next to her, so close she could smell his spicy scent, even though it had been a day since he showered. She stopped the urge to smell herself right then. It had been a day for her, too. A hot shower sounded so good, but as the sun set behind the storm, darkness invaded the house once again. A chill went through her, but she tried to ignore it. Everett set his dog on a plate and stood to look out the windows as darkness claimed the property. Once the snow stopped, the view would be gorgeous. Right now, the snow hid the mountains in the distance. Even the barn was difficult to make out. She finished preparing their meager camp-out meal and then stood next to him. That's quite a bit of snow. I feel awful we didn't make it out to feed the horses. If I fed them extra like you told me I had, then they will be fine. They'll be cold, but they won't freeze. Kind of like us, she said, wrapping her arms around herself. He looked at her and seemed to move toward her before hesitating. Well, I should close these before our food gets cold too. Don't want all that hard cooking to go to waste, she said as she returned to the coffee table. He pulled the curtains together, but stopped right before they met. His body stiffened, and he leaned closer to the window. Did you see that? What? Her heart pounded as she ran back to his side. Maybe what he saw last night wasn't in his imagination. She peered into the snow heavily falling as darkness eased in on them. All she could see was white, and more white. Guess it was nothing. He closed the curtains the rest of the way and pushed forth a smile. He was a great actor, but she could read right through the tight lines around his lips. What did you see? He shrugged. Just a glimpse of something that wasn't really there. I didn't mean to frighten you. Come on, we have a gourmet meal to eat. If he still saw her as Madeline, he would have thrown an arm around her then. She thought he would still, but once again, he stiffened and pulled his arm against himself. The physical contact had been less, but it seemed he opened up more about his past and his dreams of the future. She enjoyed listening to him through dinner. Once they had finished, he held the flashlight for her while she carried everything back to the kitchen. The rest of the evening they spent playing games again, like the night before. Clara yawned as she helped him put the checker game away. As fun as it is to have a slumber party, I miss a real mattress, she said. I definitely felt more stiff today, but I thought that could just be me still healing from the accident. He stretched his arms out as he took the checkers and stacked them with the rest of the games. I'm sure you still do, though soon all those kinks should be worked out of you. You were lucky nothing worse happened. Just my own lack of focus. So you don't still think it was intentional? She asked. Intentional? Who would want to hurt me? He froze and pierced her with a confused gaze. I don't know. She looked down at her hands and focused on situating her blankets. It's just what you had said earlier. Oh. He shrugged. My memories seemed to be getting confused, but I felt pretty clear-headed today. After a while at least. You acted like it too. She was settled under her covers, but he still stood. You aren't tired. His shy grin popped out. To tell you the truth, I had a really great time today. I'm afraid if I fall asleep, I won't remember it in the morning. I had a good day too. Write it down. If nothing else, you can read what you wrote and try to conjure up the day as much as possible. Thank you for your patience with me, Clara. I really appreciate your company. It's my job and my pleasure. She lay down, unable to keep her eyes open anymore, but her mind wouldn't stop. It wasn't that Everett's personality had really changed, though he was more reserved and contemplative than he had seemed before. She liked that side of Everett too. It had been a good day. Chapter 8. Everett stretched out, his hand hitting something solid but soft. A body. He opened his eyes and scanned the room, before slowly turning to the person lying next to him. The dawn's early morning light lit the living room. The cable box under the television in the corner blinked on and off. Light streamed in from where he thought the dining room was, and embers glowed within the fireplace in front of him. He searched his mind for any reference to where he was, and whose dark hair flowed from the blankets beside him. Something felt familiar about this situation, like as soon as he saw her sleepy face, he would remember. She stirred, pulling the blanket down and off her face. "Madeline," he whispered. She was safe. Her eyes blinked open, and as she focused on his face, he felt like he was falling even further in love with this woman. "Morning, Everett," she smiled, but there was a trace of sadness there, a sadness he desired to heal. He reached out to trace her cheek. "You okay?" She nodded and sat up, her messy hair flowing around her. He couldn't remember why they had slept on the floor in front of the fire, but happiness filled him by waking up by her side. Maybe after the film was finished, she would allow them to see where they could go as a couple. "You haven't looked at your phone yet?" she asked, her hands twisting in her lap. "My phone? Why would I do that?" "I know you don't remember, but it's the plan we made to help with your memory." "My memory?" he trailed off, something triggering inside of him. "The incident, amnesia, and hiding away. You made a bunch of notes and took pictures." She rose with a stretch before handing him his phone. "I'll give you space to review while I figure something out for breakfast." He nodded, taking the phone from her hand, feeling the zap of their touch as she pulled her fingers away. She smiled a sweet, sad smile before walking out. "Hey, the power's back on. I can make you real food." She stuck her head back in. "Though I will miss having ice cream for breakfast." "Ice cream for breakfast?" he muttered after she disappeared again. His phone felt heavy in his hand as he turned it on and waited for his fate to stare him in the face. Amnesia. He shook his head. How could he be an actor if he couldn't remember his lines? He blew out his breath. He opened the Notes app on his phone and clicked on the section that said, "Read first." It looked like a long letter with some lists added to it at the end. He scrolled back up to the top. This is like a horrible rendition of Groundhog's Day, except instead of reliving the same day and knowing that you are waking up with no memory every morning. This is rough, man, but with Clara's help we'll get through it. I'll get through it. Clara says that my memory is like a muscle that I can exercise and hopefully rebuild. This phone is one way of exercising. Yesterday, I believe, was the first day I have done this, but I took pictures throughout the day with short notations to help bridge that memory gap. Check it all out and do the same today. By the way, this is really weird writing to you myself. Everett just stared at the phone for a few seconds. Clara. He looked toward where Madeline made noise in the kitchen. Was she going by Clara, or is there something else here? He quickly backed out of the first message and flipped through the pictures. Going through pictures of himself playing Monopoly, sitting on the couch, and eating what looked like ice cream soup, and then a beautiful picture of a blushing Madeline, except he had labeled the picture, Clara, his nurse. His nurse? Clara? What game was she playing? He went on to read all of the notes. Sure enough, yesterday, he had been convinced that Clara was his nurse come to help him heal, so he could get back in time to finish the movie. Not Madeline. He didn't get it. Nowhere in his notes did he mention the incident, or if he had any clues about who was behind the attempt on his life. Shaking his head, he dropped his phone in his lap. He must have been really confused yesterday. He picked up the phone again and started a new entry with the date his phone said it was. He typed in, "Who was behind the attempt on my life? Why is Madeline pretending to be a nurse named Clara?" Everett might not know what was going on, but he knew himself, and he had never felt the way he felt when looking at the lady he woke up next to, except for one woman, Madeline. He would get to the bottom of this, and record it so he never forgot again. As he entered the kitchen, he leaned against the door jamb and just watched Madeline work, trying to decide how he was going to play this. She moved in a graceful dance of cooking, breaking eggs and frying bacon as if each movement had been rehearsed to perfection. His feet moved on their own accord, and before he knew what he was doing, he grasped her hand and twirled her into his arms. "Oh, hello," she said, her cheeks a beautiful pink as she smiled up at him before righting herself and taking a step back. "Did you learn anything interesting?" "A lot doesn't make sense," he said, watching her reaction, letting her guide the conversation which would allow him to follow her lead. "I know it's confusing, but I'm here to help you." "I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here, Clara." He held his breath. She nodded with a smile. "I'm glad the power is back on. Have you seen how much snow has fallen?" He shook his head, knowing now she was playing this part to its fullest. The reason was beyond him, but he had to play along. Light streamed in as she opened the curtains to show him the landscape outside. Everything was covered in white, pristine and perfect. "Wow." He walked up beside her, breathing in her sweet scent. "That's gorgeous." "Isn't it?" She bit her lip. "Is it wrong that I want to ruin the immaculateness by making a snow angel?" He laughed at her innocence, holding back the desire to pull her into his arms. "Not wrong at all. Let's go do it." She bowed her head but raised her eyes. "Thank you, but let's eat first. It's been a while since you've had the chance to eat hot food." "You mean besides the gourmet hot dogs last night?" She turned back toward him, her eyes as wide as saucers. "It was in the notes?" "Oh. Yes, besides those. Which weren't too bad, actually. I'm glad we enjoyed them." He winked at her. "Now this delightful aroma of bacon is making my stomach rumble." After breakfast, they cleaned up the kitchen together and then changed into their snow clothes. He didn't even know for sure if he had any, but thank goodness he did, and it seemed as Clara did as well, for she came out in snow pants and a turtleneck with her jacket over her arm. She pulled a beanie down over her dark waves, and her eyes lit with excitement. "Do you have gloves?" He held up his. "I do, actually. I'm glad I packed them at the last minute. I almost put them in storage with the rest of my things." "Storage? You don't have a house?" "I was in a transitionary period." She shrugged and pulled on her jacket. "Besides, when I'm done, I would have to move to find a home near the school I go to anyway." "But I mean, he stuttered. He couldn't imagine not having a place to return to. What would happen to her when he could return to work and no longer needed a nurse? "Come on," she said, walking toward the door. "I want to go play in the snow." He had to admire her enthusiasm. So he donned his hat, jacket, and gloves and followed her out into the icy morning. The whole world seemed to sparkle, as if God had dumped glitter over everything. He had been to the snow many times, spent many ski vacations in the mountains, but nothing even came close to the beauty of this. A few birds sung from the trees as the sun evaporated the snow clinging to the pine needles, steaming up the sky in little tendrils. It looked like the world had been washed clean. Clara giggled as she fell back into the snow, sending up a plume of light glitter that fell around her. He whipped out his phone, bit off his glove and took a picture of her. She had closed her eyes as she glided her arms and legs up and out, over and over. The smile on her lips spoke of pure joy. "I feel like a kid," she said, opening her eyes and looking up at him. "Will you help me up so I don't ruin it?" He stood at her feet and helped pull her to a stand, so her angel lay flawless. "It's perfect," he said, still holding on to her hands. "Wow, it really is," she whispered. He took a picture of it as well, and smiled when she did the same with her phone. "Are you going to make one?" she asked. "I'm more of a snowman maker myself." He scanned the yard to find the best spot for his masterpiece. "There." He watched her gaze follow his finger to the small pine he pointed to at the edge of the yard. I don't want to get in your way. Want to give me directions? I'll make the bottom. You make the middle. She cocked her head. Watch. He got down on his knees. We'll need a path to the barn anyway, so I'll roll the ball there and then on toward the pine tree. He packed the snow in front of him into a ball, and then set it on the snow and began to roll it. With each roll, it picked up more and more snow, slowly building into a massive ball by the time he reached the pine tree. He looked back at Clara, and found her struggling with the slightly smaller ball. It's so heavy, she said, digging in her heels and trying to push it toward the tree. Here. Let me. He squatted down and picked up the ball to roll it up on top of his. Did that hurt your ribs or anything else? She asked, watching him with scrunched eyebrows. Nah, I'm good to go. He stood to stretch his back. It had only been a small lie. Sure, he could feel his ribs and the abrasion and bruise on his upper hamstring, but it wasn't anything to worry about. It wasn't like he was competing in the strongman contest, only building a snowman. I don't believe you. She landed her gloved fists onto her hips. Oh, stop nursing me and find some things for the eyes. He threw a handful of snow in her direction. Her mouth hung open for only a moment before she reached down and caught an armload of snow. With a devilish grin, she took 2 big steps and then dumped the snow on him with a gleeful laugh. You didn't just do that, he exclaimed as he felt the icy chill of snow falling down his shirt and even into his pants. She gave him a "what ya going to do about it" smile and turned to walk away. All sense left him as he saw her flick her hair back and try to walk as confidently as she could in a couple of feet of snow. He ran toward her, snow spraying up with each step. When he reached her, he tripped, falling into her and landing them both into the deep snow. Her surprised cry made him fear he had hurt her, but when he turned her to face him, she met him with a face full of snow. It melted on his tongue as he wiped the rest off with a laugh. He deserved that. She wasn't finished, though. With a small grunt, she pushed off and tackled him back into the snow, where he wrapped his arms around her and rolled back over and on top of her. After a moment or two of playfully wrestling, she panted. Okay, I give up. I give up. She laughed in between, gasping for breath. He had ended up on top of her again, and seeing her underneath him, her cheeks and nose rosy from the cold, her lips ruby red and open, and the look of exhilaration in her eyes sent his heart racing. He went to wipe a stray strand of hair that covered over her face, but ended up dropping snow on her instead. I'm sorry, he said quietly, taking off his glove and gently wiping away the snow she tried to shake off. It's okay, she said with a tentative smile. With his gloveless hand, he finally freed the misplaced strand of dark hair, but his fingertips never left her cheek. Instead, they trailed down to her chin and then across her lips. Everett, she started, a spark of fear in her eyes. I'm not. Shush, he said, gently touching her lips. It's okay. He was unsure if his hammering heart was from exertion or from having her full red lips only inches away. He wanted to feel her hot breath, to taste it and see if it still smelled like the peppermint tea she drank that morning. His gaze flickered from her lips to her wide eyes and back to her lips. Slowly, he lowered his face closer to hers. Goodness, Everett. What are you doing laying in the snow like that? A sharp voice pummeled through him. His heart dropping to his stomach, he hung his head for a moment, pulling memories from a thick fog. Henrietta. Clara gently pushed him, trying to get herself up. He sat back on his haunches and reached a hand out to her, and they rose together. Good morning, Henrietta, Clara said, her voice sounding deeper than normal and the red in her cheeks brighter. She brushed the snow off her. We were just building a snowman. Oh, so that's what Californians call it, she said, clucking her tongue. Well, I'm glad to see you two survived the storm. They plowed the roads this morning, so I thought I should bring you some provisions. I will have a nice hot lunch ready for you once you, finishing building your snowman. Everett turned toward the barn to hide his smile, but once the door to the house shut, he burst into laughter. It's not funny, Clara said, smacking him and walking toward the snowman. What if she tells Marie what she saw? What if she does? Everett reached out for her arm to stop her. She's not in charge of my personal life. Isn't she? Clara asked, pulling her arm out of his grasp. I'm going to look in the barn for the supplies we need. I can't face Henrietta right now. Everett wanted to pull her back and ask what she meant, but her tone stopped him. She was done with the conversation. Something grabbed his attention beyond her. Indentations in the snow in front of the barn door. Stop, he whispered fiercely. Everett, we aren't going to talk. She stopped when she met his gaze. What is it? He put his gloved finger to his lips, and then stepped in front of her to look at the impressions closer. The hairs on the back of his neck rose as he looked at the churned-up snow between them, and the door to the barn. You think someone could be in there? He heard the fear tainting her whispered voice. How else would the snow be marked up like this? She looked up at the slanted roof over the door and pointed. Of course, she wouldn't believe him, but he had a responsibility to keep her safe, whether she believed him or not. Just stay here. He reached for the snow-covered shovel that leaned against the wall next to the door. Then slowly, as quietly as he could, he opened the door only wide enough he could slip in. Clara moved to follow him, but he raised his hand to still her. The horses snorted as he walked in. Warmth greeted him, and he was glad to see that the heater had kicked back on. It would take some time to check the entire barn for someone in hiding. He gripped the shovel handle tighter, and did his best to still his heart. Acting out parts like this did nothing to help ease his fear of the reality of a real perpetrator. With each step he took, he wondered if someone would jump out to attack him. Clara rustled by the door. He needed to protect her. Their time in the snow only cemented the fact that she was really Madeline. Maybe she had a brain injury too, or maybe she was just playing the role really well. She had always been one of the best actresses he worked with. Either way, he would ensure her safety, even at his own demise. Clara blew out another breath. Everett had disappeared into the barn what felt like an eternity ago, but was probably more like 2 minutes. She re-examined the disturbed snow in front of the door, and looked at the overhang, judging the divots to be from there. She couldn't see it any other way. Yet a nervousness shook her. What if she was wrong? Inside she heard a thump and a groan. She wasn't staying there to wonder anymore. Running into the barn with no idea what she would find, she almost tripped on Everett's feet half out of a stall. She stifled a scream and squatted down to his side. Everett. I'm fine. Just hit my head when trying to peer around the corner of the stall too quickly. She helped him to a sitting position and touched the side of his head where his fingers held. Here, she asked. Then checked his eyes for signs of a concussion. Yeah, it's not bad. I must have been off balance. He smiled at her. Some big shot protector I am, huh? Clara dropped her hand to his, assured that there were no lasting effects from his head bonk. You were very brave, but I am glad that the only dangerous thing in here was a support beam. Yeah, me too. Hey, look at that. She stood and walked over to the workbench. Those would make the perfect decorations for our snowman. The conchas? He stood next to her, still rubbing his head. Is that what these are called? She fingered the brass discs with a tooled pattern around the trim. Yep, my saddle for this last movie is decked out in them. Fancy, she said. Could we use these for his eyes, and maybe a couple of the simple ones for his buttons? Don't see why not. He dug through the items on the workbench a bit. What will we use for a nose? Maybe Henrietta brought us a carrot? Wouldn't hurt to check, he said. Guess I better go make the head. She saw him pause at the entrance and hunch over, staring down at the churned-up snow. He shook his head as he straightened. After collecting the eyes and buttons, she joined him outside as he set the head on top of the snowman who was nearly as tall as him. Very nice, she said, nodding her head in approval. Everett smoothed out the balls to make the snow smooth. Should he be looking toward the house? She asked. What do you think? She shrugged. It would be like he greeted us every time we came out to see the horses. Sounds good to me. He stood close to her as she put the eyes in place. Perfect. I'm going to feed the horses while you check on the carrot situation. If there are extra, grab a few for the horses. Sure thing, she said as she placed the buttons in a straight line down the snowman's rounded chest. Henrietta looked up as Clara walked through the kitchen door. Ah, it's starting to warm up in here, Clara said as she took off her gloves and rubbed her hands together. She hung her hat, jacket, and gloves up on the pegs next to the door, and then fully entered the kitchen. An oven can do that. Henrietta glanced at her out of the corners of her eyes with a smirk on her lips. So, your snowman is finished? Clara could tell by the tight lines in her face that the older woman did her best to suppress the laugh that sat at the edge of her tongue, but she ignored it and hoped Henrietta would too. Actually, we're looking for a nose. Did you happen to get carrots? I did. Everett had asked for me to pick some up for his horses. You're wonderful, Clara exclaimed as she searched the fridge for the produce. You put the items from the freezer in the snow, didn't you? Yes, well, the next day when I found the melted ice cream. Thinking like a true Wyomingian. She winked. Clara came out with a bunch of carrots and raised them up. Thanks again, she said. You're welcome, dear. Lunch will be ready in about 15 minutes, and I have something to ask the two of you then. Clara cocked her head, waiting, but Henrietta didn't say anything further. We'll be back in and ready. Thank you so much for cooking. It's my job, she said, but she turned back toward the stove with a smile. Clara donned her outerwear again and triumphantly strode out to the barn, carrots in hand. She found Everett whispering to a horse while rubbing the white blaze on its head. The scene stopped her until he glanced in her direction. There was something special about seeing a man talking with his horse like that. You found some? Good old Henrietta. Blaze here will be delighted. Blaze lifted his nose as if he could smell the carrots and then snorted. Want to give him one? He asked, holding out his hand to her. She took it and came up to the horse. Letting go of Everett's hand, she held hers out to the horse to sniff. Its soft muzzle brushed against her glove. She took it off to feel the soft tickle and breathe in the wonderful musty horse smell. After Blaze sufficiently sniffed her, she held out a carrot, remembering from her childhood to flatten her hand. A small squeal escaped her as Blaze took the carrot from her. She smiled at Everett and then rubbed the white spot on the horse's head just as she saw him do. He sure is a beauty, she said. Everett watched her peculiarly. You act like you have never fed him before. Well, that's because I haven't. It's been like a decade since I've been this close to a horse. Clara stopped petting the majestic animal when she felt the intensity of Everett's stare. It was that same look he got every time he asked her why she was pretending not to be Madeline. They had been having a wonderful day, though, and she didn't want to ruin it with an argument that wouldn't lead anywhere. He believed what he believed, and because of his mixed-up memories, she couldn't convince him otherwise. Henrietta said lunch would be ready about now, she said, giving Blaze one last lingering rub and ignoring the way Everett watched her. She says she has something important to ask us. Let's go stick this nose on our man and get some warm food. He followed her out of the barn, but after she stuck the carrot in the snowman's nose, his expression softened. Voila, he said. A masterpiece. Well, get over there so I can take a picture of you with your masterpiece. It's our masterpiece. He winked. Come on, I'll get a selfie of all three of us. Really? You're going to do a selfie with the snowman? You know it, he said with a smile and motioned for her to come join them. She shook her head, not believing she was going to be a part of such silliness, but there was a first for everything. Clara stood on the other side of the snowman and smiled for the picture. As soon as Everett took it, she took the phone and ran back a few steps to get him and their full creation. He took the phone back from her, the earlier intensity only a shadow in his eyes. I'll be there in a minute. I want to jot down some notes before I forget them. Okay, she said and began to walk away before she turned back. Thank you. This morning was fun. It was fun, he said with a smile. She walked back toward the house, curiosity filling her. Would he notate that he thought she lied about who she was? Would he include his thoughts of a barn intruder? Would he write about how he almost kissed her? She reached up and touched her lips. Everett McClaren almost kissed her. Her heart fluttered before she pushed the thought from her mind. She couldn't allow that to happen again. Chapter 9. The next day, Everett walked into the kitchen stretching and yawning. Another day he couldn't remember had come and gone. He tried to process all the notes he had read this morning. The back and forth of him believing Clara was Madeline and that they were in danger. He had no idea what to think or where to go from there. Live in the moment were his final thoughts last night. Live in the moment. He found the coffee pot full of the black liquid he craved and poured himself a cup. "Happy Thanksgiving," a familiar musical voice said from behind him. He turned to see the dark beauty coming out from the pantry. Madeline or not Madeline but Clara. Either way, he knew to call her Clara thanks to his notes. "Happy Thanksgiving, Clara," he whispered, overwhelmed by her presence. She squeezed his arm as she passed him with a couple of potatoes in her other hand. "Feel like hash browns or fried potatoes? Or a skillet?" "It is a day for being thankful, isn't it?" "That it is," she said. "So? Whatever I can help with." "You're going to help me make breakfast?" she asked. "Why not? I know how to use a knife, just set me up." Clara set up a cutting board and knife, and then added bacon, ham, and sausage next to it. She began washing the potatoes, while he started chopping the meat into bite-sized pieces. "Now, if you don't cut these potatoes into super small chunks, they will take forever to cook. And we don't want to be late to Henrietta's." "Late to Henrietta's?" he asked, knife frozen in midair. She invited us to have Thanksgiving with her family. That was what she had wanted to talk about with us yesterday. You had thought it was a wonderful idea, since your parents couldn't make it. Everett nodded. Why hadn't he written that in the notes? Why couldn't his parents make it? He would have to go back through his notes and see if he could find out. He appreciated Clara's patience, but didn't want to push her tolerance with even more questions he really should know the answer to. He pushed his annoyance back and focused on his task, small potato pieces. Clara tossed the bacon and other meat into the pan, and then searched the fridge for more she could add in. "Do sweet peppers and mushrooms sound good?" "Sure. This is really going to be a good breakfast. It's Thanksgiving. We will be stuffing ourselves with good food all day," she said, but her eyes had lost the enthusiasm they had held. He could read her sadness, as if it were written in the screenplay. Surely she had family that she missed as well. "You could have invited your family," he said, watching her closely. She paused, her back facing him, and he swore he heard her intake a shaky breath. "I don't have any family left to invite." The statement left him in shock. It wasn't until minutes later, when she brought over the washed vegetables, and he saw the sheen in her eyes, he could get his voice to work. "I'm sorry. We have a lot to be grateful for. If it wasn't for Henrietta, it would have just been the two of us." "Nothing wrong with that," he said. "Well, no, but I am not the cook that Henrietta is. Plus, I have never tried to cook a turkey before." Her voice caught before she busied herself again. Without lines to read from, Everett didn't know how to respond. He knew from his own family that women needed that connection with family with other women, and they needed emotional gentleness. He stopped chopping and closed the gap between them, grabbing her arm gently. "Hey, we're going to make this a great Thanksgiving." She turned, her eyes glistening. "One to never forget." "I'll do my best, but no promises." He laughed. She ran from the room, and he wondered what he had said wrong, but when she returned with his phone, he knew why she left. "Let's make sure you can't forget," she said, her smile sweet. "Go back to chopping." He followed her direction with a laugh. She sure could be bossy, but seeing her smile made it all worth it. Once he had picked up the knife, he posed for a shot. Now for you, he said, reaching for the phone. Oh, we don't need pictures of me. Of course we do. Memories are made from everyone around us. If I leave you out, that is a huge piece of my life. As he took a picture of her stirring the skillet, he realized the depth and truth of his words. Clara was a huge part of his life. Everything he wrote every day was wrapped around the woman. He couldn't shake that feeling, that almost need of her, all throughout breakfast and his shower afterward. Even as he donned his tie and fancy clothes as Clara had directed, he wondered how he would ever move on from where he was. And without Clara, would he have even the little memory that he did? He wanted to show her his appreciation. He wanted to show her how much she meant to him, whether or not she was Clara or Madeline or whoever. The woman who had spent the last week or more with him had become an integral part of his life and creating new memories. A knock sounded at the door, and he opened it to see George, his driver for the last several years. Happy Thanksgiving, George. Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir. You and Miss Clara ready? Waiting on Clara, but I'm sure she'll be along shortly. I see you made it through the snow. Most has melted off, and the roads are clear. He nodded. George had always been the serious type, but at the moment he wondered where he had been staying and where his family was. George, do you celebrate the holidays with your family? When I can, sir. My wife actually flew up here to stay with me. My children are grown and spread across the country. I'm glad your wife is here. Yes, sir. She is cooking as we speak. Good. He looked down the hall, but there was still no sign of Clara. I'll go check on her. Come in where it's warm. Thank you, sir. Everett walked down the hall and hesitated in front of Clara's door. He could smell a fresh sweet scent coming through the cracks where the door didn't quite meet the floor. Breathing it in made his head spin slightly. He reached up, happy to find just hair. Clara had removed the staples a few days before and taken off the bandage yesterday. It was nice to feel a bit more like normal. Well, at least he looked normal. He raised his hand, ready to knock, as the door flung open. Clara gasped and held a hand to her heart. Oh my goodness, Everett. You scared me. Everett moved his mouth to apologize, but no words came out. He tried to swallow, his throat parched all of the sudden. He licked his lips. His apology came out as beautiful. And she was. The bronze of her dress brought out the copper blasts in her dark eyes. Her hair that fell in a curtain of ebony curls down her back shone even more, and her skin looked as if she had just returned from a trip to the islands. Thank you, she said, her cheeks turning a delightful pink. Henrietta said to dress up, so, she shrugged. You look amazing, Clara. You are looking good yourself, she said before pulling her purse over her shoulder. Shall we? Of course, George is here and warming. It's so nice that he is willing to drive us today. Well, Marie didn't leave me a car. I guess she doesn't trust me not to run off with the nurse she hired to watch over me. He winked. Clara's mouth dropped into a petite O, and she stopped her walking. He had surprised her just as he wanted. He reached his hand back to her. Come on, he said. I'm sure George has strict orders. You're in no harm. She smiled, but her lips slightly trembled as she reached her fingers to his. I didn't think I was in any danger. He clasped her hand to him. Danger. Weren't they, though? Wasn't that why they were here, and not at his house in LA or his Arizona vacation home? Yet as they walked out to the car waiting for them, and the white land greeted them, he was glad that he was holed up here at this time of year. Something about the snow just made it better. Though he thought it probably had more to do with the woman scooting into the seat next to him than the snow covering the land. Clara's heart raced as they drove through the small town already decorated for Christmas. Garlands hung over Main Street with each pole wrapped in festive red and green. She had always had a fascination for small towns like these. That's not why her heart pounded, though. The man sitting next to her, his arm casually draped behind her, his spicy scent and confident smile, that's what made her feel antsy and lightheaded. George pulled up to a two-story home with a wraparound deck. The house, though not nearly as large as the one they had just come from, was larger than any house Clara had ever lived in. Two men were outside, hanging lights on the eaves. They stopped and waved at them as they parked. Everett climbed out first, and then offered a hand to help Clara. As she came out, she saw several other cars in the driveway. She clutched her jacket closer, hoping the other guests would be okay with them crashing their Thanksgiving. "You'll be great," Everett pulled her closer and whispered in her ear as if he could read her mind. He placed her hand in the crook of his arm and turned to George. "Thank you for the ride." "You're welcome, sir. Call when you are ready to return home." George returned to the car and began pulling away before they were even to the porch. "Hey there," a man called as he stepped down from the ladder. He approached them with an outstretched hand. "Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Randall, Henrietta's husband." "Ah, you're the man who benefits from all of her good cooking." Everett took his hand and shook it. "That's the truth," Randall said as he patted his stomach before reaching out his hand to Clara as well. "Well, come on in and make yourselves at home." Randall led them into the house, bursting with conversation and children running around. The noise ceased the minute they stepped in. All of a sudden, Clara got a taste of what Everett had to deal with everywhere he went. Every eye was on them, mouths open. "Happy Thanksgiving, everyone." Everett lifted a hand and smiled, as if it wasn't odd to have everyone stopping and staring at him. "Oh, you made it." Henrietta came in, slapping people's arms as she passed them. "Stop being rude. These are my friends, Everett and Clara, that I told you I invited." "But Grandma, you didn't tell us it was Everett McClaren," a teenage girl said, her mouth almost drooling. "Oh posh. It doesn't matter what he does for a living. Now come on, let them come in." She grabbed Everett's arm and thus pulled them both through the crowd. Clara's fingers clutched tightly to Everett's arm. Part of her wanted to let go and hide in a corner, but the other part wasn't letting go if her life depended on it. He pulled his arm closer to bring her in against him and smiled warmly at her. His cowboy hat fit in perfectly with this town of cowboys and girls. Her fancy city dress stood out, but that was all she had. Besides, Everett said she was beautiful. "Here are some snacks while I finish up preparing dinner." Henrietta looked back at her family and friends. "Don't mind them. Newcomers always cause a lot of interest. Their manners will come back shortly." "Thank you," Clara said quietly. "Do you need any help?" Even as she asked, Everett slipped his arm around her. "No, dear. You are so sweet. We're almost finished. Just make yourself at home." Henrietta smiled, and then disappeared behind what she presumed to be the kitchen door. "Thank goodness. What would I do out here by myself?" Everett whispered, his breath causing goosebumps to travel down her neck. "Oh, it seems like you have several fans that would love to get acquainted with you," she teased. "Fans, not friends. I need a friend." He looked deeply into her eyes. "You calling me a friend?" she asked, a smile easing the tension in her face. "Are you not?" "I would be happy to be," she said, pushing away the reminder that she wouldn't be able to be after he was healed. "Good. Well, my friend, what kind of hors d'oeuvre would you like?" Several of Henrietta's family and friends came up and introduced themselves while they waited for dinner to start. Clara did her best to stand back and let Everett take the lead in all conversations, which he seemed quite adept at doing. She marveled at how a man with the memory problems he had could conduct himself with such confidence and ease. Then a frantic thought entered her mind. Would Marie be upset that they had come out of hiding to come to this Thanksgiving? What if someone said something on social media? When Henrietta called them to come to sit at tables that had been lined up across the entire room, she took Everett by the hand. He turned, his eyes bright and full of happiness. She hated to damper his mood. Maybe she didn't need to be worried. His eyebrows scrunched together, and she knew he had already read her. "What's the matter, Clara?" It's probably nothing, but will Marie be upset about you being here?" "Why would Marie be mad? Aren't you supposed to be in hiding?" I hadn't thought of that before. He shrugged. That's why I have a publicity team. Really? Yeah, but if it makes you feel any better, I will ask everyone to not post anything about tonight until the new year. He started walking, and then looked back at her. You do think I'll be ready to return by then, don't you? I think anything is possible, Everett. He nodded, took her hand and led her to the table. Feeling Everett's hand clasp and tenderly caress hers during the prayers that Randall led made her feel for sure anything was possible. Maybe she should listen to her own words. She snuck a glance at Everett as the prayer ended, and found that he had been watching her. Clara felt the heat in her cheeks. Embarrassment wasn't the cause though, it was something else. Something she hadn't felt before. Something that was way more dangerous than the danger Everett constructed in his mind. It was the danger of losing her heart. That danger only increased as the night wore on. Sitting by Everett's side at the table, surrounded by so many people sharing stories and things they were thankful for, felt almost too perfect. Henrietta was right. Her family and friends had calmed down and treated them as if they had always belonged in the big group. A sadness overwhelmed Clara when they left. With the chaos of the large, boisterous group, the evening had felt complete. It had distracted her from thinking about the loss of her family. Now in the car, silently watching the Christmas lights glowing along Main Street, it all came crashing back down on her. You are quiet, Everett said. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? She blinked back her grief and smiled at him. Yes, I did. Henrietta's family was lovely. How about you? It was nice. He licked his lips, the wetness glinting in the flashing lights as they drove past the last row of Christmas lights. I think I mostly enjoyed being next to you the whole evening. The car filled with darkness as they drove out of town into the peace of the rural country they currently lived in. Clara was glad the darkness covered her face. Secretly, she had been quite pleased to be next to Everett all evening too. She couldn't let him know that though. It was dangerous that she even admitted that to herself. You do really well in crowds, she said to direct the conversation to safer ground. Everett shifted in his seat. Well, it's kind of my job. You're good at it. Was it real? You mean did I really enjoy myself? She nodded. Sure. They are fun, easygoing people. He leaned a little closer and lowered his voice. Just don't ask me that after one of the fancy events in Hollywood. Clara covered her mouth, but the laughter still burst forth. I won't ask. She patted his leg. Everett grasped her hand before she took it away. As always, an electrical spark traveled from her fingertips and up into her shoulder until it settled in a fiery clench in her stomach that left it fluttering. No contact contract, she reminded herself. I was just teasing. You can ask me anything you want. He brought her hand up, and she felt the warmth of his breath before feeling the tickle of his whiskers and the softness of his lips. She sucked in her breath. As much as she was tempted to let her mind go down that path, letting her heart be wrapped around the fingers that caressed her palm right now, she knew she shouldn't. Her heart ached before she even opened her mouth. Anything? She swallowed while she saw his shadowed bob. They were just pulling into the long driveway to their house. Right now, are you seeing me as Clara or are you seeing me as Madeline? He stiffened slightly. What do you mean? George parked the car, exited his seat, and opened the door for them. Clara pushed out. She needed air. Her sadness consumed her, and she was about to ruin the smoothness of this situation because of something she couldn't have anyway. Thank you, George, she said before making her way toward the house. She didn't go to the front door. Instead, she walked around the porch until she came to the back of the yard where the trees opened up to a marvelous sea of stars. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Everett asked a moment later as he came up behind her. She nodded. Her emotions filled her then, constricting her throat as she thought of her parents up there in the heavens. I see you, whoever you may be, his deep voice said close to her, too close. Isn't that enough? Do you have put a name on it? Clara dropped her head and sucked in a breath, doing her best to stabilize her voice before seeing if words could fit through the tightness of her throat. No. I'm sorry. I'm just emotional today. I'm sorry if I caused you pain, he said, his hand reaching for her. It has nothing to do with you, she said, stepping away. I should just go to bed. I'm not good company. Everett reached further and grasped her hand before she could leave. Come here. You don't have to go through this alone. I'm actually quite a good listener. She wanted to shrug off his touch and run to her room before she couldn't hold back her tears. Yet the warmth in his hand and in his voice spoke to her, causing her to pause. Once she paused, he drew her into his arms, his visible breath covering them in a mist of white. Tell me. Clara felt the warmth of him surrounding her. How long had it been since she had been held? Sure, she received hugs at her parents' memorials, but held, she couldn't remember. It lent her strength to let the tears fall unbidden down her cheeks. This is my first Thanksgiving without my parents, she croaked out, sure her voice was anything but attractive. You lost both of them this year? Within a month of each other. Geesh, he said and squeezed his arms tighter around her. I can't imagine. My mom had cancer. I came home from school to help her. After she lost the battle, my dad passed. He just didn't know how to go on without her. Everett's hands rubbed up and down her back. That is true love right there. Yeah, she said. She had spent a few days angry at her dad for leaving her too, but in the end, she knew that her parents were together, and that brought her more solace. You are amazing for having kept it together for so long today, he said, pushing her slightly back and looking into her eyes. His dark eyes filled with starlight, and right then and there she knew. She was doomed to lose her heart to Everett McClaren, the one man in the world she couldn't have. Chapter 10. The next week flew by with Everett waking up every morning with only pieces of memory, but if his notes correctly showed, that was progress. The first thing he always woke up with on his mind was Clara or Madeline or whoever the wonderful dark-haired beauty was that spent the days with him. He had written in detail the things he said on Thanksgiving night. They were important words, words that could be the foundation for something beautiful. He was still confused about who she was, whether she was Madeline playing Clara, or Clara playing Madeline, or none of the above. Though he was sure they were the same person. The feelings were there, that infatuation, the fluttery stomach, the constant wanting to be in her presence, and taking any excuse to touch her. All of that was real and familiar. He had a plan to tell her today, a plan that would hopefully guide their future together. He had written it last night in his notes, and instantly loved the idea when he read them again this morning. Good morning, he said as he waltzed into the kitchen just as Clara piled pancakes onto a platter. Good morning. She turned to look at him. You sure are bright and chipper today. My memory is starting to work better. I can remember a few things from a few days ago, and when I read my notes, I feel connected to them. Like they are my memories, rather than just ramblings from another person. That's wonderful news, Everett. Marie will be so pleased. And you? Of course I am happy for you. If things keep progressing like this, I think you might be able to finish up that film after the holidays. She smiled, but it wasn't her normal captured the sun smile. He wished he could read her eyes, but she had turned away, taking the plate of pancakes to the table. He watched her as she gracefully moved about the kitchen, placing plates, silverware, and syrup on the table. You hungry? She asked, motioning for him to sit but still avoiding his eyes. So tell me what you are remembering. He sat at the table, never taking his eyes off her. You? Her eyes finally shot up, and he held them captive in his gaze. That one word that meant so much to him. Her, whatever name he may see her as. Me, she finally said. What about me? Her voice slightly wavered as she dished up her plate. The way you smile. The way your hair glints in the sun. The way, he stopped, realizing he was using the lines he had prepared for later on the ride. Would you go for a ride with me today? A ride? On horseback? I miss being in the saddle, and my body feels fully healed now. What do you say? I've only ridden once. What do you mean, only once? You're an expert rider. He realized his mistake the moment he saw her lips thin. Madeline is an excellent rider, I guess. I'm not Madeline. She had been more firm about that lately, telling him point blank, not skirting the issue. He was pretty sure that was the main reason she resisted any advances from him. I'm sorry, he said. He would have to play along because in truth, to him it didn't matter who she was, what mattered is what she meant to him. I still have confusion from time to time. I know you aren't Madeline. I will try to ride Everett. She looked up at him, the openness in her eyes once more. But you'll have to teach me. It would be my pleasure. As soon as she agreed, excitement made him jittery until it came time to get the horses ready. Even then his hands shook with the thought of sharing with her how he felt, and how he wanted her to be more to him than just his nurse or his friend. From the corner of his eye, he saw her brushing the smooth brown coat of the mare he chose for her to ride. Chestnut was a pure beauty, her coat the same dark brown as Clara's hair. As much as she seemed like she enjoyed herself, her movements didn't speak of her normal confidence, and he wondered if she had been telling the truth about only riding once. If she had, though. He shook the thought from his head. He saddled the horse for her. It was heavy work, but he instructed her on cinching it up herself. Before they were ready to mount, he double-checked her work and tightened the cinch a notch. Okay, so I was thinking since most of the snow has melted, we could find our way to the back of the property, he said as he slipped a foot into the stirrup and pulled himself up onto Blaze. Clara just stood there, her mouth slightly gaping. What was she doing? Are you coming? Everett, you said you would teach me, she said, looking from her horse to him. He couldn't believe she was taking this acting so far. You saw me mount, right? Put your left foot in the stirrup, and then pull yourself up and over. She froze, wetting her lips and holding her dancing mare. Everett swung his leg back over and landed on the ground, letting Blaze stand free, knowing he wouldn't take off. A well-trained horse was like that. Here, he said, moving closer to her. Maybe she just wanted an excuse for him to come to her aid. Some women were like that. They wanted to be rescued, though he hadn't thought she was one of them. She just keeps moving away. Clara handed him the reins and stepped back, wringing her hands. She can feel your unease. You need to stand firm and strong. You're in charge. He held the reins and soothed Chestnut. I don't feel in charge of a 1,000-pound creature tied to a little rope. Come on. I'll help you. Hold on here. He had her reach up to the pommel. Now put your foot in the stirrup. What if she moves away? I'll hold her still for you. He stood close to her, enjoying the smell of her hair and the feel of her heat. Now pull up and swing your leg over. He couldn't contain himself as he helped her up, his hand pushing against her upper thigh and then sliding down once she sat. There you go. All set. He handed her the reins, but she grasped them in a bunch, pulling back and making Chestnut dance backward. Ho, he said, and freed the reins from her death grip. Let go. Look, hold them like this and give her some slack. He watched her carefully, his mind fighting what he didn't want to admit. I'm not so sure about this, she said, biting her lip. You got this. He smiled up at her, though his heart began an ache that he didn't quite understand. Push down in your stirrups. Sit up tall. Hold your reins like ice cream cones. Left arm out for a left turn. Right for right. Pull gently back to stop. She nodded, and he led Chestnut next to Blaze before mounting. She'll just follow Blaze. You're doing great. He did his best to smile reassuringly, while she sat stiffly. She definitely didn't look like someone who had galloped beside him during a chase scene. They walked the horses out to the backfield. Clara finally looked like she had begun to relax. Despite the cold, Everett's palms sweat, and he wiped them along his jeans. His mouth felt awful dry, too, and he wished he had thought about bringing water with them. This is kind of fun, she said with a tentative smile. See, you're a natural. Well, I definitely wouldn't say that, but there is something calming about the rocking motion. I feel that way as well, he said, watching her. His apprehension from earlier dissipating. How about we travel near that tree line? The wind seems to be picking up. He steered Blaze toward the trees. He didn't want Clara to be miserable and cold. If the weather distracted her, she might not react the way he hoped when he told her how he felt. Looking back, he saw Chestnut dutifully trailing behind, and Clara now sitting relaxed and moving with her mount. Think this is something you could get used to? I do. Maybe some lessons would help my confidence, but it's pretty amazing sitting up here on such a magnificent creature. I'm happy to hear you say that, he said, urging himself to continue, but his words choked in his throat. A gust of wind rustled through the trees. Clara let go of the reins long enough to zip her jacket further, before grasping them again. Everett didn't feel the chill. He was too preoccupied with how he was going to tell Clara of his feelings for her. He finally pulled Blaze back until he was even with her so they could ride next to each other. His knee slightly brushed against Clara's, and she looked up. Sorry. I'm not so good at steering yet, she said. You're doing wonderful. He swallowed. Clara, there's something I want to tell you. I know that I have trouble remembering, but I have notes, and I'm getting better. You are. I am happy for your progress, and am overjoyed to hear you are waking up with more memories. I'm remembering the most important things, like you. She turned to look at him, eyes wide. That is to be expected, since I am with you every day. He sighed. It's more than that, Clara. He stopped Blaze. A huge gust whistled through the trees, loosening a branch. Everett saw it wiggle from the corner of his eye. Was that a human figure near the loose branch? He reached out to grab Chestnut's reins to lead them away, but she had already passed him, so his hand glanced off Clara's thigh and onto Chestnut's rump. At that moment the branch fell, crashing through the trees right alongside them. Chestnut reared, danced, and then took off toward the barn. Clara's scream only hastened her flee. Pull back, he called. Clara clung tightly to the horn as he urged Blaze into a gallop. Her body rocked stiffly as Chestnut bolted. She was going to get herself killed. Why wasn't she pulling back? Clara? Pull back. Grab the reins and yank. He cried out again as Clara teetered, and he feared she would tumble off. Chestnut was fast, but Blaze didn't get his name only from the white streak between his eyes. Seeing that Clara wasn't able to save herself, he leaned forward and pushed Blaze into the next gear. In a matter of moments, he was alongside Clara, who was bouncing on the saddle. The only thing keeping her on was the death grip on the horn. When I grab you, let go. He had practiced this move over and over in Mounting Fear when he had rescued his co-actress from a scene similar to this one. He made out a semblance of a nod in her frantic jolting. He leaned into Blaze, steering him to run alongside Chestnut. Thankfully, he remembered his training too. Hooking his foot around Blaze, he leaned over, wrapped an arm around the bouncing Clara, and in one fell swoop brought her none too gently onto his lap. Ho ho, he said gently, leaning back into his saddle. Blaze slowed his pace until he ended in a walk, blowing air forcefully out his wide nostrils. Clara had buried her face in his chest, her arms grasping him tightly. Shish, you're all right now. He glanced up to see Chestnut easing herself into a more normal pace as she neared the barn. She just took off. What did I do wrong? She wouldn't stop. Clara began rambling, her words all strung together. Shush. You're safe now. You didn't do anything wrong. She was spooked by something in the trees. That's what horses do. A more experienced rider could have taken control and calmed her down, but the shock hit him as if he had just got sucker punched by a stuntman. A more experienced rider wouldn't have let that happen. It was too dangerous a stunt to try to pull off. Even when he rescued his co-actress, it had actually been her stunt double he had rescued, not her. His chest felt like it was collapsing. You're really not Madeline. She shook her head and laid it against him. I've been trying to tell you. Everett's whole world crashed down upon him. He guessed a part of him always knew, but a bigger part had just assumed that Clara was the same woman who made his heart hammer every time he laid eyes on her. He remembered the figure he thought he saw near the branch breaking in the trees. He was in danger, and so was Madeline, wherever she was. "Where is she?" he asked. Clara trembled in his arms as Blaze came to a halt outside the barn. She's not a real person, Everett. She's the name of the character in the film you have been working on." "Madeline is not real?" He shook his head. "Can you stand?" "I need to." He didn't know what he needed, but to be trapped with the woman he had thought was the one he was in love with, but now finding out that woman was fictional, it was all too much. As soon as Clara nodded, he lowered her to the ground where he could see her legs shaking, but she stood strong. "Everett." She reached for him, but he dismounted and led the horse to the barn. "I've got to get them cooled down and brushed out." "I'll help," she said, following him. "No," he said a bit more harshly than intended. He stopped, lowered his head and took in a deep breath. "I need to do this alone, and try to wrap my mind around some things. Why don't you go take a hot shower? You're going to be sore after that ride. This is a lot to go through." She let a hand trail off his elbow as he still faced away from her. "I'll be here for you. Whatever you need." He nodded and led Blaze into the barn. Chestnut stood huffing next to the corral. She would be fine while he put Blaze in his stall and came back for her. He just needed to keep busy, let this all sort out in the background. Clara's hand still shook as she towel-dried her hair after the shower. The hot water had helped ease her nerves, but not near enough. Chestnut bolting as she did had terrified her, and she wondered if she would ever have the guts to try horseback riding again. She felt awful every time she thought about the dejected, distrusting look that had filled Everett's face as he realized she wasn't his beloved Madeline. Guilt flooded her stomach, even though she had done nothing wrong. A part of her felt sad that he wouldn't be looking at her with that adoration any longer. Even though she had been honest with him every step of the way, maybe she hadn't gone as far as she should have. With decisive action, she glanced out the window to see Everett brushing down Chestnut and then found her way to the office. It took a few minutes for the computer to start up, but once it did, her fingers flew through the search engine looking for anything and everything that could help her. This wasn't the first time she had researched, but she felt more of a fire now armed with specifics. She had looked up theories and medical approaches during her research, but she understood all of those things. Right now what she really needed was help from real people who had experienced amnesia. Soon she found Unforgettable Cowboys, a Wyoming-based online support group for amnesia. As if it were meant to be, someone responded right away to her question. A man named Sawyer shared that he too had a friend with amnesia, a friend that was now his wife. His biggest advice was to have patience, but be persistent. It was important not to give up on our loved ones with amnesia. The typed conversation gave her the thread of hope she desperately needed. Before signing off, she asked Sawyer if he would be willing to have a conversation with Everett if she could convince him to reach out. Maybe if Everett could see there was another side to amnesia, he wouldn't lose his hope. She left the tab for Unforgettable Cowboys open, and opened another to search for the actress that starred as Madeline. She couldn't help her curiosity. Besides, Sawyer had suggested showing Everett pictures not only from his personal life, but from his professional life. Maybe if she could show him a picture of the actress that played Madeline, it would all become clearer to him. Even if that meant giving up the relationship she had developed with Everett. It wasn't like it could go anywhere anyway. As soon as he was cleared to work, she would be out of his life and a distant memory, if he could hold on to it. "How are you doing?" he asked. His question sent her swallowing a scream and pushing back from the computer. With a racing heart, she turned to find Everett standing there, leaned up against the doorway. "I didn't mean to startle you." A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It wasn't his normal, all-encompassing smile, but she would take it. I probably have sat here too long, she said, looking at the time. It was almost 2. Henrietta would be there within an hour. Oh my goodness. You must be hungry. I'll go make you lunch right now. He held up his hand, staying her. I need to apologize first. She shook her head. No, you don't. I can't imagine how difficult that realization was for you. You did nothing that needs an apology. He took a few steps closer to her. I'm sure these last several weeks haven't been easy on you, yet you approach each day with a brightness that keeps me going. I may have been mixed up about our past, but that doesn't change, he trailed off as his eyes went to the computer screen. Heat filled Clara's cheeks, and she wanted nothing more than to turn the screen off. I'm sorry. I was thinking that if you saw the actress that played Madeline, it might help clear your memory. Bree, he said, bending down to get a closer look. You remember her? She asked, almost afraid to breathe. Yes. She looks different in these pictures. Fancier. She didn't look like that on set. All that makeup hides her real beauty. Clara bit her tongue. She didn't know how to tell him that Bree was engaged. She did wonder how he mistook her for the beauty staring back at them from the screen. He pulled up a chair next to her and started scrolling through the different headlines. When he came to her engagement announcement, he paused and looked at her. I met her fiancé once. He came to the set. He's a musician, a nice guy. Clara felt like she could breathe again. He knew. The whole thing confused her. He obviously loved Madeline, who really was Bree, but he didn't seem to have an emotional connection to the actress. He thought she was Madeline, to the point of acting in love with her. She shook her head and stood up. I'm going to make you some lunch, she said as she made her way to the door. Wait, what's this? She had been so lost in her thoughts that she hadn't seen him get onto the unforgettable Cowboys tab. Her heart raced again, and she wondered if she would ever recover from the crazy physiological reactions from being here. An amnesia support site I found. I talked with a guy named Sawyer. He said he would be happy to talk with you if you wanted to. She watched him while he processed. If you decide you want to, all you have to do is click on his name and message him. He's a nice guy. His wife had amnesia before they were married, and he's done a lot of research to help her. He sat staring at the screen, his hand frozen on the mouse. She gently touched his shoulder, but he barely reacted. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. Otherwise, I'll give you the space you need. Something inside of her ached as she made her way to the kitchen. The pain didn't even have a name or even a source, just an overwhelming sense of despondence. She clutched her chest, feeling all the loss and heartache in her life, in Everett's life, and in the world. It all felt like too much to bear. At the counter, she gripped the edge and hung her head in prayer, for she felt that would be the only way she could make it through. She needed guidance and confidence and ease of the ache in her chest. She still stood like this when Henrietta waddled in, her hands full of groceries. I'm a bit early today, wanted to get back home a tad sooner than normal. Oh goodness me, are you all right, Clara? The older woman dropped the bags and rushed over to her. Oh, I'm fine, Henrietta. Just been a long day. She stood up and went to help with the groceries. We are having a late lunch. May I make you something as well? You sit, Henrietta directed, taking the bags out of Clara's hands. I'll get you lunch while you tell me what's going on. Clara glanced down the hall before she sat down, unease settling in her. She shouldn't unload her worries on the lady, and she didn't need to know about the whole Madeline issue. It felt like betraying Everett's confidence to share something that personal. Come on, out with it. I tried to go horseback riding with Everett today. Well, that sounds nice. Wait. What do you mean by tried? Everett was under the impression that I knew what I was doing. As she recounted the story, she actually laughed. I can't believe I didn't fall off, and then Everett comes galloping up and swoops me off the runaway horse into his arms. It was like we were in one of his movies. Well, that sounds scary, But judging from the smile on your face, it all turned out well in the end, Henrietta said as she went back to making sandwiches. Yeah, Clara said, but thought that it had ended awfully, but Henrietta didn't need to hear that part. Better to end the story there, with the happily ever after. It made her wonder about all those movies and books that ended where everything was full of love. What happened in the few minutes after that last heart-melting scene? Was it as heart-wrenching as her experience? Chapter 11. Everett had spent the next couple hours talking with the Sawyer guy from Unforgettable Cowboys. He and his now wife had been in danger, real danger. Not like his confused memories. Sawyer's wife had been held at gunpoint, almost killed before he had saved her. Well, he gave the credit to her, but wasn't love supposed to do that? Besides his incredible story, Sawyer gave solid advice on how to counteract some of his amnesia issues, but mostly he gave him advice on how to help with Clara. Everett desperately needed advice with her. As he had typed out what he remembered of his relationship with Clara, and everything that had transpired between them, some ideas began to take hold within him. He couldn't quite put words to it yet, much less know how he actually felt about it, but he would work on a way to articulate it in his notes. He knew it was important to record so he could remember the next day. He rubbed his head and eyes, seeing the sandwich next to him that Clara had left probably an hour ago. His tummy rumbled, so even though the bread had dried a little, he ate the sandwich while pondering how to write what transpired into his phone. He pulled the phone out, looking at his last entry. Clara is definitely not Madeline. But Clara was still Clara. She encompassed all that was sweet and courageous and giving in the fictional character of Madeline. Yes, fictional. He still shook his head over that one. How his memory warped that fact, he had no idea, but the whole thing was a convoluted fiasco. He must have been in love with the idea of a woman like Madeline's character. And when Clara arrived, a dark, sweet beauty like Brie, the actress that played Madeline, it must have pulled all of that out. Now with the truth made very clear to him, as Sawyer had said, he only had one direction to take. See Clara as only Clara, and follow it wherever it may lead. The idea settled within him, eased some of the heartache that had torn through him earlier that day. Finding out he was in love with someone who really didn't exist hit him hard, harder than anything else in his life. Hey! A sweet voice called to him, and he turned to see Clara watching, amber empathic eyes searching his own. Hi. Thanks for lunch. He nodded toward his half-eaten sandwich. Seems like you were a bit distracted. I'd say. Sorry. I know you worked to make it. Actually, Henrietta showed up and took over. Oh, I should go say hi. She's already left, but she said she's going to bring a surprise for us tomorrow. Oh, he said, pushing forth a smile. I'm sure it will be good. If it's edible, you know it will be. I should ask her for some cooking lessons. You cook just fine. There's always room for growth, she said with a shrug. I like that attitude, he said as he pushed away from the computer. How about we take you to make amends with Chestnut? What? Really? She took a step back toward the door. Yes, really. Haven't you ever heard the saying about jumping back on the horse? Well, I won't ask you to ride again today, though I probably should. I think it would do you both good to spend a little time reconnecting. I just assumed that I showed I wasn't a horse girl and should just cut my losses. He said, cocking his head and peering at her. I didn't take you for a quitter. I'm not a quitter. Good, then let's go. Watching Clara with Chestnut, he was happy that he had pushed the issue. The nervousness Clara had begun with had quickly melted away as she brushed Chestnut. The horse acted like nothing had happened. The more time Clara spent with the magnificent creature, the more her movements reflected her grace rather than jitters. He almost wanted to push her to mount, but he would bide his time. Night quickly closed in on them. The birds fluttered to the trees, and the snow-capped mountains turned that delightful shade of pink. Everett turned back from the doorway to see if Clara was ready to return to the house. His stomach rumbled, and he swore he could smell whatever Henrietta had in the oven. That food was one of the things he seemed to always remember. Clara looked up at him as he leaned against the railing. I was just telling Chestnut that we were still friends. Everett felt the smile tug on his lips. I'm glad to hear that. So that means you'll be willing to try riding again? Maybe at a slower pace. We'll use the round pen. If I had been fully aware, which was not your fault, he added quickly, I would have started there this morning. Was it really only this morning? It feels like a week ago to me, too. He rubbed his neck, feeling like so much had happened today. So? She looked at him in a way that made him feel like she calculated every fact she knew about him, and assessed each one, before deciding upon her answer. If you promise to give me a lesson. Promise. He gently took the brush from her hand. You ready to go inside? She glanced out at the darkening sky and nodded. Henrietta's lasagna casserole should be ready. That's what I'm smelling, he said as he clutched his stomach as it growled again. Okay, Cowboy, let's go get you some food. I like that, Cowboy. What he liked was the warmth that spread across his chest when she said the word. Good, she said and flicked his hat. I think that's my nickname for you. Because of the hat? He asked. That? And it might have something to do with you whisking me off my horse and into your arms. Very heroic. All in a day's work, ma'am, he said in his actor stance like he had when he said it in mounting fear. She smiled, but then she laid her sweet hand on his arm. Seriously, Everett? Thank you. You're welcome, he said, his voice softening as his heart warmed. Clara woke to the sound of the birds, something she had become quite accustomed to since being out here. It allowed her to wake up in a better mood than honking cars and people yelling. This little job might have spoiled her too much, and in more ways than one. As she padded down the hall, she couldn't help the feeling of rightness in this house that had been her home for the last few weeks. Never before would she have thought she would be comfortable in a house this size, but it grew on her. Especially the kitchen. There were so many cupboards, a pantry, deep sinks, and room to move around them. Here she actually enjoyed cooking. Of course, it didn't hurt that Everett always appreciated her food. Fear pulsed in her heart once more. 2 more weeks and then Christmas, and then Everett would be going back to work, no longer in need of his nurse. The panic that clutched her chest clung like a heavy blanket. If she continued to stew about it, she would miss all the wonderful memories to be made between now and then. She could see herself looking back at her time here, even telling her kids and grandkids about the time she nursed a movie star back to health. Maybe they would even sit and watch his movies together. Longing filled her, and she decided maybe she wouldn't watch his movies anymore. Good morning, Clara, Everett said in his deep voice. She felt her cheeks warm, and decided it best to keep her face turned away. Good morning, Everett. How are you feeling this morning? A little clearer, I think. That's good, she said as she broke an egg into a bowl. How are you? Pretty good. Thank you. Ready for your first real horseback riding lesson? She finally turned toward him to see if he was serious. You're not joking? Nope. No better time than now. The way I see it, we have a little over 2 weeks here. I want to help you become a proficient rider before we leave. She nodded. Why was it so important to him? It's not like after she no longer looked after him, she would have the opportunity to ride. The smile on his face persuaded her though. She couldn't help that she wanted him to be happy. Maybe it's therapeutic for him to be teaching something he so obviously loves. It's coming quick, isn't it? What's that? He stepped toward her, his eyes searching hers. She swallowed, trying to push back her melancholy. Christmas, of course. She pushed forth a smile. Oh, I thought you might be meaning the end of our time here, he said, still watching her closely. That too, she said, turning back to whisk the eggs. Everett stood silently for several moments before he bent down to get the pan out of the cupboard and put it on the stove. Are you doing anything special with the eggs this morning? I was thinking of omelets, actually. Do you like those? I do. He started pulling things from out of the fridge. You're going to help? She asked. Is that a problem? She shook her head. I actually really enjoy cooking with you, he said as he washed some mushrooms. It is nice having someone to cook with. She playfully knocked into him as he walked by her. Besides, it will help us get on horseback faster, or you, that is. You're not riding? Her hands froze right as she started to pour the eggs into the pan. Nope. I'm giving a pretty lady a lesson today. Which means I need to stay on the ground. Everett, you love riding. I can't do that to you. He stopped chopping to look at her, and for a second she thought she saw a flash of that old way he looked at her when he thought she was Madeline. It would really make me feel awful, she said again, needing to feel the space with something other than the intensity between their gazes. You know, it might not be a bad idea to tire Chestnut out before you get on her. He scratched at the beard he had started growing. It might be good for you to see what I'm talking about before I instruct you too. A wonderful plan, Clara. That was all you, Everett. Throughout the rest of breakfast, she found herself watching him closely. Had his mind lapsed again? Had he fallen back into thinking she was Madeline? She had thought with such a big breakthrough yesterday that it would stick. Yet his eyes held that same lightness as they did when he had thought she was Madeline. If he did think she was, he played the game really well, because while they ate, he asked her question after question about her experience, or lack of, with horses. So besides yesterday, the last time you rode was when you were 12? The first and last time. He shook his head. I can't believe it. Sure, you lost control when Chestnut spooked, but before then you looked as relaxed as a girl who had grown up on horseback. That's very kind of you, Everett. She picked up the plates and took them into the kitchen. He followed her but stayed her hands when she began to warm the water to wash them. You do know that we have a dishwasher, and that Henrietta is paid to do the dishes. It just seems silly to let them sit here. It will only take a couple minutes. For a second, she thought he might argue. Instead, he smiled, a warm, genuine type of grin. I will get Chestnut ready then. You'll meet me out there? Yes, she said, unable to not meet his grin with one of her own. Besides the taxing on her heart, this job really did seem like a vacation. A grand vacation full of a richness she would probably never experience again. Everett had Chestnut in the round pen by the time she had finished cleaning up after breakfast and dressed in clothes suitable for riding and the frigid air. She glanced up at the dark clouds billowing in the distance. Looks like another storm is blowing in, she said as a greeting. Everett turned to her, outlined by the dark clouds, yet the sun shining on him, his hat pulled down low to shade his eyes, and his hand relaxing against the horse. Her breath caught at the sight, and she wished that things were different, that she could fantasize about the way he looked at her now. That silly no-contact clause sat heavy on her. She needed the money, though. She had to finish nursing school. Without the money, she would be hard-pressed to work enough to afford her living costs and pay for school, much less have time for it. Hopefully not another thundersnow, he said. Thundersnow? She asked. Yeah, I wrote it in my notes last night. Said that Sawyer, the guy on Unforgettable Cowboys, told me that a thunderstorm in a snowstorm is called a thundersnow. Sounds a bit made up, but I like it. I hadn't known before that storm that lightning could happen in a blizzard. Each flash lit up the snow as bright as day. I bet it did, he said. Chestnut danced and snorted her impatience. Everett turned to soothe her and placed the reins over her head. See how I'm holding the reins closer to her head? He turned toward her so she nodded. That gives me more control when I'm on the ground. It doesn't let her move away from me. I was having trouble with that yesterday. Most beginners do. It's not something to be embarrassed about. He moved to stand sideways against Chestnut by the saddle. To mount, you put your left foot in the stirrup, let your hand slide down the reins, until you can reach for the pommel without yanking her backward. Put your right hand on the back of the saddle, pull up. He stood with one foot in the stirrup, and the other still hanging on the left side of the horse. Now swing your right foot around until you are straddling. You make that look so easy. Just practice. You'll get there. Now when you're in the saddle, where you put your weight is very important. Everett went on to explain everything he did and why, for the next half hour or so. He was a natural teacher, patient in his explanations, and breaking things down into small enough chunks that Clara actually felt like she would know what to do when it was her turn. Anxiety shot through her like a rainstorm of tiny needles when Everett dismounted and handed her the reins. She held onto them next to Chestnut's head while she stroked her long, strong neck. The motion soothed her as well as the horse. So far so good. Now I'll be right here as you mount. As much as I would love to help you, I will hold back unless I see you need a little boost. His comment caused her anxiety to shift into a new direction. When she met his eyes, she saw the tiny glint that he usually reserved for Madeline. You got this, Clara. Yesterday was my fault. I won't be making that mistake again, he said, his expression serious. Her heart thundered and felt pulled in two very different directions. She took in a deep breath, closing her eyes. She needed to focus and not let her mind travel down the what-ifs. Right now there was only her and Chestnut. She lifted her foot and placed it into the stirrup. Chestnut danced a little, so she slid her hands down the reins quickly, grabbed the pommel and the back of the seat, lifting up. As soon as she straddled the saddle, she slipped her foot into the other stirrup and fixed the reins in her hands as Everett had. Well done, Everett said, letting his hand rest on her thigh. Sparks shot through her, settling in her heart, making her excitement so much more heightened. He talked her around the round pen, having her do silly little stunts to get her comfortable on Chestnut. Soon she felt that same peace she had the day before. The rocking motion soothed her fears and allowed her mind to open to possibilities. By the time Everett helped her down from Chestnut, Clara felt like she could take on the world and make anything happen. Time came to a dangerous standstill as Everett and she stood face to face in such close contact. When he lifted his hand to brush back a lock of hair, she instantly remembered the day in the snow. He had almost kissed her then, but that was when he saw her as Madeline. She slowly met his eyes, seeing that same love-filled spark. Her heart felt like it had fallen into her stomach. Everett, I'm not Madeline. I know. Madeline isn't real, he said, leaning closer. You're Clara, who almost finished nursing school, who just lost her parents, who likes death by chocolate, and who just rode a horse for only her third time. She sucked in a breath, bringing in his spicy scent mixed with horse, a combination that left her heady and lost in the moment. He saw her, Clara, not Madeline, not Bree, not anyone but her, and his eyes still held that spark. A warning alarm rang from somewhere deep in her mind, but she ignored it. What could be wrong with something that felt so natural as him wrapping his fingers behind her neck, of leaning in, and of his soft, tentative lips pressing against hers? Oh goodness, I did it again. Henrietta stammered. The world rushed back in as she realized what had just happened. She had got caught red-handed kissing Everett McClaren. True, his lips had just touched hers before the interruption, but that's exactly what they had been doing. She has the worst timing, Everett whispered before he moved away. Good morning, Henrietta. I do apologize for showing up early. I just wanted to leave your surprise before this storm came in. No apologies necessary. Clara walked toward her. Everett was just giving me a horseback riding lesson. Henrietta's lips twitched. She opened her mouth and then shut it. Well, that's nice. No mishaps like yesterday? No. All went smooth today. Good to hear. Well, when you two are done with your lesson, why don't you come on in and see what I brought you? She clapped her hands as her cheeks rose in a cheery smile. We're looking forward to it, Everett said, leading Chestnut toward the barn. Clara hesitated in following him. As much as she enjoyed the brief contact of his lips on hers, and the flooding of emotion that left her body still quivering, she shouldn't allow it. Not only would allowing this path to continue cost her the money she desperately needed, but it would also cost her heart as well. Chapter 12. Thank you for all the decorations, Henrietta, Everett said after walking her to the door. You're welcome. It seemed like you two could use some holiday cheer. She looked back toward the living room where they left Clara and then leaned in. You two belong together. Don't let your different lives stand in the way. Everett smiled and shrugged. We'll just have to see. When it comes to love, Everett, you don't leave things to chance. She patted his chest and then walked toward her car. At the door she stopped and raised her hand. This storm isn't supposed to be near as bad as the one before Thanksgiving. If they plow the roads in time, I'll be here tomorrow. Thanks again, he said and waved while she got in the car and disappeared down the driveway. Everett slowly closed the door, enjoying the heat in the house after standing out in the cold without a proper jacket on. He couldn't remember how bad the last storm was, just that it was called a thundersnow, and the power was out for a couple days. Slumber party with Clara. Clara. He felt so confused about her. The feel of her lips, although too brief, still made his heart hammer, and that had been well over an hour ago. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if she had that effect on him because of any lingering feelings towards the fictional Madeline. He needed to take it slower, and from Clara's sudden distance, he was pretty sure she felt the same way. He stopped at the edge of the living room, watching her organize the bags of decorations Henrietta had brought them. Clara moved so gracefully. Each movement looked like a practice dance, one that he found himself wishing to learn. He started to understand how he confused her with the fictional Madeline. She was almost too perfect to be true. As if she could feel the heat of his gaze, she turned her cheeks pink and smiled. Well, all we need now is a tree. We have a forest full out back. Are you allowed to do that? I doubt they would even notice. He shrugged. Besides, I plan to buy this ranch. You're serious about that? She sat cross-legged in front of a garland she worked on entangling. I am. Many of my notes talk about it, and it feels right. He walked to the big slider doors. It feels like home here. Won't it be a long commute? Well, while filming I would have to stay in my LA house, but this would be my home away from home. A place to come decompress and remember what life is really about. What is life really about? She teased. This. Simplicity. Enjoying the outdoors. Not being hounded by phone calls and social media. He turned away from the mountain view to the beautiful sight right next to him. Being with the people who mean the most to you. Clara's eyes went wide as she bit her lip, and then she looked down at the garland in her lap. We should invite your parents to Christmas. I had been talking about. I know, she said. You are right, about being with the people who mean the most to you. If my parents were alive, I would do just about anything to spend Christmas with them. You're right. I will ask Marie to schedule them a flight. Clara narrowed her eyes. Why don't you just do it yourself? He had been on his way to the phone, but her question stopped him in his tracks. She always takes care of these kinds of things for me. You might want to start to learn how to do these things yourself. Putting things in someone else's hands gives them control over your life. Everett laughed, more out of nervousness than humor. You act like Marie can't be trusted. I'm not saying that. She looked down at her hands before looking back up. It can be a great feeling, knowing that you are capable of doing things for yourself. Everett watched her for a moment, doing his best to reason why she had a sudden distrust of his agent. The way Clara spoke sounded like she had something against her. This would take some more digging, but Clara did have a point. Why couldn't he invite his parents himself? I'll call my parents right now, he said, smiling at her. Clara tugged on her dress with shaky hands and checked the turkey one more time. George would be driving up any minute with Everett's parents. She felt as nervous as if she were meeting her future in-laws, something that could never happen in this situation. The past 2 weeks, Clara and Everett had been very careful with each other, seeming to each do their best to avoid situations where kissing might be possible. They shared more about their personal lives and connected deeper through the ensuing emotional bond. She felt closer to Everett, than she had ever felt with anyone besides her parents. Thinking of losing that made her heart feel like it was being crushed. She did her best to prepare herself, for in 3 days Everett would be flying back to the set in LA. She couldn't think about that time, so she looked around the kitchen for anything she could do. It sparkled clean. All the dishes were prepared or finishing up their cooking in the oven, the table was set, there was nothing for her to do. Maybe the living room would have something more distracting for her. She definitely found something distracting. Everett stood at the tree, all decked out in slacks that hugged his bum just right, and that black silk shirt he had worn at their first dinner together. She bit her lip and blinked back, the tears burning her eyes. She could do this. She had to. Everett turned toward her, a genuine heart-filling smile spreading across his now clean-shaven face. His confident strides closed the distance between them. "You look beautiful," he said. "You shaved." Unable to control herself, she reached up and touched his smooth cheek. "Do you like it?" She didn't answer right away. It wasn't because she didn't like it, to her it just marked the end of their time. "You know you are handsome no matter if you have facial hair or not, especially in black." She grinned and then turned away, trying to swallow back the tightness in her throat. "I've been thinking," he said, but she couldn't turn toward him. Instead, she focused on rearranging the presents under the tree that they had ordered online for his parents. "Clara?" Her hands shook as she took them off the presents and stood back up. Letting out a deep breath and steeling her heart, she turned toward him, keeping her eyes on her twiddling hands. "What have you been thinking about?" "My memory is so much better, but with all the stress of going back to Hollywood, I think I will still be in need of my nurse." Her gaze rose to his, and she could read her same fears in his eyes. It made her heart pound, and the dangerous thing called hope to enter. "You might like Hollywood. Who knows, you may decide being a set medic is more your cup of tea." A set medic? The idea gave her the way to push past the emotions that threatened to escape. "Yeah, the medical team that takes care of injuries like mine while filming. It could mean we could continue to be together." He cleared his throat. "I mean work together." Elation poured through her. Could there really be a way for her to work alongside of him still? She took the step that separated him and kissed him on the cheek. It was the closest they had come to kissing since that day, after her first horseback riding lesson. When she pulled back, Everett's gaze had deepened. "We really should talk about this, Clara. I need you with me. I want..." The sound of a car door shutting stopped him mid-sentence. Clara took in a shaky breath. She wanted Everett to finish. She wanted to hear those words, but she also knew if she did, she would be causing them both heartache in the end. Even though she was pretty sure he no longer saw Madeline when he looked at her, a part of her would always wonder. And then there was the contract. There was nothing she could do about that. How could she have known when she signed that document she would fall in love with her patient? Maybe he had devised a plan that would work, but she couldn't go down the road until she knew for sure. She needed to talk with Marie. "Your parents are here," she said quietly, squeezing his hand. He nodded but wrapped his arms around her. "You're shaking." He pulled back to look at her. "Are you nervous about meeting my parents?" She wanted to say no and share exactly how she felt about him going back, and her not being allowed to contact him afterward. Instead she smiled and shrugged. He wrapped an arm around her, as he led her toward the door. "Don't be. They are very down to earth and they will love you. How could they not? Come on." He slid his hand down to hers as he opened the door. "Evie," his mom called, rushing up the steps to pull him into a huge embrace. Clara stood back and watched the scene, wishing she could see her own parents again. "Son," his dad said before pulling him in a slap-pat man hug. "It's been too long. Thanksgiving was such a bore without you," and his mom rambled until her eyes caught Clara. "Oh? This must be Clara." Clara smiled as the woman rushed her as well, and gave her a hug as if she were a long-lost daughter. The older woman linked elbows with her. "I can't tell you how excited I am to meet you." Everett has never introduced us to any of his girlfriends before. You must be something special, and looking at your sweet face, I can see it. Don't scare the girl off, dear. His dad came over toward them. Look, you frightened her. You'll have to excuse my wife. Jet lag does something strange to her. He held out his hand. Jim McClaren. Clara swallowed and took his hand. Clara Walker. It's nice to meet you, Mr. McClaren. She turned toward Everett's mom. And you as well, Mrs. McClaren. Oh, please call us Jim and Debbie, Jim said. Or Mom and Dad, but I'm not pushing. Clara eyed Everett standing back between them. He looked to be enjoying the interaction. When she narrowed her eyes slightly, he jumped to attention. Come on in, Mom and Dad. Let's get you comfortable before the big dinner Clara has been slaving over all day. Oh, honey, you didn't have to go to all that trouble. I would have helped you cook. Debbie gave her hand a pat. You are so sweet. It was my first attempt at a meal such as this, so don't think that yet. It may not even be edible. She pushed forth a laugh. I highly doubt that, Everett said. Clara is a wonderful cook. George came up to them. Sir, their bags are in the second guest room. Will you be needing anything else? Yes, please hold on. Everett excused himself and returned shortly to hand an envelope to George. Merry Christmas, George. I appreciate you being out here in Wyoming this whole time. I hope your wife is still here with you? She is, thank you. Merry Christmas. He nodded at everyone before heading back out the door. Well, Everett said, wrapping an arm around each parent. Let's show you your room. Clara excused herself to check on the turkey, which was done. She pulled it out of the oven, and as she set it down on top of the stove, her wrist touched the side of the pan. Ouch, she said, sucking in a breath. Did you burn yourself? Everett asked as he rushed in. I'll get you some ice. No ice. She shook her head. It can damage your skin. Just some cold running water will be fine. She stuck her wrist under the faucet in the sink, only wincing slightly. Everett came close. His spicy scent wrapping around her made her breathe in deeply. Is it bad? Should I call George back to take us to the hospital? And leave your parents? Well, I wouldn't send you to the hospital by yourself. She turned to meet his eyes for several seconds, wishing she could memorize how he looked at her right then. When the gaze became too intense, she looked down at her burn before she did something that she would regret, but would she really regret kissing him again? It's not bad, she said in a whispered voice. I'll be fine, but I'm not sure you will. She glanced down the hall, and then narrowed her eyes before meeting his once again. Me? Yes, you. Why did you tell your parents that I'm your girlfriend? Everett leaned against the counter, a cocky smile on his face. I didn't actually, but I have to say it has a ring to it, don't you think? So she's just assuming? Not entirely. She's assuming you're my girlfriend because you're the one here. The world closed in on Clara. She had never thought about the fact that Everett probably had a real-life girlfriend. He was famous, rich, well-loved, of course, he had one even if the girlfriend hadn't been around. Hollywood relationships were like that. She? Clara? Sorry. It was presumptuous of me to assume you didn't have a girlfriend. He reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear. I don't. Marie had told them that I was spending Thanksgiving with my girlfriend. I still don't know why, but that's what they just told me. So the position is open, if you? Why would Marie say that? Clara's frustration at the woman had only grown the closer to the end of the contract they came. The no-contact clause began to feel like a personal and cruel punishment. Now hearing that Marie told Everett's parents that he had spent Thanksgiving with his girlfriend, knowing full well he spent it with her, made her mind swirl. I'm sure she was afraid of my condition being leaked. She'll probably be furious when she finds out we invited my parents out here without her approval. You shouldn't need approval to see your parents. They should have been out here with you, helping you heal, reminding you of who you are, and supporting you in learning your new memories. As hot as you are when you are mad, do you want to tell me why you have so much against my agent? Clara huffed and turned away, realizing just how out of place her anger was. It really came down to fear. She didn't know how she would leave Everett. It would be like another loss. I'm sorry. I think I'm just having another emotional day. Of course, Everett said as if he had just remembered the secret to life. This is your first Christmas without your parents. Christmas Eve, she whispered, thinking of the cooking she and her mom would do while her dad would sneak in and steal tidbits. Her mom would always smack his hand away with whatever utensil was in her hand at the moment. Missing her parents, fearing losing Everett, and the mistaken girlfriend identity all created the perfect storm to break her resolve. She did her best to suck back the sob, but a whimper escaped. When Everett's strong arms enfolded her into his warmth, she melded against him, the empathy releasing the floodgates, and she cried. She cried like she hadn't allowed herself to in months. Tears streamed down her face, ruining the makeup she had actually put on today. She didn't care. She just felt, and soon the tsunami had passed, and all that was left were the strong arms of the man she wished she was free to love. She wondered if this moment would be the last that she had his arms around her in this way. If it was, then she wanted to burn it into her memory banks so she would forever remember how it felt to be held by Everett McClaren. Oh? Look at these decorations, Debbie exclaimed from the other room. Everett tightened his hold, as Clara tried to push away. I don't want them to see me like this, she said, her words muffled by his chest. She felt his warm kiss on the top of her head before he released her with a sigh. I'll distract them while you freshen up, he said, his thumb gently wiping the last stray tear. I'll be here whenever you need me. I would happily hold you through whatever turmoil comes up in your life. He kissed her forehead and then disappeared out of the kitchen door. I wish that could be true, she whispered to herself before sneaking into the bathroom. If only she could take him up on his offer. Chapter 13. Everett knew proposing Clara fill the vacancy, as his official girlfriend would not yield him an answer. He had come to know Clara, and that woman had a need to process before giving answers. He had planted the seed though, just like he wanted. Part of him wanted to play out the role for his parents. 1, to avoid all the questions, and 2, because maybe if Clara saw how wonderful being his girlfriend would be, she might consider it a possibility. He had made his decision. In fact, his notes showed him that he had pretty much fallen in love with her at first sight. Even with the Madeline confusion, he now understood it was Clara that he had fallen in love with all along. Now just to convince her of that. Dinner with his parents felt so much more complete with Clara there. They asked her so many questions and supported her in going back to school, which surprised him slightly. They were old school. His mom stayed home with him and continued to stay home to take care of the house and his father, even after he had retired. Certainly you will stay home after kids come, of course, his mom said. There it was. He had been waiting for this for some time. His mom always had to bring up the kid issue. It had been the topic of his visits for the last couple of years. She acted like he was approaching 40 rather than 30. Evie doesn't like to see that he's getting older, but he is. He needs to settle down, which is why I am so glad that he found you. She looked back and forth between him and Clara, who had gone white. So, when will the big day be? Kids? The big day? Clara asked. Yes, you know, the wedding. Where will you have it? Will it be a huge production? Or just small with family and close friends? Well, if that agent of his has anything to do with it, it will be the hottest wedding of the year. I'll be surprised if she doesn't send a camera crew in to see the conception of their first child, his dad huffed. Dad? Everett stopped him. He looked over at Clara, her ashen face and the mixture of emotions swirling in her eyes. He didn't understand what held her back from him, but he loved her. It surged into his heart every time he even thought of her. Telling the truth had to be his responsibility. Without letting his eyes leave hers, he said, Marie likes to exaggerate things. Though the position is open for her to take, Clara is not my girlfriend. Clara's eyes widened even further. Her hands holding the cloth napkin shook as she hid them under the table, but she never tore her eyes away from his gaze. What do you mean, not your girlfriend? You said yourself that she and you have been living in the same house for the last 6 weeks or more now. You didn't come home or invite us out for Thanksgiving because you were meeting her family. His mom's voice continued, but he saw the pain flash in Clara's eyes before she excused herself from the table. Her steps were still graceful, but he could see the cost it took her to keep them so. "Mom," he said once Clara had left the room. She had gone quiet as Clara left, and watched the door where she walked out. "I love you, Mom, but sometimes you are just a tad over the top." Everett swiped his hand through his hair. He hated that Clara was now hurt, probably crying alone in the bathroom. He pushed to a stand, feeling a need to be there with her. "Son, maybe if you laid it all out there we would understand a bit more," his dad said gently but firmly. Everett plopped back into the chair. His dad was right. Clara was right. He should never have kept the truth from them from the beginning. Over the next several minutes, he explained everything that happened, from the injury, the healing, the confusion, him falling in love with his nurse, everything. When he finished, he leaned back against his chair, feeling depleted, but so much lighter. Clara had not returned, and half of him feared she had overheard his outpouring, but it wasn't really that much more than he had already told her. It might actually not have been a bad thing at all, if she had heard him. Maybe she would believe him more for it. "Wow," his mom said, her eyes still wide. "I'm sorry you felt like you needed to keep that from us. I wish I had been here for you." She dabbed her eyes. "I know I lost your trust when I accidentally started that fiasco with your first cowboy movie, but I learned my lesson." Mom, I'm not upset about that. You had no idea how Hollywood works. Neither did I. After the accident, I was confused, and Marie just took care of everything." He rubbed his head. "That is one thing Clara has taught me. I will be taking care of more things for myself from now on." "I'm glad to hear that, son. It's nice to have people at your beck and call, but there is a certain pride in being independent." "Will Clara forgive me? I really hope I didn't scare her off." His mom wrung her hands. "She has the most forgiving heart, Mom. I'm sure she won't hold anything against you." He stood up. "Now that the air is clear, I am going to check on her." His mind swam while he searched for Clara, starting in the kitchen just in case. Walking in the doors, he smelled the delicious scent of apples and cinnamon. Clara stood at the oven, holding a steaming pan. "Hey," he said, wanting to gauge what he said depending on her frame of mind. She turned, offering him a small smile. Her eyes were red-rimmed but still beautiful. "Hi. You okay?" He closed the gap between them, doing his best to not look at the steaming dessert between them. "I owe your parents an apology for running out like that. I guess it's just harder than I thought it would be, without my parents." "You don't owe anyone an apology. Besides, I just poured my heart out to them." He pushed out a little laugh, trying to read if she had heard his outpouring or not. "You told them about your accident?" "I told them everything, and I do mean everything." He leaned up against the counter next to her. "You know, I used to tell them everything before. I don't know when or why I stopped, but it was really nice to have their support." Clara touched his arm. "I'm glad you refound that peace with them. That's what holidays are for, are they not?" "I guess you're right." He met her eyes, wanting to say so much more, but she turned away to work on the dessert. "We shouldn't keep them waiting. I don't know if this will taste anything like the apple cinnamon bread your mom would make, but I did my best." "It smells divine." He took the dessert from her and reached for her hand. "How did you know about it?" "It was one of the first things you told me. You said every time you thought of your mom, you could practically smell her warm apple cinnamon bread." "You remembered that?" "How could I forget?" She squeezed his hand, and they walked into the dining room together. This was how he wanted it to be always, the scent of a warm dessert filling the air, his parents at the table, and his woman by his side. Yes, he wanted Clara to be his, because he was already hers. Clara pushed forth a smile as she entered the dining room, her hands shaking as she thought about how Everett's parents might react to her hasty disappearance. Being at Everett's side, his hand clasping hers, lent strength. "Hope you are ready for dessert," she said. "That delicious smell is familiar," Everett's dad said. "Well, Everett told me once that his mom would make him warm apple cinnamon bread. I found a recipe online, but I'm not sure if it's the right one." "It doesn't have to be just like mine to be the right one, dear," Debbie said. "May I apologize for my earlier behavior?" Clara shook her head as she sat. "It's me that needs to apologize." She bit her lip, blinking the tears back. "You see, I just lost my parents this year, and holidays are just a little difficult." Everett's mom gasped, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she rose from her chair and rushed Clara into her arms and held her. She held her like a mom would hold her child. No one said anything. No one needed to. Their support overwhelmed her, and once again she found herself wishing this could be her life, wishing that in a matter of few days she wouldn't have to leave Everett forever. The rest of the evening went so peacefully. Everyone helped clean up and store leftovers. Everett turned on some Christmas music while Clara brought out hot chocolate, and they all sat in the living room by the lit tree. "You really decorated this place beautifully, Clara," Debbie said. "Oh, it was a team effort. Your son actually has a great eye for where things should be placed. He used to help me decorate all the time as a child. Now look at him," she said, her eyes misting. "How about we open our Christmas Eve presents?" Everett stood and walked toward the tree. "You guys open presents on Christmas Eve?" Clara asked. It reminded her of her own Christmas tradition of receiving pajamas every Christmas Eve. "Just one," Jim said. "Usually it's a book or pajamas." "That's how it was for me too." Her sadness combined with joy of celebrating similar traditions. Her mom would be happy that she was surrounded by such wonderful people on Christmas. Why did everything have to feel so perfect? Everett searched through the presents until he found the 2 books he had wrapped for his parents. She had helped him pick out the book for his mom and hoped that she would like it as much as she had. When Debbie handed her a present, her heart leapt. She hadn't thought about them having presents for her. You shouldn't, I'm not." "Oh hush," Debbie said. "Even if you aren't dating Everett yet," she winked, "you have done so much for him. Which means you have done so much for us." "Thank you," Clara said, overcome with emotion. "Don't thank us yet," Jim said with a chuckle. She understood more when she opened the box and found an adult-size onesie pink pajama outfit. "When I heard how cold it was up here, I just couldn't help but get you 2 something warm." Debbie smiled. "It looks very warm and comfortable," Clara said as she felt the softness. Sneaking a peek at Everett, she saw he had a red flannel outfit like hers. When their eyes met, they both broke into laughter. "Oh no, your dad was right. You hate them." No, Everett tried to get out, but he couldn't stop laughing. Clara took some deep breaths to calm herself. "Everett and I had joked about wanting a pair of pajamas like this just the other day. They're perfect." "Really?" both Jim and Debbie said at the same time. Everett finally sucked in a deep breath, but the smile spread across his entire face. "Really, Mom? Thank you." He rose and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "What about your book? I had just talked about this being one of the stories we should read in my book club next year. It's perfect." "Well, I can't take the credit." Clara picked it out. "What about you, Dad?" "You know you don't need to ask. Westerns are my cup of tea, and this author, as you know, is my favorite. How about you play your guitar, and we sing some carols?" Debbie looked at Clara. "Is that okay with you, dear?" "It's perfect," she said, and it was. It was all perfect, too perfect. With a shaky breath, she pushed down her sadness, determined to live it up and soak in this special time, so it was one she would never forget. Would Everett be able to remember it all? Chapter 14. Everett woke up and stretched out in bed before even opening his eyes. It had become his habit to recall as many memories as possible before he greeted the day. This morning he was overwhelmed with memories. Christmas Eve with his parents and Clara, his Clara that he had asked to be his girlfriend. He searched again with no memory of her answer. Opening his eyes, he rolled over to unplug his phone and turned it on. He always left himself detailed notes, even now as his memory improved. It helped him to confirm that the memories were real and not fictionally based. His heart raced as he impatiently waited for the phone to start up. When it did, he quickly scanned through his notes. No answer. She was processing. He could accept that. With a happy heart, he donned his new pajamas and escaped the room to welcome Christmas morning. As soon as he opened his bedroom door, the scent of cinnamon rolls hit him like a wall of bliss. His stomach rumbled as he ran down the hall and skidded into the kitchen. "Your entrance was way better than mine," Clara said. His eyes lifted to meet hers, and he saw her in her new pajamas as well. They broke out into laughter and warmth spread all the way through him. "Merry Christmas, Clara." He walked over to her, reaching to pull her into his arms. "Well, I couldn't find any walnuts. How about almonds?" His mom said as she came back into the kitchen from the pantry. "Oh, Merry Christmas, Evie." "Merry Christmas, Mom." He let his hand trail down Clara's arm as he went to give his mom a hug. "I love that you are keeping the Christmas morning tradition of cinnamon rolls. It was actually Clara's idea, but I'm happy too. It was my mom's tradition as well. It seems like the two of you have a lot in common." His mom eyed Clara. "Our childhoods do have some similarities for sure. Our current lives, well, that's a different story." Clara lowered her gaze, distracting herself with icing the cinnamon rolls. Everett knew that look. Clara held a huge burden on her shoulders. One that she didn't want to share, even as much as he wished he could carry it for her. "I'm going to check on your dad," his mom said, leaving the room in a rush. Everett touched Clara's arm and she turned toward him. "It's not all that different," he said. "Sure it is." She smiled, but one of her strained ones, the kind that meant she acted happy for him. "Yours is full of glamour and glitz, and mine, well, isn't. And in truth, I don't mind that. I don't need the glamour." He touched her cheek so she would meet his eyes. "I enjoy acting, but the rest of it feels more like obligations. I would rather lead a simpler life." She raised her eyebrows in a teasing expression. She didn't believe him. "Come with me. See what it's like before you completely rebuke it. Come on, I know I was always curious to see what happened behind the scenes. You can't tell me you aren't." She shrugged and turned away, but not before he saw the pain lining her eyes, and it wasn't physical pain, he knew. Why did she always close him out like this? "I wish I could," she finally said, her voice strained. "I can't. When the job is over. Then I will continue the job." Everett folded his arms. "You told me to start taking charge of things, so I am. I need my nurse with me when I go back to work. What if I faint, or my memory starts failing again? What if acting your character and seeing Madeline makes you fall in love with her again?" Clara said, her voice barely a whisper. "What?" he asked, taking her hands off the cinnamon rolls and forcing her to turn toward him. "Is that what you're worrying about? Madeline. Fictional Madeline?" "No, I'm not worried for me," she said and met his eyes while hers misted. "I'm worried for you." "Oh, my sweet Clara." He kissed her forehead. "The character of Madeline was pure, sweet, and just as perfect as you." "I'm far from perfect," she said. He took her face in his hands gently, so she couldn't turn away. "Clara Walker, I need you to understand just one thing. My stomach is rumbling for some yummy, oh sorry," his dad said, halting his jovial steps. Clara pulled Everett's hands down and turned back to the dessert. "They're ready. Should we eat in the dining room or in front of the tree?" "Definitely in front of the tree. We always open presents when we're finished." His mom walked in the room talking, but her steps faltered when she entered. "What did I miss?" "Nothing, Mom," he said, taking one last glance at Clara. "I'll get the milk and meet you all in there." The room felt eerily quiet after they all left. Everett needed a moment to compose himself. He wanted Clara to see that he loved her, and not the fictional character. How could he prove that to her? Getting her to the set would be one way. If she could see that he didn't have a spark for Bree, even when she was in character as Madeline, then maybe Clara would believe him. He had to get her to agree to come back to Hollywood with him. The Christmas music, the wrapping paper littering the floor, the leftover cinnamon rolls scenting the air, the joyous laughter, and the warmth that spread through the room all wrapped around Clara. The only thing that would have made today better was her parents being here with her. They would have loved the McClarens. She could almost feel them smiling down at her. With a preoccupied mind, she took the almost empty plate of cinnamon rolls into the kitchen. After setting it on the counter, she walked to the back door and stepped out into the frigid air. The horses huffed from the barn, and she swore she could recognize Chestnut's own unique sound. The last 6 weeks felt like they had flown by, leaving her with a lifetime of experiences. Soon Everett would be back at work, and she would be back at school. Everything would be right where it belonged. Then why did it feel so wrong? She hugged her arms around the soft pajamas she still wore, and let her gaze follow the land, until it met up with the tall snow-capped mountains in the distance. A sigh escaped her. She would miss this place and the peace it held. Maybe she should look for nursing schools in Wyoming. Her heart clenched. Being that close to here wouldn't give her a chance to move on from Everett. No, she needed a complete change of scenery. Her parents had said the desert was beautiful in winter. Maybe she would try Arizona or New Mexico. The attempts at finding peace with the situation lacked any and all motivation or excitement. Truth be told, Clara would rather give up nursing altogether if it meant staying with Everett. She wanted to find that contract and tear it up. Not that it would fix anything, but it might help her anger. She toyed with the idea of sharing the contract with Everett, but would it really matter? It was legal and binding. Besides, as nice as these last 6 weeks have been, Everett would more than likely change as soon as he entered back into his real world, one where a simple, almost nurse like herself didn't belong. "Hey." Clara gasped and held a hand to her chest. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." "You okay?" "Yeah, I just didn't hear you." She looked back out to the mountains for a moment longer, and then met his expectant gaze. "I'm going to miss this place." "You don't have to." Everett smiled at her. He pulled out his phone and flicked through pictures until he held it up for her to see. Clara's heart raced as she recognized real estate paperwork. "Really? Someone told me to start taking care of things myself. So I contacted the owner and gave them an offer they couldn't refuse." "Wow. Congratulations, Everett." She gave him a quick hug, being sure not to linger even as her body protested. "I'm very proud of you." "That means a lot to me," he said, slipping his phone back into his pocket. "When did you do this?" "Yesterday, while you were slaving away in the kitchen. It's not official yet, obviously, but it's on its way." "That's wonderful," she said, turning back toward the barn when a horse whinnied. "It means we can come back any time we want," Everett said, touching her cheek. "We?" "Yes, Clara. I'm really not sure how to be more clear with you. I want you with me, always. I want you by my side." She blew out a breath, time to take the plunge as her heart ached with the thought of what this would do to both of them. "Everett, Marie. Marie has nothing to do with this. I will fire her the moment I get back to Hollywood if that's what it takes for you to at least try being with me." "It's not that simple. The contract. I'll be sure you still get your money and get to complete your degree." "It's not about the money," she said. "Then what is it, Clara? What is holding you back from what you and I both know is right?" The contract." "Evie." Debbie's sing-song voice came from the house. "Oh, there you two are." Mom, please, we need just another minute. I don't mean to interrupt. Would you like me to tell your company to wait? She said from the doorway. Burr? It's cold out here. It is, Clara said, a visible chill running through her from more than just the cold. It's probably Henrietta. She walked back toward the house without looking back, because she knew if she connected eyes with Everett, she would stay, and what she had to say should be handled in private, not with his parents and company around to witness. It pained her to think about how much emotion he poured into his words. Maybe she was being too rash. Maybe there was a loophole in the contract that she didn't know about. Right now, she pushed the thought far from her mind and did her best to enjoy Christmas Day with her friends, who she may never see again. Chapter 15. The rest of Christmas Day, Everett allowed his unfinished conversation with Clara to fade into the background. In fact, he convinced himself that it didn't matter. He just needed to get Clara to go with him, and the rest would fall in place. Letting himself believe that wish, he enjoyed his time with his parents, with Henrietta and Randall, who stopped by for an hour or so, and of course with Clara. The fire crackled, the Christmas tree lights glowed, and his family just basked in the beauty of the day. How would you all feel about starting the tradition of having Christmas here every year? Everett asked. Instead of at home? His mom looked from his dad to him. It was just an idea, Mom. We don't have to. It's just so beautiful here. His mom pursed her lips, a sure sign she was thinking. It hit him then that he understood Clara's processing, because his mom was like that too. I agree, on the condition that I can come early and at least help cook. She smiled at Clara, who did her best to not look at anyone. Agreed, Everett said. He wouldn't push Clara right now. He had to believe that it would all fall into place, just as everything else had in his life. This has been a great Christmas, son. Thank you for inviting us. His dad stood and reached down a hand to him. Everett rose and gave his dad a hug. It had been a great day, one he wouldn't have had if Clara hadn't pushed him to just call them himself. It means so much that you opened your safe haven to us and shared everything. And meeting Clara. His mom shined her smile toward the woman he loved. I wouldn't have changed it for the world. Since everyone is talking gratitude, Clara stood as well. I want to tell you how much easier you made this first Christmas without my parents. She teared up and he went to her, wrapping an arm around her in support. I know they are smiling down on us right now, appreciating all of you as much as I do. Clara squeezed his hand and slipped out from under his arm so she could give his parents hugs. How could she not be his perfect match? Everything pointed to it. He had never heard of wives and in-laws seemingly loving each other at first sight like this. Well, even with the jet lag, I am ready to hit the hay. His dad yawned. Is there anything I can do to help before I go? His mom asked. We only have the mugs and that won't take long. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Clara said. Merry Christmas, his parents told them before his dad clasped his mom's hand and led her down the hall. That's so sweet, Clara whispered after they disappeared. Yeah, it used to disgust me as a kid, but it is really cool that they still are like that with each other. Mine were like that too. I think that's why my dad passed away so close after my mom. He just couldn't live without her. True love. He turned to look at her, watching the lights in her eyes. What more could anyone ask for? She pushed forth one of her strained smiles, before bending down to pick up the mugs from the coffee table. I better wash these. Want some help? He asked. No, thank you. Just relax. Once she disappeared into the kitchen, he found a more romantic Christmas playlist, turned off all the lights except for the ones on the tree, and placed the present he had saved under the tree. He put the opened presents left in the room on the other chairs, so she would have no choice but to sit next to him, and relaxed back into the sofa, waiting for his grand scheme to unfold. I made some chamomile tea for us, she said as she entered. She paused for a moment, looking around the room before the corner of her lips tugged up. Thank you, he said as he reached for the mugs. Before you sit down, There is a scrap of paper or something under the tree that is bothering me. Would you mind grabbing it? He held his breath as she reached under the tree, coming out with a small package in hand. Oh no, it's a present. Did we forget one of your parents? She held it up in the lights of the Christmas tree, turning it around. Oh, here's a name. It's for me. He caught her gaze and raised his eyebrows, patting the cushion next to him. She narrowed her eyes, but she lowered herself next to him. What's your game here, Cowboy? No game. I just wanted to give you this one, without an audience. She fingered the long, rectangular box, but she didn't open it. I know what you're thinking. Don't. There is no expectation for this gift. It is purely innocent and given in appreciation for all you have done for me. So please open it. Clara bit her lip, an action that always made his heart beat faster. With one last, long glance, she slipped a finger under the fold of paper. He actually wrapped it himself, something he hadn't done for quite a while. She took the paper off neatly, and then stared at the box for a few very long moments. You're killing me, he said with a laugh, realizing that his heart raced. He had to clench his hands, so he didn't just reach out and open it for her. I'm sorry. It's just no one has ever done anything like this for me before. You don't know what it is. It could be fingernail clippers or a licorice stick. She laughed. Okay. Okay. When she pulled the lid off to reveal the simple chain and small horse pendant, she sucked in a breath, putting her hand over her chest. It's beautiful. You like it? It's not only because you have proved yourself quite the horsewoman, but for me, it's a sign of the day I realized. He scooted closer, took her hands in his. The day that I realized it had been you all along that I had fallen in love with. Everett, she whispered. He touched her lips lightly with his finger. Shish, you don't need to say anything. Let's just enjoy the moment. She bit her lip again, her eyes misted, and she took the necklace from the box. Would you put it on me? It would be my pleasure, he said, placing the delicate chain around her neck and clasping it. Her hand immediately rested upon it, as he felt her take in a deep breath. He pulled her back into him, and held her from behind. She didn't resist. As she lay back against him, it felt like the whole world aligned. This right here was what life was about. They talked a bit here and there, but mostly they stayed silent, each lost in their own thoughts. When the fire died down to coals, the moment he feared came. Clara stirred and gently, dare he say reluctantly, she slipped from his arms and sat up. I should get going to bed, she said, rubbing her eyes and stretching. I'll come with you, he said, not thinking anything of his words until he saw her shocked impression. I meant, I'll walk you to your room and then go to bed in my own room. Her eyes narrowed, but the smirk on her lips let him know she wasn't going to hold it against him. She reached down to pick up the mugs, but he stayed her hand. Leave them till morning. They're only 2. She hesitated but stopped, and waited for him to turn off the lights and join her. He reached for her hand and she took it. Even after lying with her in his arms for the last hour or more, the contact still sent tingles all the way up his arm. His heart raced as they reached her door. He reached in and turned on the light, and quickly scanned the room as he liked to do, just to make sure she was safe. When he felt reassured, he turned to her, held both her hands, and lost himself in her eyes. Merry Christmas, Clara. Merry Christmas, Everett. Thank you for making this a Christmas I will never forget. That was my intention. He stepped closer, close enough he felt her intake of breath. The air between them heated, until he felt like there was no space separating them. Her eyes widened, her lips parted, and he could feel her rapid heartbeat in her hands. He knew he was right. She felt the same way he did. Promise me you'll come with me. At least for a while, he whispered, his breath bouncing off of her and back to him. Everett, the contract will be extended. I will take care of it. He leaned in, let his lips brush against her forehead, her cheek, her chin, and he hovered millimeters from her lips. Promise me. She licked her lips, her breath coming out in rapid puffs, but she didn't answer. He leaned in, brushing his lips along hers, praying for her to answer, praying for God to intervene and show her this was where she belonged. He pressed into her, letting his lips fully contact hers for a second that almost made him black out when he pulled slightly away. "Please, Clara. Promise me." He rested his forehead against hers, closing his eyes. The movement was so slight he almost didn't feel it, but her breathy "I promise" sent him over the edge. He let go of her hands and wrapped his arms around her. His lips found hers again, and he showed her just how much her answer meant to him. Her promise meant everything. He knew that if she came, she would stay. Relief raced through him along with love and hope and something too deep to name. He had found her, his other half, his true love. Clara squeezed her hands together to keep them from noticeably shaking. The ground lay thousands of feet below them, and it all seemed so unnatural. "It's just a little bit of turbulence. Are you okay?" Everett asked her, pulling her hands apart and holding them. "If humans were meant to fly, God would have given us wings." Everett laughed and then kissed her hand. "Oh, my dear Clara. You act like this is the first time you have been on a plane." "Well, it's not my first. That was a stressful day. This is my second." Everett watched her for a moment. She could see his wheels spinning. "Coming out to Wyoming, to me, that was your first time on a plane?" She nodded and swallowed as the plane dipped and bobbed. Except the other plane didn't have such nice spacious seats and drink options. "Marie sent you, coach?" He sat back in his seat. "I'm sorry you had to experience that, and all by yourself too." The takeoff was exciting, the landing was terrifying. "Please return to your seats. We are approaching LAX and will be landing shortly," the pilot announced over the intercom. Clara gulped again and squeezed Everett's hand. She didn't really understand how she even got here. The last 24 hours were a blur. She had woken up, her lips still tingling from Everett's kiss, and the plane ticket next to her clock. He said he would extend the contract, so everything should be fine, right? "We'll be on the ground soon. Then you can just relax," he said. "And go to the bathroom." "Well, you could have done that here. They have several." She shook her head adamantly. "No way. I could just see myself getting my tush sucked onto the seat." Everett laughed again, causing several eyes to turn toward them. He had already signed what felt like hundreds of autographs, with each fan dissecting her as if trying to figure out who she was. She didn't want more attention, especially now. "Shish," she whispered before leaning back into her seat and squeezing her eyes shut as the plane turned and dipped. "That's not how they work," he said gently. "I'll keep you safe. I promise I won't let anything happen to you." "Thanks, Cowboy," she said, her eyes still tightly shut. "Just tell me when we're safely back on the ground." "You got it," he said, kissing the back of her hand. She did her best to distract herself as the plane made its descent. It didn't take too much. All she had to think about was meeting Maria or Madeline, or being on the set, or seeing any of Everett's other actor friends. Actors didn't usually date the common folk for a reason. "How did you talk me into this?" she asked, still shutting out the plane. "What? The plane or Hollywood?" he asked. "Both. Love talks, baby. You know I need you here with me," he whispered so closely to her ear she almost forgot she was on a plane, until it jerked slightly as the wheels touched down. She sucked in a breath. "We've landed, my love. You can open your eyes now." She opened her eyes to see the man she had spent the last 6+ weeks with. The man who had grown right into her heart, and somehow had convinced her to follow him to Hollywood, even with a looming and binding contract hanging over her head. It wasn't the loss of funds that worried her. It was the legal action. Yet, when the seatbelt light went off, the only thing she worried about was finding a bathroom. Everett took her hand and led her down the aisle and into the stuffy tunnel that connected the plane and the airport. She held her breath and quickened her pace until they were out of the jetway and in the more spacious airport. "I'm going to love getting to know all these little idiosyncrasies about you," Everett whispered in her ear as he pulled her close and wrapped an arm around her. "Like what?" Your fear of flying for one, which we will have to overcome. I have to travel all the time, and I can't be away from you for too long. And I believe I sensed a bit of claustrophobia back in the jetway there. I'm super interested to find out even more. Everett, we really need to talk about the bathroom, she exclaimed, fighting through the crowds to get there. Well, those can be interesting too, I guess, he said. I'm sorry. I really need to go. She scanned the chaotic airport. Please stay here until I get out. I'm not sure I'll be able to find you if you don't. I won't move my feet, he promised, and planted a sweet kiss on the tip of her nose. Thank you, she said, feeling the heat bloom into her cheeks as she raced through the ladies' room door. As she washed her hands, she almost felt normal. Her anxiety had dissipated. Maybe it would completely fade away once she saw that Everett really hadn't moved. Sure enough, he stood right where she left him, his eyes immediately finding hers. A deep breath of ease traveled through her as she took his offered hand. Here she is, Everett said, and for the first time Clara realized that he wasn't standing alone. I told you she'd be right along, Marie. Clara's eyes snapped up and met the intense and not too friendly eyes of Everett's agent. She swallowed but held out her hand. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Marie. Marie didn't take her offered hand. She gave her a quick once-over and started walking. We have deadlines to meet, Everett. I have the driver picking up your bags. We'll meet him in the car. Marie, Everett said. We have to grab Clara's bags as well. Marie stopped, turned her sharp eyes towards them. Fine. I'll text him to pick up hers as well. She pulled out her phone and quickly typed out some words, and then stored it back in her purse. Can we go now? Sure, Everett said, reaching for Clara's hand, but she had them in her pockets. He eyed her, so she gave him a tentative smile. As much as she wanted to hold on to Everett's hand for dear life, showing affection like that in front of Marie would be her death sentence. She knew her type, and knew immediately that she did not find acceptance in her eyes. To Marie, Clara was a minor role that could be replaced by anyone. The driver held the door open on a limo as they neared. Clara's heart raced. It had been strange enough to have George and the other driver that took her to the airport drive them in the nice sedans, but a limo, she had never been in one of those. Everett motioned her in, his smile showing how happy he was that she was there, but sliding across from Marie, she felt anything but welcome. So she put her focus on everything the limo had: the leather seats smooth under her hands, the controls on the side, the small fridge next to what looked like a bar, and a sunroof right above their heads. It's so warm here, isn't it? Everett asked as he slid in close to her, too close. Clara nodded her head. I hope your stay wasn't too terribly cold. I should have thought about that before reserving a place in Wyoming. Marie watched them, her calculating eyes seeming to miss nothing. It was the perfect place. So perfect, in fact, I bought it. Everett sat back in his seat, casually draping his arm around Clara. You what? Marie narrowed her eyes, and the glance she shot Clara looked like it could kill. I bought it. Well, it's in escrow. You should see the place. It has acres and acres of space. No one in yelling distance, much less that you can see. And the horses loved it, even Blaze. Toward the end, we would go for rides almost every day. She leaned forward. And why didn't you call me? That's what I'm here for. You are so busy, Marie. You don't need to worry about my personal life. Is that so? She asked, but she let her dagger eyes pierce Clara. Sounds like you've been doing a lot of thinking. I have, actually. That amnesia really made me see what is important in life. Well, right now what is important is that you don't share your amnesia story with anyone, and I do mean anyone. She made sure they both nodded. I don't see what the big deal is. It might even bring more publicity to the film. Everett leaned across Clara to grab a water bottle, smiling at her as he did. Everett, Marie said in a warning voice. You have never questioned me before. Do you no longer trust me to do what is right for you? Of course I do. You have never led me astray. Clara stiffened in her seat and avoided the mean eyes of Marie as she sought out what felt like a way to attack her. Good. Then let's not mention the amnesia to anyone. Have you been rehearsing your lines? Sure have. Clara's been helping. She could make an excellent actress if she didn't have such a heart for nursing. Yes, I see that, Marie said evenly, but Clara would not meet the heat of her gaze no matter how much she glared. Speaking of nursing, Clara? Clara cringed with the way she said her name. We have a few things to discuss ourselves, don't we? Anything you need to discuss, you can do right here. Everett's smile actually seemed tight, and Clara hated that she had put him in this position. I already had the lawyer extend the contract. You did what? Marie slammed back into her seat, her face going white and then red. I extended the contract. I told you that I need continued care. And we have set medics for that, Everett. Yes, I know. I have hope that Clara might find that her calling. Everett, are you sure you are feeling up to this? You are not acting like yourself. I am definitely ready, and I am acting like myself, just a more grown-up and independent self. Seeing my parents at Christmas really cemented things for me. You saw your parents at Christmas? She almost choked on her water. The next thing you're going to tell me is that you're getting married. Actually, Everett locked eyes with Clara and she felt like she would faint. That just may be sooner than you realize. You must be joking. Marie looked from Everett to Clara and back to Everett. I think I am going to call Dr. Green and have you checked out. Everett met Clara's eyes and she nodded. Sure. That sounds like a good idea, he said. While Marie pulled out her phone to make Everett an appointment, he leaned close to her. Are you okay? We need to talk, Everett. I don't think this is a good idea, she whispered as quietly as possible. Marie's just shocked. She'll get used to it. He took her hand and squeezed it. You have an appointment with Dr. Green right after our meeting with the director and before our dinner function with the producers, Marie interrupted. Everyone is so glad that you are back. We need to be over the top in appreciating their patience with this whole matter. The matter was my brain, Marie? Surely they understand how serious the accident was. Of course, she said, but for once Clara heard a touch of uncertainty. Nonetheless, we need to be grateful. We are running late. Otherwise, I would have the driver drop off Clara at her place before our meetings. I'll just have him take her there after he takes us to the set. I want her to stay with me. Marie narrowed her eyes. Only crew members are allowed on the set, Everett. You know this. You can get her clearance as my personal nurse. Marie's nostrils flared, but she kept herself composed. Will you be taking her to the doctor too? Yes, I think it would be good for her to report my progress to him. Well, you can't take her to the meeting with the producers. It has been reserved for weeks with no room for additions. I will call the restaurant myself and see to it she is added, Everett said, pulling out his phone. Clara laid a hand on his. Everett, I think you will be fine at a dinner function without me. Her anxiety already rode high. If he didn't give Marie something to work with, she could explode. Besides, the idea of sitting in a fancy restaurant in only her comfy sweater and leggings, surrounded by the richy rich of Hollywood, scared the pants off of her. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, you need to focus on your work and don't need to worry about me during your meeting. The girl has some sense, Marie said as she searched through some paperwork. The last few minutes of the ride, Marie filled Everett in on what had been going on at the set for the last couple months. So all is finished except the last few scenes that include you, Marie said. That's great news. I bet the production team can still meet their timing goals then. That's the plan. We really are so glad to have you back. Thank you, Everett said as they pulled up into the set area. It's good to be back. Clara stared out the window, feeling like she had landed in some strange world. They drove past a variety of sets and large buildings. Her heart raced and she could feel Marie's glare. She didn't belong in this world, and Marie knew it. The man beside her was the only thing keeping her in the car. She still saw no way out of these circumstances, and she feared that as soon as he saw Madeline or Bree, that everything they had would fade off into a past that he had trouble remembering. All this discomfort would probably be for nothing, but she would always wonder if she didn't at least try. Chapter 16. Everett knew Clara was uncomfortable, nervous even, but he kept telling himself that she would get used to it, and to Marie. His agent could be a bit intense, but she always had his best interest in mind. Clara had avoided any of his attempts at touching her, whether it was taking her hand or leaning in for a quick peck. Maybe she didn't like public displays of affection, or it could be that Marie made her nervous. Either way, he respected her need for distance, though he desperately missed the feel of her hand in his. We're almost to our set. This meeting shouldn't take long. The director might give me a revised script. I'll say hi to everyone, and then we'll see Dr. Green. If you really want to skip out on dinner, I will have the driver take you back to my condo. I'm sure Clara would rather be back in her own place, Marie said. Clara stiffened and looked back out the window. She is staying with me, Marie. This doesn't concern you. Marie's eyes widened, and she sat back in her seat. He knew she had no idea how to handle this new side of him, but now that he started doing things for himself, he realized just how little control of his own life he had. Well, I can at least call your housekeeper and have her make up the guest bedroom, Marie said in a tight voice. Clara turned quickly toward Marie. Yes, please. That would be wonderful. Marie's eyebrows scrunched slightly, as if she saw Clara in a different light. It hit him then that she might have thought their relationship went beyond professional, and how that might affect Clara's reputation. Sometimes, especially with women, he felt quite daft. That call would be great, Marie. Thank you. I want to make sure my nurse has everything she needs. He glanced at Marie, and then Clara. He thought he understood now, and when Clara met his eyes, he saw relief in hers. His heart pounded as they closed in on the set. He didn't want anyone else to know, but a part of him was nervous about how he would react when he saw everyone. The fact that Marie wanted him to lie about what had been wrong made it that much worse. Sure, he could act out a part, but lying didn't agree with him. He took in 2 long, deep breaths as the driver parked. By the time the door opened, he had put on his game face. The next hour sped by in a blur. He did his best to keep tabs on where Clara was and how she fared. She always met him with a smile and a small wave. He didn't blame her for keeping to the sidelines. If he could have, he would have joined her there. The script had changed somewhat, so that added a bit of anxiety. He had been practicing the old script. It had taken him a few days to remember his lines from one day to the next. After a week of practicing, though, he had them down. With new lines, he had no idea if he would be able to keep them straight. He pushed the thought out of his head, as he finally found Clara when he was done. You survived? He asked. Did you? She countered, an arch in her eyebrow. I did. It's a lot, after so long hidden away. It is. He reached for her hand but stopped himself. He hoped his smile showed how much he missed the physical connection. Everett, Marie said as her heels clickety-clacked to them. I have another emergency to attend to. A car will be waiting at the doctor's to take Clara back to your place. I have a suite in the limo for your dinner, and I'll meet you there. Thanks, Marie, he said with a wave. She gave a curt nod and sped away down the set. Shall we? He asked Clara, motioning toward the limo outside. He couldn't contain his smile, or his excitement for the chance to be alone with her for a moment. Once the driver shut the door, he rolled up the divider window and pulled Clara into his arms. I thought I was going to go through withdrawals, he said, breathing in the sweet scent of her skin. I'm sorry I hadn't thought about the nurse-patient thing. I understand now, but man, it was torture not to touch you. He loved the pink that filled her cheeks. It made her look as innocent as she was. She melted into his embrace, as if she too had needed this contact desperately. "I know this is crazy, but you'll get used to it." "I did good, didn't I?" he asked. She pulled away to look at him. "I didn't see Bree there." She wasn't, something about another obligation. "She'll be there for tomorrow's shot though. We'll be starting right off where I left. Do you think I'll have trouble climbing back up on those hay bales?" "That's where it happened, right?" she asked. "That's one of the things I actually don't have a memory of, but that's what I'm told. I think if you can keep in the present moment, you should be okay. But you'll be there, won't you?" "That's why I'm here," she said. "Well, one of the reasons. If I could have convinced you to come as my girlfriend rather than my nurse, I would have. About that, we need to talk about the contract." She shuffled around her purse. "We don't need to do that now, Clara. If you need, I can set up a meeting with my lawyer." She stopped and looked up with him, surprise and maybe a touch of pain sparked in her eyes. "Here." She put a large envelope into his hand. He set the envelope aside. He didn't want to worry about paperwork right now, and didn't understand her preoccupation with it. Talking even seemed like too much effort. He just wanted to hold Clara in his arms until they arrived at the doctor's. The driver parked too soon. Clara moved away, leaving an empty space in her wake. The doctor called him in almost immediately, one of the many advantages of being famous that he appreciated. "Everett, good to see you." He glanced at Clara. "Dr. Green, this is Clara Walker, the nurse who has been seeing to my care." "Nice to meet you, Miss Walker. Where did you study?" "Long Beach, but I." "A lovely campus. Well, let's check you out." Dr. Green made his exam, asked many questions both of him and of Clara. He typed several things into his computer, and then turned back toward them. "Well, it sounds like you have a clean bill of health, Everett. Of course, we would like to follow up with some MRIs in about 6 months to make sure all is still looking well. Otherwise, you are cleared to go back to work." "Great news. I just returned today. You have the care of a very skilled and knowledgeable nurse. I am sure that helped. You two have a wonderful day." Everett looked at Clara after he left. "How about that skilled and knowledgeable nurse?" "I didn't deserve that." "Sure you did. A degree doesn't mean everything, my love." He kissed her forehead, and then held out his hand. "Well, let's get you home." "You mean to your condo?" "Yeah, that's what I meant." "How many homes do you have?" "Well, my condo here close to work, my house out in Beverly Hills, a vacation house in Arizona, and now my main getaway in Wyoming." Her expression would have matched his own if he had told a younger version of himself. Having so many different properties seemed almost normal now. He walked her to the car that Marie had sent. "I'm going to miss you," he said, looking all around to see if anyone watched, which they did. "You'll be great," she said. "Thank you. Make yourself comfortable. I'll have some food delivered to you. Anything you're craving?" "Pizza," she said with a laugh. "Oh, you sure I can't play hooky? Pizza sounds perfect." "I wish, but that's why you're here. Remember, Marie said you need to show your appreciation." "So now you agree with her?" "Only when she's right," she said and sat in her seat. Her smile made everything worth it. "Make yourself at home, and I'll be counting the minutes until I join you. Everett, if you get a chance, the contract. It will all be worked out," he said. He pursed his lips in a kiss and shut the door. He watched as the car left the parking lot. A huge hole gaped in his heart. He realized then that this was the first time he and Clara had been separated beyond just a room since she arrived at his house. She had become an integral part of him, and he had to figure out how to keep her that way. Walking into Everett's house without him left her looking into every dark crevice. When she had first come through the doorway and the lights automatically turned on, she just about lost her full bladder. By the time she found the bathroom, she expected the lights. Even the faucets were automatic. What a strange life, to not even have to bother with flipping a switch. As odd and lazy as the automatic lights felt to her, seeing the family photos on the walls in the hallway and a few on bookshelves in the living room set her heart at ease. A person who didn't display family photos might not treasure that part of their lives. Seeing Everett with his parents, she did not doubt their importance to him, but seeing the pictures eased her heart further. As she fingered the pictures, the leather sofa, the soft blanket over the back, she wondered if Everett read over the contract like she asked, and if he did, would he find a way to make it so they could actually be together? Looking at the luxury around her, she wondered if she could ever feel like she belonged in a life like this. She was in the kitchen, snooping in the fridge, which had been completely cleaned out, when the sing-song doorbell startled her so much she shrieked. Her heart raced as she tried to think about what she should do. Should she answer his door? Her stomach growled, reminding her that Everett had said he would have a pizza delivered. Finding her purse where she left it on the entryway table, she rifled through her wallet, hoping she could find enough cash to cover the cost. Embarrassment flooded her when she only found a 10 and a few ones. She doubted they would take credit cards at the door. The bell rang again. Her cheeks hot with shame, she peered through the peephole, finding a young guy holding a pizza box. She knew there was security at the main door to the building, but it was always better to check. She unlocked the door and opened it. "Clara, right?" "Yes, that's me." He handed her the pizza. "Here you go. Enjoy." "You don't happen to take cards, do you?" "It's already paid for with a generous tip." "Have a good night." The guy walked to the elevator and hit the button. The place made her feel like she stayed in a fancy hotel, but Everett lived here. She went back inside, inhaling the delicious scent of pizza as she shut the door. She hadn't eaten alone for so long that it felt odd sitting at the table by herself. Plus her mind went a million miles a minute with questions, concerns, fears, and hopes. The television took up most of the wall in the living room. It looked like a small theater screen, but the couch was soft, welcoming, and comfortable. She found a comedy to distract herself while she ate. An hour later, she had put the leftovers in the fridge, and, tired of her own ponderings, put on another show and another and another. She wanted to wait up for Everett. 1, because it felt weird going to bed without him there. 2, she wanted to make him listen about the contract before tomorrow. She couldn't handle another day with him acting like they were starting a life together when he didn't know what they were up against. And she needed to know in order to start preparing herself for this type of life, or to steal her soon-to-be broken heart. She forced her eyes back to the love story playing on the television. The man in the story had just went through an ordeal to find his love interest and win her back. Her eyes became heavier and heavier, and she wondered if a love story with the woman saving the relationship in the end would work. She never saw their happily ever after though. She fell asleep to create her own. Chapter 17. Everett hid a yawn while the elevator took him up to his condo. Everything had cameras now, and he didn't want the night security to see him yawn. Weird things you decide are important after becoming a movie star. Even calling himself a movie star felt odd, but he guessed that was what he was. The producers were sure convincing him of it. They were positive this film would be the biggest romantic suspense hit of the year. If it turned out as well as they hoped, they wanted him to sign on for a couple more projects. The idea thrilled him. Suspense seemed to be his thing, but the Western theme of this one made him feel even more at home. He had gotten so used to wearing his cowboy hat that he had worn it to dinner to the delight of his producers. Just like Marie instructed, and Clara pushed, he went over the top with appreciations for their patience. It was the least he could do, as they shared how much they wanted to continue to work with him. He walked as quickly as he could to his door, excited to share the good news with Clara. The fact that he had someone waiting for him at home filled him with an unexpected and overwhelming joy. This was beginning to become real. Clara was here in his house. He heard the television as soon as he came in, but the house was otherwise dark until he walked into the entry and the lights came on. It stopped him for only a moment. He had gotten used to turning on his own lights. Having the bright lights shine on the sweet form of Clara sleeping on his couch made him wish he didn't have the automatic sensor on. As quickly as he could, he found the light remote and dimmed the room. The brightness didn't disturb Clara. She had covered herself with the plush blanket all the way up to her chin. Her hair flowed around her as she lay curled up with her knees close to her chest. She looked so sweet he couldn't help but take a few more steps toward her and watch her chest rise and fall. Sweet murmurings moved her lips, lips he wanted to kiss again. Lips he wanted to kiss for the rest of his life. He wondered how long it would take to convince her to become his girlfriend, much less his wife. Giving up wasn't an option. He would do whatever it took to persuade her she could learn to love this life. Her preoccupation with the contract that bonded her to him as his nurse confused him. The contract. He slapped his head. The envelope still lay in the limo. He would have to call tomorrow and get them to send it over to the set. He yawned and stretched. Jet lag and the exhausting day of jumping back to his normal life took its toll. Seeing Clara so peacefully asleep, he wished he could curl up with her. Somehow he knew that he would sleep like a baby with her in his arms. In time tonight his bed called him. With one last longing look, he left his sleeping beauty and made his way back to his room. The next morning he woke with the sun shining through his bedroom windows. The sunlight made the bright white walls glow as if they themselves were the source of the light. It was one reason he chose to buy this place. Waking up with the sunlight as his alarm started his day off on a positive note. He stretched out in bed, noting how much he would have loved his arm to hit something soft and warm. The memory of waking up next to Clara on the floor in front of the fireplace shot through him. He would never tire of waking up to memories, especially ones he never thought he would be able to retrieve, those first few days with Clara. Each time he remembered something new, he wanted to celebrate. That thought spurred him on, and he hastily dressed to share the good news with Clara. He found her in the kitchen, humming while making pancakes. He greeted her as he always wanted to, by wrapping his arms around her from behind, burying his face in her neck and kissing her good morning. Clara froze at first, but then she put down the spatula and turned in his arms. Her hair was still damp from a shower, making her scent that much sweeter. "Good morning," she said, her voice still deep with sleep. "Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well? I'm sure the bed will be more comfortable, but it wasn't too bad. I'm sorry I was so late. I thought about carrying you to bed, but you were too peaceful to disturb." "Did it go well?" she asked as she turned back to flip the pancakes. "By the way, you have no food here. Luckily I did find this pancake mix." "Thank goodness. I'll order some food today." "Do you have everything delivered?" she asked. "Pretty much," he said. "When I'm at this condo, it means I'm working and don't get to spend much time other than to sleep here." She nodded, and then looked at him expectantly. "So?" "Oh, last night. It went fantastic. They are foreseeing this film to be the hottest romantic suspense of the year." "Really? Well, that would be wonderful." "Yes, especially because if it does, they want to sign me on for 2 more projects." "Wow, that's huge, right?" Everett chuckled. "Yes, it's pretty huge." Clara scooped off the last few pancakes and placed them on the towering platter. Everett grabbed a couple plates and the syrup that thankfully he still had, placing them on the table. It felt natural to sit at his table eating breakfast with Clara and talking about the day. "This is nice," he said before taking another bite. "Not bad for having a completely empty fridge." "I meant us here eating breakfast together. We've been eating breakfast together for almost 2 months now." Her hand with the forkful of food froze just before it hit her lips. "Are you having trouble with your memory again?" "No, silly. I just meant being back here, with you still with me." "Thank you." "You're welcome." She smiled, but from her expression, he knew what was coming next. He didn't want to admit that he had left the contract in the limo. He had thumbed through the first couple pages, but he never read those contracts. Marie always told him the important parts, and he would sign. Reading all that fine print would take hours. Today we will be recording one of the most important scenes in the movie, he said, hoping to distract her. Wow, they don't let you warm up first, huh? He shrugged. I don't mind. They did change the lines a little, but I practiced them on the way home last night. I think I got it. So, I'm guessing you didn't get a chance to read the contract, she said as she took their empty plates to the sink. Clara, he said, bringing the leftovers with him. I scanned it a bit on my way to dinner, but I didn't have that long. Can you tell me what is so important about it? What do you want me to see? There's a clause in there that... The bell rang. Of course, it seemed they were destined to get every important conversation or kiss interrupted. Hold that thought. It's probably Phil, George's substitute. I gave George a week to drive back so he and his wife could do some sightseeing. I'll let Phil know we'll be there shortly, and we can finally finish this conversation. Blowing out a breath, he answered the door, but he stepped back in surprise when Marie barged in. Took you long enough, she said as a greeting. Do I smell pancakes? Yes, Clara cooked some this morning. There are leftovers, if you would like some. So that's why you're keeping her around, she said snidely, though he could see her breathing in the scent. Why don't you have some pancakes and give her a chance? She won't last long, Everett. I don't want to see your heart broken. You might want to protect it a bit more. I think she'll surprise you. It's your heart, she said with a shrug. Just don't let it get in the way of finishing this movie. You need to relax, Marie. Why are you here anyway? Making sure you had a good start to your first day back. I have a full breakfast waiting for you in the limo. Is it the limo from last night? He asked. Did you see an envelope? Marie shifted and looked around. An envelope? What did it have in it? It's Clara's contract. She seems very concerned about it. I'll have them look for it. She looked him up and down. I'll wait while you get yourself presentable. What? You don't like my jeans? They'll be costuming me up, anyway. I'll just grab Clara. Marie reached out and stopped him. Are you sure you want her to come today? You know what scene you're shooting. That's why I need her there. He slipped his arm out of her grip, and went to tell Clara that once again their conversation would have to wait until later. I'm ready, she said as he walked in. Oh, you heard? I heard, Marie. Guess we'll have to wait again, huh? I'm sorry. He reached for her, pulling her into his arms and storing the feeling, knowing he wouldn't be able to touch her all day. What's taking so long? Oh, Marie's words trailed off, but her gaze pierced them with a dark intensity. I was just comforting Clara. She lost both her parents this year, and some mornings are just difficult. It wasn't a lie, or at least he convinced himself that. Clara did have difficult days when she really missed her parents. Clara wiped at her eyes, and he was impressed by her acting skills. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm ready. Well, come on then. It won't look good if you're late your first day back filming. Everett didn't care much about what it looked like. As long as Clara was with him, not much else mattered. While riding in the limo, Clara stiff by his side, Marie rambling about something or other, he wondered if Marie was right. Would this type of life be too much for his sweet Clara? A trembling started inside of Clara's chest the moment Marie had walked in on her in Everett's arms, and hours later it hadn't stopped. She felt like doom hung over her head, and at any time it would come crashing down, obliterating the dream of Everett. The crash came after Everett had perfected the haystack scene. He had come over to her once the cut had been called good. They shared a quiet celebration before he got called to prepare for the next scene. As soon as he was back in character, and under the guidance of the director, Marie announced her presence with her overpowering perfume. He's good, isn't he? Marie asked. Yes. He is very talented. Come with me, she said, and Clara knew that the end would be starting any moment. Clara's heart shuddered, and she did her best to barricade it, but knew that the pain would be unstoppable. She let her eyes soak up one last glimpse of her cowboy, and then followed the prim woman to a private corner of the set. "This film has the chance to make or break Everett," Marie began. "If he gets distracted, it could ruin his entire career. You know how much he loves acting." Clara bit her cheeks to keep in the words she wanted to spit out, nodding instead. "You don't belong here. You know that. I know that. Eventually Everett will see that, but it might not be until after he loses the career that he loves. This goes beyond the contract, though you are in breach of it. I would look past that if you were to leave now." Clara's gaze snapped up to her. "It would be easier this way. A painful goodbye, and you might lose your resolve. Then you both would be in a heap of trouble, you for breaking your contract, and him for ruining this film." Marie slipped a stuffed envelope into her purse. "That's everything you are owed, plus a large bonus for your discretion." "You can't buy me, Marie," Clara said, her voice trembling but even. "Suit yourself. If you stay, I'll be calling the lawyer in the morning." She spun on one narrow heel and disappeared off the set. Clara was so angry that tears burned her eyes. She stormed back to the set, intent on proving that she could survive this life, and determined to help find a way to nullify that no-contact clause in the contract. As she rounded the corner, a set hand signaled her to stay quiet. She looked up to find Everett looking into Madeline's eyes as if he had always loved her. She knew that look, and she knew what it meant. He leaned in, his hand slipping in her long dark hair. Clara held her breath as his lips she knew the taste of, melded with Madeline's. Her fists clenched, her heart broke, and the world darkened until she was afraid she would pass out. It was just a part. He was an actor. Yet that look he used on her, the woman he confused with Madeline. It was too much. She backed up until she ran into some scenery. The crash sent all eyes toward her, but she didn't stay to be scrutinized or to apologize. She ran out of the set and straight into the limo driver. "You okay, Miss Walker? Do you need a ride home?" She nodded frantically, losing the battle of holding back her tears. The driver helped her into the back of the limo and closed the door, leaving her alone to cry out her misery. Marie was right. She couldn't handle this life. She would always wonder if Everett really loved her, or if it were just a scene he played out for his own dark reasons. The scrutiny, the fancy clothes and houses and cars. It wasn't her life. She had been a fool to ever think it was a possibility. Once back at Everett's house, she sobbed while packing her bags. She started a letter about a dozen times before she just gave up. What could she say? She stood at the door with her luggage, waiting for Phil to come help her carry them. He promised to take her wherever she needed. Though she had no idea where she would go, she knew she couldn't stay here. Her phone rang. Thinking it was probably Everett who had tried calling her several times over the last hour, she didn't look at it right away. Something finally encouraged her to look down. She didn't recognize the number, so she finally answered. "Hello. Is this Miss Walker?" "Yes, may I ask who's calling?" "This is Dr. Green. We met at Everett McClaren's appointment yesterday." "What can I do for you, doctor?" "I wanted to offer you a job," he said. Her heart raced but instantly fell. "I'm sorry, but I haven't finished my degree." "I know. I called the university to check into you after we spoke. Having a history as a paramedic helps your career, and your knowledge of amnesia impressed me. I did a lot of research while in employment for Everett." "Does that mean you are free now?" "Of course, you would have to be actively pursuing your degree. I have some local contacts to help you get in without a fuss. Why don't you come down to the office and we'll talk details, say 5:30-ish? "Yes. Thank you, Dr. Green." Clara did her best to focus on her meeting, rather than thinking about her broken heart. Everything had a reason, she kept telling herself. She had Phil drop her off at a local hotel that was within walking distance of Dr. Green's office. Her stomach rumbled while she waited, so she decided to walk to a small mom-and-pop diner and get something to eat before her meeting. She had cried all day, leaving her eyes swollen and red-rimmed, but she didn't care. No one would know her there, and it might give herself time to compose herself before seeing Dr. Green. The only other patrons in the diner sat in the far corner in a tall booth. The waitress sat her next to them. After ordering her food, she sat quietly, trying to focus on her surroundings rather than think about no longer having meals with Everett. She would miss his sense of humor and the way he always made her feel safe. Tears burned in her eyes, so she squeezed her lids shut and took in a shaky breath. She searched for anything to distract her, soon finding herself eavesdropping. "You tell me? I have no idea how he's back. It's his fault, and I wanted retribution." "You still think it's Everett's fault you fell off that horse?" "Yes. He spooked him or something." "You don't think if you were a better stuntman, you wouldn't have broken your leg? Come on, brother, let it go. It ruined my career. Now I have to be a lowly stagehand. I had a thing going. I could have moved up in the stuntman world. Let it go, Aaron." "Nah, I'm going to ruin his career too. This next scene they're filming tonight. It's sketchy, and he won't have his regular horse. The guy demands to do his own stunts. Well, I fixed it. Once he sits back in his saddle, that tack nail in the saddle blanket will make that horse give him one wild ride." "That's so wrong. You better hope he doesn't get hurt. You'll go to prison." "They didn't catch me last time, did they? And I was the one in charge of the pulleys. I won't even be there this time." Clara did her best not to hyperventilate. Everett had been right about being in danger after all. This stuntman, Aaron, had tried to hurt him and was doing so again. She pushed out of her booth as silently and inconspicuously as possible. She opened the envelope Marie had given her, and seeing only hundreds, she left one on the table and fled the restaurant. She had to warn Everett. Pulling out her phone as she tried to flag down a taxi, she called Everett's cell. It rang and rang with no answer. She continued calling as she climbed into the cab. The driver gave her an odd look when she told him she needed to go to the Hollywood set, but he drove off. The problem was, they wouldn't let her through the gate. She pleaded with them, telling the guards that Everett was in trouble. Yeah, lady. We've heard it all before. You're not getting in." The guards waved her away. The taxi driver had already driven away, and as she scanned the area to find a different way in, Phil drove up in his limo. "Change your mind?" he asked through the window. "Everett's in trouble. I overheard something and he's going to get hurt." "Get in." Phil nodded his head toward the passenger door. "I just took them to an on-site location, something about a riding off into the sunset scene." "That's it. It's the horse." Clara burst through the door as soon as Phil pulled up to where the other cars were parked. Everyone standing there stared at her, motioning her to be quiet. "We have to stop him. Everett's in trouble." "Shish," 4 or 5 hands told her, but it alerted Marie, who came stalking over to her. "What are you doing back here? Everett's in trouble. Do you remember him thinking that his accident was intentional?" "Yes, that was his amnesia." "You know that." "Well, that's what I thought, but I just overheard someone taking responsibility for it, and he created another incident to happen right now." "We're in the middle of a scene," Marie said, but her voice cracked. "He's already out there." "I've got to go," Clara pleaded. Marie narrowed her eyes, and then leaned in and whispered how to get around to the other side where they kept the horses. Right as Clara made it to the place they kept a couple of extra horses saddled and ready, a shout came from the field. She spun to see Everett jerking back and forth as if he were in a rodeo, and then his horse bolted. He yanked back on the reins, but his horse wouldn't stop. Clara didn't have time to fret. She untied the horse nearest to her and jumped on. Hey! What are you doing? Get off that horse!" a hand shouted as he ran toward her. Clara kicked the ribs of the gelding instead, and took off after the man she loved. His horse veered toward her, so she matched it until she came alongside Everett's racing mount. "Clara?" You'll get hurt," Everett yelled. "Jump on, Cowboy," she called, urging her horse faster to keep the same pace as Everett's frantic horse. She edged closer until she could hear the snorting of the horse as it labored, its eyes rolling in fear. She reached out a hand to Everett. In a split second, he grabbed it and somehow made it onto the horse behind her. "Did you really just rescue me?" he whispered in her ear. She laughed, delighted at his heat behind her, his arms around her waist, his breath against her neck. How could she have thought she could ever leave him? Chapter 18. Everett slid the addendum to Clara to sign. It had only been 2 days since she had rescued him from horseback. He still marveled at the scene, which happened to be recorded, so he would always have that in case he ever forgot. When Clara had disappeared, it took him a couple of hours to get the truth out of Marie. He had been so angry with her that he couldn't even look at his agent. This whole time, Clara had been trying to tell him that a stupid clause could ruin their life together. If only he had listened better. He could have told her it would be an easy fix, a fix that he was taking care of today. She turned her brilliant smile to him, after finishing signing her name. "That's it?" she asked. "That's it," he said. "You are no longer in the employment of Everett, and the no-contact clause is now null and void," his lawyer confirmed. He looked between the two of them. "Will I be writing prenuptials next?" "No more contracts," Everett said, rising and offering his hand to Clara. "I won't complain," she said, taking his hand. "It is my duty to share that I don't think that is in your best interest," his lawyer said, rising as well. "Thank you for your guidance, Henry. If she says yes, it's a life commitment. No prenups needed, right?" "It is till death do us part, isn't it?" she said. "That's right." He looked back at his lawyer. "Thanks again for your help with this, Henry. Have a great day." He led Clara out of the lawyer's office and to their waiting limo. Once they were nestled in the back and she was in his arms, heart pounding, he swallowed and prepared to ask once more. "Does this mean you are free to be my girlfriend now?" Clara pulled his arms tighter around her and cuddled her head into his chest. "Yes. I am now free to follow my heart." "You will be okay with this life?" "I will learn." She squeezed his arms. "Though I do have to ask you something." "Anything," he said. "When you kissed Madeline." "You mean Bree?" "Whoever, what did you feel?" He felt her stiffen. He knew this would be one of the hardest parts for her. It was one reason he had a difficult time dating an actress. He thought carefully about his word choice. "When I'm in character, I have to feel what my character feels. Right then my character is realizing what his life would have been like without the woman he loved. To truly feel that, I have to draw from my own life experiences. So I gazed into my co-actress's eyes, until I saw you staring back at me. From there it was easy, that is until you crashed into the set, and I saw the reality of losing you in real life. I'm sorry, I told you what happened. And I am very angry with Marie for her actions. I couldn't see it then, and I still don't think she went about it in the right way, but I do feel she did what she felt was best for you, even if it wasn't." "You bet it wasn't." He clenched his fist. "I should fire her." "That's your choice, but you've been with her since the beginning. Everyone makes mistakes. It's only when someone doesn't learn from them that makes them untrustworthy. I knew I was right about you, Clara Walker. You are an angel, a sweet, patient, forgiving angel." Epilogue. Clara paced in front of the window of her bedroom, well, now her old bedroom, for tonight she would sleep in the master bedroom with her husband. She tugged on the horse pendant Everett had given her last Christmas, exactly a year ago today. She couldn't believe all that had happened in the last year. Everett had waited a whole 2 months from the day she agreed to be his girlfriend before he proposed. He had flown them back out to the Wyoming ranch as soon as he finished productions. It had been a blissful week of peace. The very last night, he asked if they could have a slumber party in front of the fire for old time's sake. She knew he respected her wishes to wait, so she agreed, secretly liking the idea of sleeping next to him, even if in their own sleeping bags. They turned off all the lights and played Monopoly in front of the fire. When she bought a house on one of the properties, instead of adding a house on the square, he placed a gorgeous yet simple diamond ring. Clara had gasped, a hand coming to her heart as she met his eyes. "Clara Walker, you have had a home in my heart since the moment I laid eyes on you. We have overcome contracts, daring horse rescues, and an overprotective agent to come this far. Together, we are invincible. You are my other half, my true love. Will you make me the happiest man alive by being my lifelong bride?" "Yes, Cowboy, I will." Clara touched her ring, remembering the way her heart had raced when he slipped it onto her finger. That had been the happiest day of her life, until today. "You are beautiful." Everett's mom came into the room, holding her arms out for an embrace. "Your parents are shining down on you today, my dear. I feel it." Clara's eyes misted. Missing her parents was the one thing she wished she could change about today. Debbie was right. They were there, smiling at her from heaven. "You still okay with Jim walking you down the aisle?" "Nothing would please me more," she said. She looked out the window at the snowmen they had made yesterday. The sun caused them to sparkle and shine. "It's a beautiful day, although I still don't understand you wanting to wear snow boots and getting married in knee-deep snow." "It's special to us," she said, remembering the day Everett almost kissed her after they wrestled in the snow. She watched him from the window, and it seemed he could feel her gaze, or he looked right at her with a look that told her all she needed to know. "I'm ready." Jim walked her down the path through the snow where Debbie, Henrietta, and family, George and his wife, even Marie, and 3 snowmen with concha eyes witnessed the pastor bonding her and Everett together for life. Luckily, Randall recorded the ceremony on camera, because the kiss that Everett gave her when given permission erased everything from her mind. Clara finished typing her reply and hit the send button right as she felt another contraction. Even with her nursing degree and a year of nursing under her belt, she was not prepared for the strength of the spasm. When it stopped, she drew in a long breath and pushed to a stand. She wanted to reply to the rancher who reached out about a mom with a young boy. She had fallen off the horse during a lesson he was teaching, but she refused to be taken to a doctor. It instantly worried Clara. Head injuries could do so much damage. Working for Dr. Green had showed her that. She offered her medical knowledge, as well as advice about the amnesia. The man had taken them into his home, so he must care for them. Her heart went out to the poor boy, whose mom only remembers him as a toddler. She wanted to help more, but she had more pressing matters to attend to. "George has the bags in the car. All we need is you," Everett said, rushing to her side. His eyes were wide and his face ashen. "Can you make it there?" "We're not in Wyoming, Cowboy. The hospital is right down the road. I could walk there if I had to." Yet halfway down the hall she grabbed the wall and braced as another contraction rolled through her. "A car sounds nice though," she panted out after the pain ebbed. "Let's get you there." Everett stayed by her side during the entire labor and delivery. He had been a devoted husband, and she knew he would make an excellent father. When she finally pushed their baby boy into the world, and she saw him in Everett's arms, she knew she was right. Love filled his eyes as he looked down at their tiny son. They still shone when he bent down to kiss her. "Good job, Mama. So, when are we going to give him a little sister?" Clara cringed at the thought. Now is definitely not the time to ask, Cowboy. Yet, as her emotions flooded into her, she could see how little ones could be addicting. They had both been only children, and as much as they made the most of it, they both desperately wanted their child to have a sibling, someone to have and hold close when they left this world. If it wasn't for Everett coming into her life when he did, she didn't know how she would have made it. He had brought her purpose, healing, and most of all, love. She had a family that embraced her just as she was. Her famous cowboy had proved to hold a depth of love incomparable, even to the romantic fictional parts he played. Together, they would create their own happily ever after. Thank you for listening to Her Famous Cowboy. I hope you enjoyed Clara and Everett's story. Be sure to continue with the next unforgettable cowboy, her guardian cowboy.